237. The devil who looked like a young girl had an uncertain expression. Song Yufan, are you determined to arm wrestle with me today? The old man in black took out an old almanac from his bosom. He opened a page and placed his finger on it. He silently recited, "Abstain from meat and seek wealth." The old man put away the old almanac, grabbed the ancient bronze sword and put it back into its sheath. He reached out to the girl and said, "I'll let you spend money to avoid disaster." The girl knew the old freak's Jianghu rules very well. Without saying anything, she took out a topaz coin from her sleeve. The front of the coin was engraved with "Out of Plum Blossom Ambush," and the back of the coin was "Thundering Heaven Peak." This kind of jade coin was the same as the snow coin. They were both used by the immortals on the mountain to do business. The jade coin in the girl's hand was nicknamed Little Summer Coin. Compared to it, the value of the snow coin was like the difference between copper and silver. She gently tossed the small coin to the black-clothed old man. Not only did she not say any harsh words, she instead smiled like a flower and said, "No discord, no concord. I hope that when this immortal visits Swordwater Manor in the future, Old Manor Lord won't refuse me 1,000 miles away." The old man in black was expressionless. He put away the coin and let the girl turn into a cloud of dark smoke and slowly float away from the temple. The sword master named Song Yufan flicked his finger. Wisps of cool wind like arrows hit several acupoints on the chest of the bearded man and the young Taoist priest. Originally, the two of them were plotted against by the female devil. They couldn't move or speak. As time passed, they could break through the restriction by themselves. However, if the old man didn't appear, they could only rely on Qin Pingan for a short period of time. This was the first time Zhang Shanfeng tasted the acupoint sealing technique of a Jianghu master. After regaining his freedom, he immediately gasped for breath. He still felt a little uncomfortable. Su Yuanxia was originally a pure martial artist. This time she failed miserably. She couldn't help but blush. She clasped her hands and said to the old man, "Thank you for your help, Sword Saint Song." The old man in black was eccentric. He turned a deaf ear to her and walked straight to the fire. He sat cross-legged with his sword on his knees and closed his eyes to rest. Su Yuanxia lowered her voice and gave Zhang Shanfeng and Qin Pingan a brief introduction of Jianghu matters. In the central region of the Aquarius continent, especially in the 10 countries near the beautiful Robes Nation, there were 4 Sword Dao great masters. Their names shook the region. The beautiful Robes Nation had a sword god, who had long retired from the Jianghu and lived in seclusion in the mountains for over 30 years. He was hailed as a sword god. His sword was candle sunlight. However, there was a shocking piece of news recently. The old god of swords had actually died from the revenge of his enemies. This caused a huge commotion in the surrounding Jianghu, and the people's hearts were shaken. Then there was the black-clothed old man in front of him. As the old manor lord of the Swordwater Manor of the Cone Nation, he had a strange temperament. He was 1 generation younger than the sword god of the colorful Robes Nation. He had the reputation of sword sage. He carried the Iron Water Sword and founded the Swordwater Manor, which was the #1 Jianghu sect in the Cone Nation. The current manor lord was the eldest grandson of Song Yufan. His skills were also superb. A renowned sword venerable emerged from the ancient Yu nation. He had great killing power, but his martial virtues were extremely poor. He was an itinerant Jianghu immortal who did not have a fixed residence. He did not establish a sect and was a lone wolf. It was rumored that he had a good relationship with the emperor of the ancient Yu nation and carried the Green Pearl Sword. The Pine Stream Nation also had the youngest rising star, who called himself the Green Bamboo Sword Sage. These 4 Sword Dao great masters were like stars in the sky above the Jianghu of the colorful Robes Nation and the other countries. Even the immortals on the mountain did not dare to underestimate them. The black-clothed old man suddenly opened his eyes and sneered, "Sneaky, show yourself." This old man, who was revered with the title of Sword Sage, unsheathed his sword and casually swung it in the direction of the temple's altar. A large expanse of dazzling and clear sword chi suddenly appeared. The already damaged altar completely shattered with a bang, revealing a petite and thin girl behind it. She ignored everything and held her small head with both hands, as if no one could see her like this. When another strange girl appeared, Zhang Shanfeng's demon listening bell began to vibrate slightly. Almost all the cultivation methods of the elves and demons in the world, as well as otherworldly items and ghosts, were not orthodox. As long as one's cultivation was not profound and their realm was not high, they would usually have nowhere to hide from the demon listening bell. This was also why the demon listening bell could become a must-have item for chi cultivators, second only to the white swamp diagram. It was highly respected. Before Su Yuanxia reached the 4th realm of martial arts, She also had a similar bell to protect herself. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng placed more attention on the girl. Chen Pingan, who wanted to formally practice swordsmanship but could not find the right way, was stunned by the old man's unsheathed sword. It seemed to be played down casually, but the sword chi was like a rainbow. Wherever the sword chi went, it was as if it was smashed by a straight waterfall. It was invincible. Lu Qiqing became abnormally silent after the young female devil made her move. He squatted by the bonfire and did not say a word. He stretched out his palms and lowered his head to warm them. How can such a good and peaceful place of Buddhism be tarnished by a little demon like you? The old man in black looked cold and stiff. He shook his wrist and the bronze sword tip trembled slightly. In an instant, a dazzling white light shot out from the sword tip. It was like the demon binding rope of the immortal master on the mountain. It twisted and turned and soon spread out in the air. It was like a vast and mighty net of heaven, covering the timid girl who was judged to be a demon. Chen Pingan calmly took this scene into his eyes. It was an eye-opener. The sword chi, which was supposed to be meticulous, could be controlled so skillfully and have so many changes? The old man held the sword with one hand, and everything was at his fingertips. Chen Pingan was especially fascinated by his calm temperament. The girl was first condensed by the sword chi and then scattered by the sword chi. She was in so much pain that she rolled on the ground. The burning pain had already hurt the mountain demon's divine soul. Chen Pingan was in so much pain that he wanted to die when he was in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain, not to mention a little demon who practiced undisciplined cultivation and stood aloof from worldly affairs for hundreds of years. After this disaster, the girl soon could not stabilize her human form. Half of her face showed the face of a fox. Clumps of snow-white fur grew on the back of her hands and neck, giving off a faint fox smell. The weak snow-white fox fairy struggled on the ground and wailed, "I didn't hurt anyone, I didn't hurt anyone. I only teased and scared some scholars who stayed in the ancient temple. Don't kill me, don't kill me." The old man in black seemed to have a knot in his heart. He held the long sword in his hand, and the sword chi was brilliant and the rainbow light bloomed. He said sternly, "A demon is a demon and a devil is a devil. So what if you don't hurt people today? When your cultivation is high, you will naturally slaughter the innocent for fun." The girl who had half of her body turned into a white fox crawled on the ground and said weakly, "I also saved 2 scholars from the mammy. For this reason I gave them a lot of treasures that I had kept for a long time. Only then did they let the scholars go. I won't hurt people, I won't in my life." The old man in black sneered, "Little fox fairy, your death is not regrettable. I dare to say that I can kill 100 demons with my sword. At most I will wrongly accuse 1. The young fox fairy was already powerless to defend herself. Her body was twitching, her clothes were torn, and her whole body was bathed in blood. Her pair of black and unusually bright watery eyes had already dimmed. However, at the moment of her death, the young girl did not resent the old man's vicious attack. She just stared at the gate of the ancient temple in a daze, as if she was waiting for a poor scholar to visit her. Then she could scare them again. If she succeeded this time, she would be happy for several months. Lu Qiqing slowly raised his head. Golden light flowed in his deep eyes. There was a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He sighed helplessly as if he had seen everything in the world. He felt that life would still be so boring even after 1,000 years. Just when Lu Qiqing was about to stand up, Chen Pingan stood up and gently shook the sword box on his back. He suddenly asked, "Senior Song, what if this fox fairy is the wrongly accused demon? What should we do?" The corners of the old man's mouth twitched as he smiled. "That's good. I can now confirm that the first 99 and the next 99 are all demons that harm the common people. Therefore it will only be easier for me to attack." Chen Pingan pointed to the girl who had completely turned into a fox. "What about her?" The old man patted his chest and said straightforwardly, "If the almanac turns out to be suitable for burial, I will bury her. If not, I will expose her body to the sun and strive for a good reincarnation in the next life. Don't be a demon of the mountains and lakes. Of course, don't let me meet her again." Chen Pingan was a little stubborn. "Senior, you kill demons when you meet demons and subdue demons when you meet demons. Of course you do the right thing. But you can do more right." The old man carefully stared at the young man with the sword box and suddenly laughed. "Silly boy, don't you look like a fool? You are just staying in the ancient temple. Do you think you are a bodhisattva who saves people?" Chen Pingan hesitated and asked, "Senior Song, how can you let go of this fox demon?" The old man in black, Song Yufan, stood up and said in a low voice, "Considering that you are also a swordsman in Jianghu, I will use the sword that was supposed to kill the fox fairy to kill you. If you can withstand it, I will let the matter of the ancient temple go. Whether the fox fairy does evil or good in the future, you will bear the karma of her retribution. If you can't withstand it and die under my sword, you will blame yourself for not being strong enough. What do you think? Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng also stood up, as if they were facing a great enemy. Song Yufan laughed. It's okay. If you two want to fight, I will use 2 more swords. The rules are still the same. The old man's laughter was so loud and full of energy that the rotten beams in the ancient temple trembled and scattered dust. Qin Pingan nodded and then shook his head at Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng, indicating that they didn't need to interfere. Be careful. The old man was not a sloppy person. After warning them, he swung his sword. Less than 3 meters away, the sword Radiance and Gang Qi were in front of Qin Pingan in a flash. Qin Pingan had already taken out a magic talisman made of ordinary yellow paper from his sleeve. He pinched it with 2 fingers. The moment the sword Qi approached him, Qin Pingan's figure disappeared. The old man in black sneered. It turned out that the sword Qi continued to move forward after hitting the air. It happened to be in the direction of the white fox curled up on the ground. The magic talisman from the true works of alchemy given by Li Shixing was mysterious and magical, but it was a one-time consumable item. After Qin Pingan took out the talisman, he had already appeared in the open space 2 meters away. However, when he found that the sword Qi continued to slash at the fox demon, he didn't have time to take out another magic talisman. He could only jump forward quickly with the tip of his toe. At the same time, he reached his shoulder to hold the handle of the demon slayer sword and slashed at the sword Qi. Although he was using a sword, in the end Qin Pingan still relied on his fists. He walked the firm and fierce path of the iron cavalry chisel formation that the old man surnamed Chui had taught him. However, he used a wooden sword to replace his fists. Qin Pingan's body and spirit were only at the 3 realms of martial arts. He was also not the kind of martial arts grandmaster who could master his fists and sword will. Naturally, in the eyes of a true expert, his hasty attack this time was rather awkward. The Huaiwood sword that flowed with fist will slashed at the old man's sword Qi, forcibly stopping it from killing the young fox fairy. For a moment, the sword radiance exploded and the sword Qi scattered in all directions. Qin Pingan held the Huaiwood sword in his hand. After his feet landed, he turned around and stood in front of the fox demon. He waved his sword wildly at the sword Qi that had split apart. The way he attacked was completely like a tortoise's fist that a certain someone had ridiculed. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't bear to watch. The bearded man covered his forehead with his hand and said helplessly, I thought that this fellow's fists were quite extraordinary. After carrying the sword case for so long, he must be a young swordsman who hid his strength. The sword Qi in front of him shattered. Qin Pingan finished his work and hurriedly weighed the Huaiwood sword in his hand. Although it was a light wooden sword, it was extremely tough. Against the majestic sword Qi of the Kong Nation sword master, there was not a single flaw on the sword. Qin Pingan's heart was set. The old man in black smiled and said self-deprecatingly, I never thought that there would be someone in this world who could use a tortoise's fist to block my sword. Alright, I'll do what I say. The little child has caught it. I won't make things difficult for the fox demon on the ground. You two, 1 human and 1 demon, take care of yourselves. You need to know that retribution is not pleasant. I hope that you two cherish this fate that temporarily doesn't know whether it's good or evil. The old man put his sword back into the sheath. He, who had been sitting cross-legged, stood up and turned to leave. After walking out of the temple gate, he looked up at the gloomy night sky and murmured, Endless demons and ghosts, endless demons and monsters, when will it end? The founder of the Swordwater Villa in the past suddenly turned his head and smiled. If the 4 of you are interested, you can go to my villa. Recently, the Sword Villa is electing the leader of the Kong Nation's Wulin Alliance. It's a grand event in Jianghu. If you go to the Sword Villa, I may not be there. You can directly find the oldest steward Chu and say that you are a new friend I met in Jianghu. There will be a few cups of wine. In the end, the old man looked at Qin Pingan. Tonight, your patience to do a good deed right and better has always been like this before this old man's old age, from a young man to a middle-aged man. It's only more, not less. But, forget it. I won't say the old man's discouraging words to the young man. In short, I hope you can persevere. The old man patted the long sword on his waist and silently went away in the night. Qin Pingan was in a daze. After he came to his senses, he turned his head and stared with his eyes wide open. The young fox fairy had disappeared without him noticing. The bearded man pointed to his face and joked, Chin Pingan, a hero saves a beauty. Whether the beauty will repay you with her body or not depends on this. Chin Pingan put the scholarwood sword into the wooden box made by Wei Pai and trotted all the way to the bonfire. He reached out to the bonfire and glanced at Lu Qiqing, who was sitting opposite him and yawning. Lu Qiqing smiled cheekily and said, "What are you looking at? Now you finally begin to envy my handsomeness? Alas, in fact, I also envy you, Chin Pingan. If I had half of your martial arts, I would have become the dream lover of thousands of heroines and fairies in Jianghu." Chin Pingan rolled his eyes and took off the wine pot. He raised his head and drank a big mouthful of wine. After drinking, Chin Pingan held the wine gourd. His mood was agitated, and he was definitely not as calm as he appeared to be. The reason why he did not ask the two little ancestors to fly out of the blade-strengthening gourd and block the sword chi of the sword master Song Yu was not because Chin Pingan was swayed by his emotions. Chin Pingan sighed and stood up. He went to the open space and put away the wine gourd. He closed his eyes and carefully recalled the three sword attacks of the old sword master of the Shui kingdom. The first attack hit the spiritual altar and forced the fox fairy to appear. The second attack shook his wrist slightly and the sword chi formed a net. The last attack was, of course, the one that went straight to Chin Pingan's head. Chin Pingan still did not open his eyes. He slowly drew out the scholarwood sword and imitated the old man. He held the sword horizontally in front of his chest, like a sword in a scabbard, ready to be drawn. For some reason, Chin Pingan thought about it and felt that even if he copied it 1,000 times or 10,000 times, he would not be able to imitate it. Not to mention the spirit, it would be difficult to even imitate the form. This was very different from when he saw Miss Ning's 6-step boxing stance. It turned out that drawing a sword was not the same as practicing boxing. Chin Pingan sighed and could only put away the scholarwood sword that had followed him twice in Jianghu. Someone laughed and said, "Chin Pingan, your wooden sword is too light. That's why it doesn't taste right. Lifting something heavy as if it were light is a high level of swordsmanship. You're just a beginner, not some heaven-defying genius. Of course you'll feel that something is wrong. Let's not talk about reaching the top. Let's just talk about the beginning. When it comes to boxing practice, you can have a slightly famous master to guide you. But when it comes to sword practice, you still need a master to guide you. You should ask Song Yufeng sincerely about sword practice. His martial arts realm is not high, but he has already found his own way of sword practice. It is not easy." Chin Pingan turned his head and looked. This insightful view was not from the bearded man, nor from Zhang Shanfeng who could fly with the peachwood sword. Instead, it was from the scholar Lu Qiqing who was the least associated with Jianghu. When he said this, Lu Qiqing stood next to the raging fire with many dry branches. His slender figure swayed slowly with the light of the fire. Zhang Shanfeng was asking Su Yuanxia about the Jianghu acupoint ceiling. He was very focused on the questions and answers, so he did not pay much attention to Lu Qiqing's words. Or it could be said that the two of them did not hear Lu Qiqing's words at all. Because from beginning to end Lu Qiqing did not speak, but Chin Pingan clearly heard Lu Qiqing's voice. Chin Pingan asked a strange question. "It's you? In Yanji County, I heard Governor Lu say in private that you are actually an immortal in the elixir realm because you showed your magical power outside the city." Lu Qiqing waved his hand and slowly walked around the fire. He came to Chin Pingan's side and said with a smile, "Well, let's stop scheming against each other. You already know that I am a powerful demon, and I also know that the sword you carry on your back has a great origin. Otherwise, it would not have been unable to suppress itself. After sensing my spirit, it spontaneously trembled. Although you quickly suppressed its movement, I am not blind and deaf. So now you and I both know clearly. Chin Pingan, can you tell me who made this sword? You want to send it to the inverted hanging mountain. Who will take it to?" Chin Pingan looked dignified and asked, "You want to steal the sword?" Lu Qiqing smiled as if he had heard a big joke. He put his hands behind his back, shook his head and said with a smile, "It is a good sword, but I am really not interested. I know you don't believe this. It doesn't matter. I'm much stronger than you. You only need to see what I do. By the way, have you heard of a saying? The good things in the world are not firm and the colorful clouds scatter easily." Chin Pingan nodded and said, "I have seen it in poetry." Lu Qiqing waved his sleeve. Misty water and clouds covered the fire. There was nothing strange in this place. Lu Qiqing was talking happily with Chin Pingan. In fact, this Han scholar of Baishui country was wearing a pink Taoist robe and looking handsome. At this moment the scene was extremely strange. Lu Qiqing continued, "The colorful clouds scatter easily," refers to the colorful clouds in the White Emperor city. The rosy clouds gather and scatter like flying smoke. The scenery is magnificent. The colorful glass refers to a big demon from the devil cult orthodoxy in the White Emperor city. Just like tonight's conflict, it was also because of a seemingly insignificant little demon. He had a dispute with Big Brother. He did it for the power of the world while I did it for a small reason. Looking back now, it was really funny. It was almost like two children throwing a tantrum. Anyway, in a fit of anger, I smashed an entire colored glass pavilion in the White Emperor city's colorful clouds. In the end, only a few small colored glass wine cups were left. From then on, I left the White Emperor city and wandered around. Without the protection of my sect, I was chased by the righteous path's defender for thousands of miles. Finally, I was thrown into prison and suppressed for thousands of years. That big brother of mine just stood by and watched from the beginning to the end. Qin Pingan frowned and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Lu Qiqing smiled slightly. He shook his hands and shook the two big sleeves of his pink Taoist robe. His hands were folded on his abdomen, and his manner was solemn. "Because recently I have the idea of accepting a disciple. I think that you, Qin Pingan, are quite good. I can teach you the best sword art in the world. Although I am a native demon of the vast world, my big brother is the leader of the devil cult, and we are more like immortals than immortals. Even many masters of the righteous path are willing to worship my big brother. Therefore, the sword art I will teach you is also an authentic sword art that can help you reach the top of the Great Way. When the opportunity comes, there is hope that you can reach the upper 5 realms." Song Yuxuan and the others may have figured out the true meaning of their own sword Dao, but for a pure martial artist with limited aptitude, the height of his martial arts can only help you reach a position similar to that of a sword practitioner of the middle 5 realms. Qin Pingan, what do you think? Are you willing to practice the Great Way with me as a disciple? Qin Pingan asked back. Be a devil? Lu Qiqing smiled and said, "In my opinion, the Great Way is rugged and difficult to walk. Only those who are persistent and indomitable can walk to the end, and even have the hope to go further and higher than those talented God's favored sons. You Qin Pingan are the same as me. Now I have accepted a big brother for you. Don't worry. You are my last disciple. At most, in 100 years, the three of us, master and disciple, will be famous in the world. We will return to White Emperor City and occupy a place there." Lu Qiqing stared into Qin Pingan's eyes and smiled. The sect that eldest senior fellow apprentice and I were in was very interesting. Eldest senior fellow apprentice was a human being who cultivated the magic arts of the devil path. I was a monster who cultivated the magic arts of the human tribe. The purpose set by our master was to educate everyone without discrimination. This point was very similar to that of Zhen Wudi, the second disciple of the Tao ancestor. In addition to White Emperor City, there are several great Tao orthodoxies in the world. Each of them is astonishingly powerful and intertwined. Even the righteous immortals with the word sect in their names have to avoid them. Therefore, as long as your fist is hard enough and your realm is high enough, the devil path and the righteous Tao are nonsense. It doesn't matter at all. Qin Pingan grinned. "I have to ask if I want to recognize you as my master." Sweat had already seeped out of his forehead, but at this moment, the young man with the box looked calm and without any fear. Lu Qiqing's eyes brightened. "I knew that you brat must have a good master. It doesn't matter. Let's hear it and judge the situation. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. I won't force you nor will I scare you. As long as your master is higher than mine, I won't insist on this master-disciple relationship." The old scholar Wen Sheng had already left the Aquarius continent. Where could Qin Pingan find him? Mr. Qi had also passed away and there was nothing he could do. But Qin Pingan was not willing to follow this person and cultivate the great Tao of the heavens. Qin Pingan took a deep breath. Then he would take a gamble. Whether he succeeded or not, it all depended on this. If it really didn't work, he would risk his life. If it still didn't work, then as Allianz said, the most important thing was to stay alive. He would recognize Lu Qiqing as his master. No matter what, he must first send the sword to the inverted mountain and personally hand it to Miss Ning. No one knew why Qin Pingan would always practice the sword stance sword furnace at the peak of a mountain or the bank of a river when Qin Pingan first escorted Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom, and then followed the young Cui Dong back to the Huangting country. And even after he finished practicing, he would still stand in the same place for a long time. Even if he was roaming the Jianghu alone this time, just like when he saw Lu Gaoxin off in Yanji County City, Qin Pingan would still sit alone on the roof. In the last spring of the year, he would drink wine and murmur to himself. And at those times when no one would think deeply, there would be a spring breeze lingering in his sleeves. Qin Pingan knew deep in his heart that that person must have passed away. But that person had also said, "When you are in a dilemma you can ask the spring breeze." Then Lu Qiqing couldn't help but laugh happily because he thought it was funny. It turned out that when he saw the young man in front of him, he imitated him by shaking his wrists and raising his sleeves. But soon Lu Qiqing couldn't laugh anymore. Between the young man's raised hands, wisps of spring breeze lingered cheerfully around his sleeves, like green dragons swimming in the sea of clouds. Qin Pingan asked softly, "Mr. Qi?" Lu Qiqing was shocked. At this moment, it was just like the battle 1,000 years ago, when he faced Master Zhang, who held a fairy sword in one hand and a Taoist seal in the other. A warm and mellow voice sounded beside Qin Pingan. "I'm here." 238. Although I took 5 days off because of a cold this month, I still finished the 120,000 words update as promised. Lu Qiqing's pink Taoist robe was fluttering in the breeze. For the first time, this giant of White Emperor City from 1,000 years ago was a little cautious. It didn't make sense. Because the figure condensed by wisps of spring wind next to Qin Pingan was an illusory Confucian in a green robe with white hair and a smile on his face. Lu Qiqing observed the atmosphere and found that it was just an oil lamp that was about to dry up. But other than the atmosphere, there was something inexplicable. Any Qi trainers below the upper 5 states might not be able to figure out the key points. However, Lu Qiqing, who was temporarily attached to Lu Qiqing's body, was a genuine 12th state immortal at the peak of his cultivation. Before he betrayed the orthodoxy of the devil cult, he happened to see too many capable people standing on the top of the mountains in White Emperor City, which was under the torrents of the small heaven of the Yellow River and was surrounded by colorful clouds. Therefore, he suddenly felt restrained and did not dare to act rashly. The more he couldn't figure out the real situation, the more Lu Qiqing didn't dare to underestimate it. Qi Jingchun first signaled Qin Pingan to rest assured, stood side by side with the teenager, and introduced himself to Lu Qiqing with a smile. Qi Jingchun, a disciple of the Sage of Literature, used to be the headmaster of Cliff Academy. Lu Qiqing was a little confused. The guy in front of him was not arrogant and looked gentle. Was he just the Sage of Literature? Qi Jingchun? Cliff Academy? What a mess. Was he the master and disciple of the Confucian school who emerged in the past 1,000 years when he was defeated by Celestial Master Zhang of Dragon Tiger Mountain? However, the title Sage of Literature was not simple. The title of a person was suffixed with the word sage. For example, the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Demi-Sage were all qualified to erect statues in Confucian temples, and the positions of the statues must be very high. It was all Lu Qiqing's fault. He was a half-baked scholar. His foundation was too shallow, and he did not do proper work all day long. He was never interested in the situation of a continent. He only wanted to rely on his poor knowledge of literature to fool women's feelings. Of course, he was also responsible for it. He felt that the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent was a barbaric land. Even if it had been accumulating resources for 1,000 years, the number of cultivators in the upper 5 realms could still be counted on one hand. He didn't need to worry at all. Qi Jingchun waved his sleeve, and the restriction created by Lu Qiqing dissipated. A gentleman should treat others with sincerity. As a result, the bearded man and the young Taoist priest soon noticed the abnormality and looked at each other. That guy in the pink Taoist robe is the poor scholar Lu Qiqing? Why did he have such a weird fetish of cosmetics? Who was that old green-robed Confucian scholar? Lu Qiqing narrowed his eyes. He actually broke the camouflage set up by him in an instant. Although he only had half of the cultivation of Jade Pure Realm, even a real Jade Pure Realm Qi cultivator would not be able to break the restriction so easily with the profound skills inherited from the devil cult of White Emperor City. Zhang Shanfeng was about to get up and go to Qin Pingan, but Su Yuanxia grabbed his arm and reminded him softly, "Let's continue our conversation. Don't get involved in the things over there. We'd better not see or hear indecent things." Then the bearded man saw the green-robed scholar looking at them. He smiled and nodded to greet them. Su Yuanxia hurriedly cupped her fists to return the greeting. Qi Jingchun asked with a smile, "Senior, are you the lord of the glazed pavilion of White Emperor City?" Lu Qiqing nodded and said playfully, "Why? Have you heard of my name? Isn't he notorious in the central divine continent?" Qi Jingchun shook his head and said, "I once traveled the Yellow River and met the lord of White Emperor City on the bank of the river. Then we talked about senior." Lu Qiqing suddenly cursed, "T. How could my eldest senior go out of the city to meet people? Given my senior's temper, even if those old men in the Confucian temple came to pay him a visit out of admiration, my senior has never once taken the initiative to come out of the city to greet them. At most, he would show his face to colored clouds on the city's ramparts, and that's already giving your Confucian school of thought a great deal of face, yet the two of you still want to meet by the banks of the great river? Good boy, there should be a bottom line for bragging. Qi Jingchun laughed involuntarily and said, "The Lord of White Emperor City even invited me to play 3 rounds with him. But I had something to do at that time and had to return to the school immediately, so I owed him. I never thought that after that I would never have the chance to return to White Emperor City. I really had no choice." Lu Qiqing raised his hands and rubbed his cheeks. He was full of anger. Although he had broken off relations with his eldest senior and no longer had any feelings for him, deep in his heart, he had always respected the Lord of White Emperor City. It was a kind of pure admiration and worship, which was why he was hesitating whether or not he should act decisively and destroy the last remnant of this guy's soul. Since this lapis lazuli pavilion master was unwilling to believe him, Qi Jingchun did not say anything more. Qi Jingchun actually had a good impression of this great demon of White Emperor City that had reappeared in the world. The first time this person had felt murderous intent, it was when the swordsman of the Combe Nation had indiscriminately killed that young fox immortal. Scholars who spoke of benevolence and righteousness did not lack hypocrites, and those who walked the path of demons did not lack romantic people either. Qi Jingchun had followed seniors with several times in the past and traveled the world with him. He had long since seen the world, so of course he would not be black or white. What's more, Qi Jingchun had already affirmed the great demon in front of him because of the lapis lazuli case from 1,000 years ago in White Emperor City. Qi Jingchun patted Qin Pingan's shoulder and said to Lu Qiqing with a smile, "Qin Pingan will definitely not be able to become your disciple. However, if senior is willing to teach and Qin Pingan is willing to learn, I, Qi Jingchun, am happy to see it happen." Lu Qiqing stretched out a finger and shook it gently. "You and I both know what kind of situation you are in now. You are just a soul condensed by a wisp of spring wind. Even if you were a scholarly sage in the upper 5 realms when you were alive, today is different from the past. Do you think you have the ability to bargain with me?" Qi Jingchun glanced at the great demon in a pink Taoist robe. As soon as he looked over, he saw Lu Qiqing's murderous intent surging. The great demon's heart was easily shaken and not determined. Many choices were more inclined to follow their innate violent nature, which led to many tragedies in the world. It was not without reason that the world suppressed and restrained the great demons in the world. Someone once said that, "Those who are not of our race must have a different heart," and that demons and monsters are born to live an ignoble existence and like to seize the vitality of all things. Only the human race is willing to sacrifice generously for justice. These views were very unpleasant for those who were not of the human race. In fact, during the period when the Sage of Rights was in charge of the world, there were many sages of the Learning Palace who suggested that all the great demons in the upper 5 realms should be encircled and suppressed and detained in prison to prevent future troubles. However, the Sage of Rights did not accept it in the end. Qi Jingchun was a little emotional. In the final analysis, the reason of the great demons in the world all fell on the word living. They were tirelessly pursuing their own lives to become strong, unrestrained and lawless. The reason of the world fell on the word rules. Within the rules they would benefit the common people. Qi Jingchun stretched out a hand and said with a smile, "If you are unreasonable and only want to subdue others by force, then I will borrow a sword to cut off half of your cultivation." The scholar would sword box on Qin Pingan's back. The long sword that he had secretly named Demon Subduing was like rain after a long drought. It hummed cheerfully as it slowly unsheathed itself inch by inch, its aura surging like a bull. Lu Qiqing's pink Taoist robe was fluttering. His eyes were full of hostility and his body was full of majestic demon aura. He asked with a smile, "Qi, are you sure you have the chance to hold the heavenly weapon that is specially designed for the great demon? Even if I can't smash your soul with one punch, aren't you afraid that I will smash Qin Pingan into a pulp with one punch?" Qi Jingchun's expression was as usual, as if she was talking about the most natural principle. "As long as I, Qi Jingchun, am alive, no one will be able to bully little junior brother for a while." Lu Qiqing laughed and said, "I don't believe it." Lu Qiqing's pupils shrank sharply. His whole body was shrouded in a pale golden light ball. But above his head there was a small hole, just like the scene when the man cut a big hole in the Yellow River Cave. The primeval golden light formation of White Emperor City that protected Lu Qiqing first showed a little flaw. In Lu Qiqing's sight, there was a black dot as small as a mustard seed. Then there was a thin black line. Finally, it completely cut open the primeval golden light formation with a crash. The tip of the sword was pointed at the center of Lu Qiqing's eyebrows. It was less than an inch away. Lu Qiqing did not move. It was not that he had lost the upper hand, but that he had no power to fight. On the contrary, White Emperor City had always been known for its heterogeneous Taoist methods and magical powers. The robe on his body, which was comparable to a semi-immortal weapon, allowed him to stand still and withstand the sword. However, the long sword in the hand of the blue-robed Confucian who was holding the sword with one hand was not the long sword made by Yuan Qi, but the simple wooden sword. Therefore Lu Qiqing chose to take a step back and keep the peace. Because that guy named Qi Jingchun didn't mean to be too aggressive in the first place. It was both sides taking a step back. Qi Jingchun slowly put away the wooden sword and put it back into the sword box on Qin Pinggan's back. He smiled and said, "If this sword was made by Alliance or Senior Brothers it would be a different scene." Lu Qiqing asked, "Senior Brother really went out of the city to see you? He even took the initiative to invite you to play 3 rounds of chess?" Qi Jingchun nodded. The truth was so. There was no need to be proud of it, nor to hide it. Moreover, Qi Jingchun had never taken these experiences to heart. The young Cui Dong was still complacent and had played 10 rounds of chess with the city lord of White Emperor City in the colorful clouds. The temperament of the two was completely different. Lu Qiqing sighed and looked absent-minded. It was as if there was a glass cup in his heart that suddenly broke. He felt both lost and relieved. In his heart, no matter how much he resented his eldest senior brother's ruthless great Tao, that arrogant man was an invincible existence after all. He was a virtuous man who should not make an exception for anyone. Lu Qiqing was a little disheartened. Since I can't be Qin Pinggan's disciple, I won't teach him swordsmanship. My Taoist skills are not so cheap. Qi, since you are so capable, you can teach him yourself. He seemed to be a little angry. He turned around and strode toward the gate of the ancient temple. Qi Jingchun suddenly said, "Wait a moment. I have something to say to you." Lu Qiqing turned around and was a little puzzled. Suddenly, in the lake of his heart, there were ripples of strange light and strange colors. Then Lu Qiqing's face was filled with horror and ecstasy. After all kinds of feelings welled up in his heart, he asked softly, "Qi Jingchun, a person like you would be a great immortal in any world. How did you end up like this?" Qi Jingchun smiled and asked, "What do you mean by end up like this?" Lu Qiqing was slightly startled. He was convinced and said, "I am ashamed. This time I owe Qin Pinggan a favor. When I become famous again in the Central Divine Continent, I can ask Qin Pinggan to go to White Emperor City to find me." Before Lu Qiqing left the ancient temple, he waved his sleeve and grabbed a young fox immortal hiding in the dark. He took her with him and left the ancient temple. The young fox immortal had changed into a new set of clothes and smeared several layers of rouge on her face. She looked funny with patches of red and green. Maybe she was the pink beauty that she had mistaken for? She also had a favorite secret book that she had kept close to her all year round. It was coarsely printed and full of mistakes. It was called Talented Scholar and Beautiful Woman. It was a love story between a man and a woman. It also talked about the virtuous etiquette of a lady from a noble family. For example, when talking to people, she had to speak in a soft and gentle voice. When she saw a handsome scholar for the first time, she had to lower her head shyly. Then, she would look up timidly and lower her head again with a blush. There was a lot of knowledge in it and she benefited a lot from it. Some stories with sad endings made her cry every time she read them. When Lu Qiqing forcibly abducted her, she was scared out of her wits. However, when she saw a handsome young man standing outside the ancient temple with a red mark between his eyebrows and a willow twig in his hand, she became excited again. She felt that the heavens had treated her well and rewarded her Mr. Right, whom she fell in love with at first sight. Lu Qiqing took his disciple and the fox immortal and went down the mountain. No one knew where they were going. Qi Jingchun looked around and also left the ancient temple with Qin Pinggan. In the open space outside the gate, they looked at the night scenery of the distant mountains with the help of the moonlight. Qi Jingchun said softly, "People have 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are the light of the embryo, the spirit of the refreshment, and the spirit of the serene. After I died, I returned most of my soul's fate to this world. My disciples, Li Baoping, Li Huai, and the other children were all given the word Qi. As for you, Zhao Yao and Song Jisin, the remaining 3 souls secretly left a wisp of spring breeze. My current identity can't be regarded as the complete Qi Jingchun. I can only be regarded as a Taoist protector who escorts you on your journey. The path that Song Jisin chose is further and further away from the orthodox Confucian path. This is the way the world is. Everyone has their own fate and can't be forced." At that time, Zhao Yao was stopped by Cui Dong and was forced to hand over the world-welcoming spring seal. This was something that I had already predicted, so I told Zhao Yao in advance that he didn't need to worry about the seal's survival. However, after that, Zhao Yao encountered another opportunity on his way to another continent. His state of mind became a little careless. In the future he might need you, the nominal martial uncle, to help him once. Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Qi Jingchun said with a smile, "You mean you didn't agree to my teacher's request, so you're not my junior brother? It doesn't matter. Even if you don't recognize the old scholar as your teacher, I still recognize you as my junior brother." Qin Pingan scratched his head and nodded. Qi Jingchun patted Qin Pingan's shoulder. "Is the journey tiring?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "It's very exciting. In addition to practicing martial arts, I also encountered mountains and rivers. I made new friends like Hero Su and Zhang Shanfeng. I also saw a lot of demons and monsters. I'm not tired." As if he was afraid that Mr. Qi wouldn't believe him, Qin Pingan said with a smile, "I'm really not tired." Qi Jingchun grunted in acknowledgement. He knew that it was just the young man himself who didn't feel tired. How could he not be tired after such a bumpy journey? He practiced martial arts day after day. What he carried on his thin shoulders were the expectations of others and the hardships of the world. He also had to be on guard against the evilness of people's hearts. The people and things he faced were all inexplicable. It would be strange if he didn't feel tired. The young man was just carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders, but he didn't want others to worry about him. After learning that Mr. Qi didn't know everything, Qin Pingan told him about the magical mountain coaster carps, the flowing clouds and flowing water alley in Huangtingua in Shun, one of the city god palace in Yanji County, and his admiration for Mr. Qi. He also talked about the power of the seal of mountains and rivers, about Wei Pai who moved from Chiduan Mountain to his hometown, Mount Biyun, and about the ghosts in wedding clothes and withered bones with different personalities. Of course, Qin Pingan talked about the man in the bamboo hat the most. He said that when the man talked about Mr. Qi, his face was obviously bright and his whole face was squeezed together. That moment seemed to be the saddest moment for Alliance. In the end, he smiled and said that he punched a guy called Dao No. 2 back to the human world. However, after they met again, Alliance also told him that he didn't need to rush to practice the sword. When he practiced martial arts to the extreme, he was already practicing the sword. Therefore, Qin Pingan wasn't particularly anxious. Qi Jingchun stood side by side with the talkative young man and asked with a smile, "Do you miss Alliance very much?" Qin Pingan looked up at the sky and murmured, "Alliance will come back." Qin Pingan turned to look at Mr. Qi. "Right?" Qi Jingchun nodded with a smile. Qin Pingan asked again, "Then what about Mr. Qi?" Qi Jingchun sighed and shook his head. "Even if you can accompany me for thousands of miles, there will be a farewell. A Qi Jingchun can only be like this in my life." Qin Pingan lowered his head and looked at his feet silently. This news was just like what happened in the Yang family's shop. Although Qin Pingan had a premonition when he heard old Yang say that it was not worth it, he still felt sad, and it was not a normal sadness. Qi Jingchun reached out and gently put his hand on the young man's head. "This time I said that I would be the protector of the three of you. In the end, all the spring winds gathered here. In fact, I let you take a trip to Jianghu on behalf of me, Qi Jingchun. I have no regrets." Qi Jingchun smiled knowingly. "You can be sad, but you can also drink." Qin Pingan took off the sword-nourishing gourd from his waist and handed it to Qi Jingchun with red eyes. Qi Jingchun, whose body was becoming more and more unsteady, stretched and shook his head with a smile. "Take my share as an extra." Qin Pingan didn't drink himself. He put it back on his waist. He was afraid that he would really become a drunkard. Qi Jingchun suddenly said, "Qin Pingan, can I practice with you for the last time?" Qin Pingan wondered, "Six-step stance walking?" Qi Jingchun nodded. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and slowly walked forward, leisurely punching. Under the pure moonlight, the blue-robed Confucian beside Qin Pingan followed the young man and punched leisurely. After Qin Pingan finished one round of stance walking, he gently stopped and stopped practicing. He didn't turn his head and just looked into the distance. Qin Pingan's sleeves were no longer surrounded by the spring wind. He knew. Mr. Qi really left. 239. Qin Pingan kept watch for the second half of the night and returned to the ancient temple. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng did not ask anything, so Qin Pingan did not say anything either. From night to dawn, Qin Pingan faced the bonfire. The light of the fire shone on his slightly pale face. No one knew what he was thinking. At dawn, the bearded man was still sleeping soundly. After Zhang Shanfeng tidied up the bedding, he found that Qin Pingan was not in the ancient temple. When he walked out of the gate, he found that Qin Pingan was not practicing the boxing stance. Instead, he was holding the locust wood sword, motionless. Qin Pingan heard the footsteps and turned back with a smile. "You're up?" Zhang Shanfeng nodded and spread his arms to stretch his muscles and bones. The mountain breeze in the morning was still a little chilly. Zhang Shanfeng took the peachwood sword from his back and began to practice a set of swordsmanship that had not changed for 10,000 years. He twisted and turned, moving with the sword, his posture light and agile. Zhang Shanfeng's arms were as long as an ape's, and he could connect the sword moves at will. In the eyes of the Jianghu masters, he was born to practice the sword. Of course, in the eyes of the immortals on the mountain, there was no such thing. They paid more attention to cultivating qi. They paid attention to climbing the mountain fast enough. They were so fast that they seemed to leave their peers in the dust. They were so fast that even the old guys of 100 or 1,000 years old could not catch up with them. After Zhang Shanfeng put away his sword, Qin Pingan was still holding the sword. He was hesitant and could not make a move. During breakfast, the three of them discussed and decided to go to the Sword Water Mountain Villa founded by Song Yuxian. They would rest for a while and find out the specific location of the immortal fairy of the Combe country. It would not be too late to set off after that. The mountain villa was more than 700 miles away from here. Most of it was majestic mountains and steep ridges. Fortunately, it was summer and the wind was gentle. The three of them hurried on and soon arrived at the territory of the Sword Water Mountain Villa. The villa was built at the foot of a beautiful mountain. Before they went to the villa, they passed by a bustling town. Qin Pingan went to buy wine and put it into the sword-nourishing gourd. Su Yuanxiao went to the bookstore. Zhang Shanfeng was responsible for buying dry food and dried meat. He had enough money to buy prescriptions. The bearded man took a fancy to an expensive copy of the previous dynasty of the Combe country. It was in excellent condition. However, he was embarrassed because he did not have enough money. He regretted that he was too thin-skinned when he was in Yanji County. He should have accepted the 5,000 taels of silver generously like Qin Pingan. Because the one copper coin stumped the hero, the three of them continued on their way to the Sword Water Mountain Villa. On the way, Zhang Shanfeng mentioned the Guyu coin, which was more valuable than the Xiaoshu coin. He said that he had never seen it in his life and had only heard of it. One Xiaoshu coin was equivalent to 1,000 Shui coins. One Guyu coin, which was made of rare materials, was worth 100 Xiaoshu coins. The earthly immortals of the Jindan realm and the Yuaning realm seemed to use this kind of coin to trade magic weapons. The most important thing was that the Guyu coin was a great supplement for qi trainers. It could quickly replenish qi and restore primordial qi. Along the way, Su Yuanxia reminded the two of them that if the gains from slaying monsters and devils in Yanji County were not beneficial to their current cultivation, it would be best to find a shop on the mountain. Even if it was at a discount, as long as it was not sold too cheaply, they should buy one or two spiritual weapons that were beneficial to their cultivation. It would be safer to put them in their pockets. Money was like this, but it was even more so when it came to increasing one's realm. Zhang Shanfeng already had a plan in mind. He said that he wanted to buy a few offensive talisman that he had been dreaming of. A thunder talisman would be the best. He also hoped to find a magic sword that was reasonably priced. Although the peachwood sword could also subdue ghosts and otherworldly items, it was limited by the weakness of peachwood. If it encountered a powerful mountain and lake demon, it would definitely suffer. Qin Pingan was a little hesitant. Of course, he wished that the thousands of magic weapons in the world would only enter his pocket and not leave. Moreover, he was not quite the same as Zhang Shanfeng. The foundation of his life was purely the physique and fist technique of a martial artist. It could be used to protect him, but it could also be used for defense. Furthermore, the two little ancestors in the sword-nourishing gourd could be said to have boundless killing power. Therefore, for the time being, he did not think of selling those small items that he had seized or bartering with qi cultivators. When they arrived at the bustling Sword Water Villa, the three of them realized that the situation was a little awkward. It was true that there was a very old steward Chu in the Sword Water Villa. However, when the gatekeeper and the external steward in charge of receiving guests heard that the three strangers wanted to see old ancestor Chu, although they did not reveal anything on their faces, they had a lot of legitimate reasons to reject them. It should be known that old ancestor Chu was almost 100 years old. He was a veteran who had made meritorious contributions to the world together with the old manor lord. He had long stopped caring about worldly affairs. It could even be said that after the old manor lord handed over the villa to his legitimate eldest grandson, he was elusive. Whenever he went out, he would not return to the villa for 3 to 5 years. The highly respected old ancestor Chu was the second manor lord of the Sword Water Villa. who could meet him just because they wanted to. Did they think that the Swordwater Villa was a shop on the street of a small town? Therefore, the three of them were given a cold shoulder. Zhang Shanfeng asked Su Yuanxia if he could give some money to the steward to make an exception. Su Yuanxia smiled bitterly and said, "People in the Jianghu, especially people in the Swordwater Villa who are the leaders of the Jianghu, if you casually give them money, it will be like slapping them in the face. It will only have the opposite effect." Zhang Shanfeng smiled and said, "If it really doesn't work, Brother Su, you can perform a set of blade techniques at the entrance. The three of us will definitely become distinguished guests immediately." The Jianghu of the Aquarius continent was actually not very deep. It could not be compared to the North continent, which had many top swordsmen. Su Yuanxia was a pure martial artist of the fourth realm. In the Jianghu of the small countries like the Beautiful Clothes country and the Calm Water country, he was already considered a master who could do anything he wanted. Furthermore, he had a handy divine weapon at his side. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. Back then in the dilapidated ancient temple, if he did not fall into a trap and was ambushed by the Mama, who looked like a young girl, Su Yuanxia might not have lost to the Mama, who was one of the four evil spirits of the Calm Water country. Su Yuanxia rubbed his beard with the palm of his hand. He felt that if it really did not work, he could only come up with this plan. Zhang Shanfeng suddenly tugged at their sleeves. Su Yuanxia and Qin Pingan turned their heads to look. A huge, luxuriously decorated carriage came to a stop slowly. It had an imposing aura. A young girl and a burly man walked down from the carriage. The young girl was a familiar face. She was the demon who plotted the murder in the ancient temple. At that time, she had told the sword saint of the Calm Water country, Song Yufan, that she wanted to personally visit the Swordwater Villa. They did not expect that she would really come without any hesitation. The burly man was 9 feet tall. He was barehanded and had an astonishing aura. Wherever he went, the Jianghu heroes, martial arts masters and martial arts legends who came from afar all took the initiative to make way for him. Qin Pingan and the other two saw the young girl demon. She also saw them. She said something to the burly man and walked straight towards the three of them. She curtsied gracefully and smiled. "Three heroes, no discord, no concord. Since we are guests at the Swordwater Villa, why don't we meet over a drink and forget about our enmity?" Su Yuanxia, Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng looked at each other. He turned his head and smiled. "Sure." Soon, a stooped old man from the villa came out to welcome the young girl and the burly man. His surname was Chu. It turned out that before the burly man came, he had sent a visiting card. The villa did not dare to neglect him. Su Yuanxia took this opportunity to pass on Song Yufan's words to the old man. It was the head steward of the Swordwater Villa, Old Man Chu. As soon as he heard it, he was sure that it was the old master's tone. Compared to the cautious way he treated the young girl and the burly man, he was much more sincere and warm. Moreover, at this juncture, the more Jianghu friends who could catch the old master's eye, the better. The young master's position as the alliance leader might be stable. After entering the villa, they passed through corridors, aisles and walls. The Swordwater Villa was built like a different world. Steward Chu personally arranged for the three of them to stay in a standalone courtyard with beautiful scenery. The young girl and the burly man just happened to stay in a neighboring courtyard. Qin Pingan heard the sound of water before he entered the courtyard. He asked if there was a stream nearby. Only then did he know that behind the courtyard was a large waterfall that flowed straight down along the stone path. It was not too close. It was a beautiful place that the Swordwater Villa was famous for in the Calm country. After the rain, there would be rainbows hanging in the sky. The scenery was magnificent and breathtaking. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng did not want to go out for a walk for the time being. Qin Pingan went to see the waterfall alone. Zhang Shanfeng practiced his swordsmanship in the courtyard. Su Yuanxia sat on a stone bench and said self-mockingly, "Well, I'm a martial artist of the fourth realm, but I can't hear the sound of the waterfall. You have sharp ears." After walking for a while, Old Man Chu stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of the waterfall in the distance. He said to himself, "Could this young man with a sword on his back be a great grandmaster who has regained his youth?" Longquan County welcomed a team of carriages. It was definitely a rare guest. The team of carriages came from the officials of the Great Sui Kingdom. Although they were light and did not make a big fuss, they still caused a big storm in the center of Dali's court. In the welcoming team on the side of Dali, there were two pillars of the country, surnamed Yuan and Chao. There was also the minister of the Ministry of Rights who came from the Cliff Academy. There were also several big shots in the capital. Without exception, they were all close subordinates of Emperor Dali. County Governor Wu Yuan was really inconspicuous among them. The backbone of the Great Sui Kingdom's side was an old man who was not well known. He only knew that his surname was Gao, which was the same surname as the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. Judging from his appearance and bearing, he was more like a storyteller who traveled around the world. He did not have the arrogance of wealth. He brought a young girl with him. As for the other two carriages, there were Prince Gao Xian and the eunuch in a boa robe. There was also an assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights who had a noble status but did not have a very high rank. After the two groups of people met at a relay station, they only had a simple meal of tea and coarse food. Then they rushed to the cloud-splitting mountain that was newly conferred as the North Peak. Wei Pai, the god of the North Peak, was originally an official of the Huangting country. Now he had become the deputy head of the Linlu Academy, Qing. A god and an old dragon were patiently waiting for the team at the foot of the mountain. The three groups gathered and climbed the mountain one by one. The Song clan was going to form an alliance with the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family at the cloud-splitting mountain. In this mountain alliance, the two remaining dynasties in the north of the eastern Bottle continent were going to sign a century-old alliance. When the two sides formed the alliance according to the Confucian etiquette, there were two young men of the same age standing face to face. They were both princes. One of them was Song Jisun. Behind him stood the maid GQ who was absent-minded. The other was Gao Xian. Behind him stood a white-haired man in a boa robe. Gao Xian smiled and said, "We meet again." Song Jisun did not have a good impression of this noble from the Great Sui Kingdom whom he met for the first time at the Mud Bottle Alley, so he did not say anything. Gao Xian frowned and said, "Every dog has its day. Now you are even more arrogant than me." Song Jisun sneered and did not say anything. Gao Xian turned to look at the slender girl and said with a smile, "Qin Pingan and I are very good friends now." When he was in the Great Sui Kingdom, whenever he talked about his hometown he would often mention you. GQ rolled her eyes impolitely. Gao Xian seemed to remember something and asked Song Jisun, "When I bought this maid from you, if I remember correctly, you offered 10,000 taels of gold. Is it still the same price?" Song Jisun then said, "What is the price in the Great Sui Kingdom? Tell me. When I have money in the future I might buy her." Gao Xian clicked his tongue and said, "Clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Your tone is really scary." Song Jisun sneered and said, "Are you scared to death?" Gao Xian curled his lips and stopped arguing with this guy. He turned to look at the majestic North Peak Mountain Temple of Dali and said softly, "The North Peak Mountain Temple is here. Where is the South Peak?" In the East Mountain of the capital where the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom was located, there was a more hidden mountain alliance. Although it did not seem to be of a high standard and did not leak any information to the outside, the Great Sui Kingdom was very nervous inside and outside the capital. From the emperor to the 6 government offices, as well as the top of the mountain and the bottom of the mountain, the Cliff Academy was watched closely. Fortunately, the deputy headmaster of the academy, Mao Xiaodong, was like an old hen protecting its chicks. He strongly requested the imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom not to delay the normal teaching of the academy because of this, so the teachers and students of the Invincible Blade section of the academy did not notice anything strange. The Great Sui Kingdom was so nervous. No wonder the Great Sui Kingdom made a fuss over nothing. It was really because the person in charge of signing the East Mountain Alliance in Dali had a strong background. The imperial tutor of Dali, Cui Dong. In a quiet courtyard of the Cliff Academy, the girl who was now famous in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom knelt in front of the door, not daring to breathe. Two people sat opposite each other in the room. To be precise, it was actually one person. The young man in white, Cui Dong, and the old man in a green scholar's robe, Cui Dong. After the two met, they did not exchange any words. They just played a game of chess. In the end, the young man who changed his name to Cui Dongshan lost a game, but the young man was not in a bad mood. He smiled and replayed the game alone. The old man Cui Dong looked solemn. He took a cup of hot tea from the trembling girl, and slowly drank it without looking at the game. Cui Dong suddenly said, "Even if there is a way to unite the spirit, you are still not willing to agree?" Cui Dongshan kept bending over to put the chess pieces into the box and said unhappily, "Do you still need to ask?" With Cui Dong's temperament, he would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He was like this 100 years ago, and 10,000 years later he will still be like this. Cui Shi sighed and said, "Life is unpredictable, it's absurd." Cui Dongshan smiled and asked, "Now that my news is not smooth, is there chaos in the central part of the Aquarius continent, in the beautiful clothes kingdom?" Cui Dong nodded, although there was a small accident, but it did not affect the general situation. The chaos has already been settled. Cui Dongshan tidied up the chess game for a long time, and looked at the old man who was sitting upright and still. He was a little angry and did not want to be a coolie anymore. He lay down on the exquisitely woven bamboo mat and muttered, "You are much luckier than me. The old scholar is someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He is not willing to fall out with you, so he came to deal with me, an innocent young man. You don't know, from Pearl Grotto Heaven to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, how much I have suffered." Cui Dong did not say anything. Cui Dongshan lay on the mat and touched his forehead as if it was still hurting. It was because of Li Baoping, that brat, smacking him with the seal, that caused him to be traumatized. Cui Dongshan lay down and crossed his legs and sighed. The Great Sui Kingdom's emperor is also a courageous person, to endure such humiliation, to sign this treaty with Dali. The Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family, because of this, will have to turtle up for 100 years, and live under someone else's roof. They will give up all their subordinate countries, including Huang Court, and watch as Dali's cavalry bypasses their own doorstep, all the way to the south, and establish the Aquarius continent's unprecedented grand unification. Cui Dong said indifferently, 100 years later, what will be the Aquarius continent situation? Can you and I see it? Even if we can see it, it will be right? Today, the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family's forbearance may not be the first step for the latecomers to catch up. Cui Dongshan shook his head. If it was me, I would not be able to swallow this. Cui Dong sneered. So when I, Cui Dong, was young, regardless of my temperament or foresight, they were all useless. No wonder I am in such a bleak situation today. Cui Dongshan was not angry. He swung one of his legs and used his hands as a pillow under his head, and stared at the ceiling. I don't know why, but you look down on the current me and I don't like the current you. Looking at the mirror, we hate each other. Haha, there is such an interesting thing in the world. Cui Dong hesitated for a while. Grandfather is in the Longquan County, and is staying in a bamboo house in Luopa Mountain, and is much more awake now. But I knew there would be a but. Cui Dongshan covered his ears with his hands and rolled around on the bamboo mat, imitating Li Huai's moaning. I don't want to hear it, you bastard. Cui Shi ignored him and continued. Before Lu Chen left the vast world, he found him and fought with him in the bamboo house. You should know that for someone like him who practiced martial arts to the point of Qigong deviation, his greatest wish in life is to know the Tao of the 10 realms martial man and the Tao of the 13 or even the 14 realms Qi refinement warrior. Even if it is the Tao of the 10 realms martial man, the Tao of the 13 or even the 14 realms Qi refinement warrior. Therefore, even if he is facing the chief of the Taoist sect. Cui Dongshan turned to look at the old man across the chessboard. Lu Chen is in the vast world, but he has to abide by the rules set by the Confucian temple, right? At most he is at the 13th realm. Grandfather has returned to the 10th realm, and if he can recover to his peak, he is still capable of fighting, and at the very least he is not doomed to die. Cui Dong shook his head and said, Lu Chen played a little trick and brought him into the small grotto heaven. In this way the battlefield will no longer be in the vast world. Cui Dongshan sat up abruptly, his face full of murderous intent, but his tone was extremely reserved and calm. Grandfather, he is dead? Cui Dong drank a mouthful of tea and said slowly, No, he is not. After that, he walked out of Luopa Mountain, and like an ordinary citizen in the small town, he was busy buying the 4 treasures of the study. When I found him, he said that in the small grotto heaven, Lu Chen used a mysterious Tao technique to summon as many as 10 10th realm martial artists for Lu Chen's use. Think about it, if a person with 2 fists was surrounded by 10 10th realm martial artists in history, knowing that death was certain, would you throw that punch? Cui Dongshan stood up and sat down cross-legged. He scratched his head and said in frustration, Of course I wouldn't, but he would. Grandfather, don't you know that if you take back that punch, you will give up on the legendary 11th realm of martial arts? If you don't throw that punch, then wouldn't you have given up on your life's pursuit? Cui Dong put down his teacup. Then have you ever thought, even if he threw that punch and survived and even became an 11th realm martial artist, then you, me and Qin Pingon, will we still have peaceful days in the future? Those big shots who have been hiding behind the scenes for thousands of years, can accept a 10th realm martial artist from the Aquarius continent, but they may not be able to accept a new 11th realm martial god. So for that punch, he made a deal with the patriarch Lu Chen, or rather with the Central Plains divine continent, to use a pure 11th realm martial artist, in exchange for a chance to go to the marketplace to buy miscellaneous goods, in exchange for a peaceful life. Cui Dongshan fell backwards with a plop. Boring. Cui Dong's heartstrings trembled slightly, and suddenly looked out the door. Cui Dongshan was the same. Cui Dong laughed coldly, Qi Jingchun. Like a ghost that refuses to leave, and is only willing to stop at this moment, I want to see if you still have any tricks up your sleeve to play chess with me. Cui Dongshan said weakly, Old Cui, if you want to mess around then go ahead, I am not going to play chess with Qi Jingchun, it's even more boring. Cui Dong snorted, he stood up and looked down at himself in his youth form and mocked, Mud can't support a wall. Cui Dongshan did not even blink and laughed, lying in the mud and basking in the sun is actually quite comfortable, don't ever help me, I will fight whoever helps me. Cui Dong stretched out a hand, give it to me. Cui Dongshan blinked his eyes, what? Cui Dong's face darkened, that thing in front of you. Cui Dongshan flipped his body, and used his butt to face Cui Dong. Cui Dong's face darkened, I'll lend it to you for 20 years. After that, even if you haven't reached the upper 5 realms, I will still take it back. Cui Dongshan quickly turned around, stretched out a hand and bargained, at least 50 years. Cui Dong walked to the door and waved his sleeves, 30 years if you dare to ask for more, I will beat you to death right now. After Cui Dong left the courtyard, Cui Dongshan rolled on the bamboo mat all the way to the door. The girl kneeling outside the threshold was like a wooden person from beginning to end. Languid Cui Dongshan sat up, glanced at the girl's sitting posture and laughed, thank you, it turns out that your butt is quite big, no wonder you want to be my master's wife. The girl sat in the same position and turned a deaf ear to him. Cui Dongshan jumped up, ran to the girl's side and kicked the girl's butt, kicking her into the courtyard. The white-clothed youth put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. The girl silently got up and did not even pat the dust off her body. Cui Dongshan sighed and reached out to gently beat his chest. Looking at your pitiful appearance, I feel like my heart is being cut by a knife. Xie forced a smile and squeezed out a smile. Cui Dongshan hurriedly covered his eyes with one hand, and shook his other hand hard. Quickly turn your head, I saw a ghost in the daytime, your master's eyes are going blind. The girl turned her head and looked up, the sky was clear and boundless. When she was young she did not understand why cloudless was the best weather. Isn't it better to have colorful clouds? It was not until she went up the mountain that she understood that if there were no clouds, there would be no wind or rain. Li Baoping gathered everyone with a wooden chief's order. This was because she had recently finished reading a novel about Jianghu heroes. A person who was respected as the chief of Jianghu would be able to command the Jianghu as long as he showed the order. It was very impressive. She held the self-made wooden token and swaggered to knock on each door. She did not say anything and with a straight face she raised the token in her hand, and then walked to the next door. In the end, Lin Shuyi, Li Huai, Yu Lu, Xie and even Cui Dongshan joined in the fun. They gathered in Li Baoping's dormitory, waiting for this Wulin Alliance master to speak. Li Baoping coughed and the small wooden token hung around her neck. There was a thick envelope on the table. The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket slowly opened the envelope, and said with a solemn expression, Junior Marshal Uncle has written a letter to all of us. As the branch master of the Eastern Mountain Branch under Longquan County Headquarters, I will now begin to read the letter to all of you. Remember not to make a ruckus, not to be careless, not to Li Huai sit properly. And Cui Dongshan, you are not allowed to cross your legs. Yu Lu, don't eat the melon seeds yet. The group could only sit up obediently, and listen with respectful attention. The girl first read the letter her junior marshal uncle had written to her, and she read it with a cadence. Then, she carefully folded the letter and put it beside her hand. She took out the second letter from the envelope, which was for Li Huai, Lin Shuyi, Yu Lu and Xie. They were all on the same piece of paper. The contents of Qin Pingan's letter were mostly trivial things that happened in his hometown during the new year in the small town. If they were not allowed to have conflicts, they must be united when they were outside, they must get along well, they should not let their families worry, they should not be too tired from studying, they should go down the mountain to relax when appropriate, they could go for a stroll around the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom and so on. At most, he wrote about some strange people and strange things that happened after they left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, as well as some descriptions of the scenery of riding on a Kuan boat and overlooking the earth. It could not be said to be written at all. It was flat and straightforward and the wording was dull but the feelings were sincere. Everyone could even imagine that when Qin Pingan picked up the pen and wrote the letter, he was sitting even more upright and still than they were right now, his expression definitely meticulous. After Li Baoping finished reading all the letters, her hands made a gesture of qi sinking into the dantian. Done. Li Huai wondered, Li Baoping, since Qin Pingan almost always writes a letter, Why don't you just give the letter to us directly? The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket glared at him, and Li Huai shrank his neck. Cui Dongshan pointed at his own nose. What about mine? Li Baoping crossed her arms and sat cross-legged on the bench. She shook her head and said, Youngest martial uncle did not write to you. Cui Dongshan raised his head and pretended that his face was full of tears. He muttered, There is actually such a heartless teacher in the world. Li Baoping suddenly laughed out loud and took out a few banknotes from the Dali time-honored bank. Just now in my letter, youngest martial uncle told me about this matter. I forgot to read it. Here, take it. Youngest martial uncle said that he owed you 2,000 taels of silver and he has returned it to you. Cui Dongshan, you can't go back on your words in the future. If you say that youngest martial uncle did not return the money to you, I will testify for youngest martial uncle. Cui Dongshan took the few banknotes that were as light as a feather. He looked heartbroken. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Baoping, did your youngest martial uncle mention anything about the Spring Festival couplets? I wrote them. Did teacher post them on the eve of the Lunar New Year? Read the letter carefully again. What if he missed something? Li Baoping said firmly, No. I've already read little martial uncle's letter 9 times. I can even recite it backwards. Cui Dongshan looked suspicious. He stood up and bent down. He reached out to take the letter, intending to read it himself. Li Baoping pressed down on the carefully folded letters and glared at the defeated opponent. How dare you? Everything had its weakness. Cui Dongshan retracted his hand resentfully and sat down again. He sighed and felt that there was nothing left to live for. Li Huai whispered, Cui Dongshan, do you think the banknotes are an eyesore? Why don't you give them to me? Cui Dongshan kept the banknotes and squinted. The banknotes are not an eyesore, but you are. Li Huai imitated Li Baoping and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He said proudly, Be careful with your words. Do you know that I am now the branch master of the Wu Academy's Dongshan branch under the Longquan village headquarters? Cui Dongshan stood up and patted his butt. He laughed and scolded the little brat, Get lost. Li Baoping kept all the letters and put them in the envelope. I will keep the letters for you in case you lose them. Dismissed. Cui Dongshan yawned and left the school. Lin Shuyi and Li Huai left together. Yulu and Xie walked at the back. Yulu laughed softly. Qin Pingan wrote a letter to us. I have 24 more words than you. Xie said with a black face, Yulu, are you not childish? Yulu laughed very annoyingly. Deep in the mountains of Swordwater Manor, there was an astonishing waterfall. It was like a white chain falling from the sky. Under the waterfall was a dark green pool. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. There were vague figures of red swimming fish that flashed past. The sound of the waterfall was like thunder. Water vapor filled the air. Qin Pingan stood in an exquisite waterside pavilion beside the deep pool. He was thinking about a problem. If he slashed with his sword, could he split the waterfall? Qin Pingan weighed the power of the waterfall. He then thought about the awkward situation where he did not even know how to use his sword correctly. The answer was no. Qin Pingan tiptoed and stepped on the red railing of the waterside pavilion. He wanted to practice the sword furnace stance, but one of his hands could not help but take off the blade-strengthening gourd. He drank another mouthful of wine. He raised his head and looked at the peak of the waterfall. His gaze slowly moved down. It was like a sword chi that came from the sleeve of an immortal. 240. Qin Pingan, who was enlightened by watching the waterfall, did not pull out the Huaiwood sword in the end. He did not use the same move that Mr. Qi used to confront the pink-robed big demon in the ancient temple. Qin Pingan said to himself, What's going on? Why do I think it's wrong to use the sword? Could it be that boxing and swordsmanship are two completely different things? One can make up for one's stupidity with hard work, while the other only depends on talent. Qin Pingan did not know that it was not because he had poor comprehension, nor was it because he did not have the talent for swordsmanship. It was because the swords he saw, whether it was the people holding the swords or their swordsmanship, were too advanced for Qin Pingan, who was in the 3 realms of martial arts. But the problem was that Qin Pingan's eyesight was very good. He could see many things that ordinary martial artists could not see. This brought an invisible burden to Qin Pingan. Every time he wanted to use the sword, Qin Pingan, who was used to pursuing perfection, would feel that the long sword in the scabbard was thousands of pounds heavy. What Qin Pingan saw and heard along the way, whether it was Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple, who was ranked as the land sword immortal, splitting the boundary of the ghost in the bridal dress, or Su Ruo, who unsheathed his long sword and used the visualization of a mountain to resist Wei Jin's sword, or Qi Jingquan's casual sword, which easily cut open the primeval golden light formation of White Emperor City. This was very different from Ning Yao's ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, when she practiced the basic stance of the mountain shaking fist manual several times. Chen Pinggan could barely keep up with Ning Yao's movements and even figure out some of the gist of boxing. This was because the old man surnamed Chui had already come to a conclusion after flipping through the fist manual. The stance of the mountain quaking fist was actually very crude and not worth mentioning, so anyone could imitate it. It was just like Zhao Shu in Yanji County. After peeking at Chen Pinggan's stance, he could also temper his body and strengthen it. But the most precious thing about the mountain shaking fist was that it was a martial artist. Therefore it was easy to learn the mountain shaking fist but difficult to master it thoroughly. How difficult was it? For example, the motto of the mountain quaking fist was, "Those who practice my fist can face the enemy Dao ancestor, and can only be defeated but cannot retreat." Chui Dong's grandfather, a top-notch martial artist who had returned to the pinnacle of the 10th realm, had ever used his fist when he encountered Lu Qin? No. No matter what the old man's concerns and reasons were, if one only looked at the result, the old man still did not throw out that punch. From this, it could be seen that it was not an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the younger generation to completely grasp the essence of the fist art that the Hanshan manual advocated. The waterfall crashed into the pool, splashing water everywhere. It was as if millions of pearls had shattered and mist rose. Alliance, practicing the sword is so difficult. Chen Pinggan was in a daze. He scratched his head and drank a mouthful of wine, feeling somewhat helpless. He stood on the railing of the waterside pavilion and looked around. In the end, his gaze was still fixed on the waterfall. Although he no longer had the thought of using his sword, he remembered the barefoot old man who had helped him temper his third realm physique. When the barefoot old man mentioned the steaming cloud swamp-style fist stance, he said that when this fist first appeared, it caused the curtain of rain between heaven and earth to retreat into the sky. At this moment, Chen Pinggan was looking at the huge waterfall rushing down. He wondered if the old man from the bamboo house could make the waterfall surge up and the water recede if he threw out a punch. Once he switched from the unfamiliar sword drawing to the familiar punch, Chen Pinggan immediately gained confidence. This confidence came from the hundreds of thousands of stances and the fact that he had faced the enemy without retreating. Chen Pinggan looked at the spectacular waterfall and suddenly had a strange thought. If he threw out a punch with all his strength, would he be able to break through the curtain of water of the waterfall? Would he be lucky enough to break through it, and still have a trace of the fist aura to smash into the tough stone wall behind the waterfall? He wondered if Su Yuanxia and the other martial artists of Jianghu who had reached the qi refining realm could punch a hole in the stone wall. Chen Pinggan was somewhat tempted. But Chen Pinggan quickly jumped off the railing and sat on the long bench of the waterside pavilion, drinking wine like a tourist who admired the famous scenery of a mountain villa. Chen Pinggan looked at the other side of the road. A moment later, a group of people in bright clothes slowly walked over. Some were laughing loudly and had a heroic spirit, some were gentle and elegant, and there were also women with graceful bearing, smiling like flowers. In the middle of the three people in the lead was a handsome young master with a jade pendant hanging on one side of his waist and an uncommon short sword hanging on the other side. He had a dignified appearance. On his left was a man with a saber. He walked like a dragon and tiger, looking around proudly. On his right was a young scholar with a square headscarf and a folding fan in his hand. Behind the three people, there were several women and young girls, all of whom had an extraordinary appearance. Further behind, there was a group of retainers and attendants. Most of them were young and strong men with sharp eyes and an imposing manner. One of them carried a hard horn bow on his back and was the most eye-catching. An indescribable Jianghu aura rushed towards the waterside pavilion. The waterside viewing path of the Swordwater Mountain Villa was a broken path. The end point was this waterside pavilion. The other party was crowded on the small path and there was almost no space. Chen Pinggan could only temporarily stay in the waterside pavilion, thinking that he would find a chance to leave after they entered the waterside pavilion. The three people in the lead and the women went up the stairs one after another. The retainers each took a side and guarded outside the waterside pavilion. As for Chen Pinggan, who carried a sword box on his back, most of them only glanced at him and did not pay him any attention. After seeing Chen Pinggan, his gaze paused slightly, as if he was waiting for Chen Pinggan to take the initiative to speak. But after meeting his gaze, Chen Pinggan appeared somewhat wooden. The young master smiled slightly and nodded his head in greeting. In reality he was somewhat puzzled. Of all the heroes of Jianghu who had entered the mountain villa, there was actually someone who did not recognize him? Qin Pingan then nodded his head and returned the greeting. Just as Qin Pingan planned to take the opportunity to leave the waterside pavilion, a young lady sitting beside the handsome young master looked at Qin Pingan and said gently, "Young master, if you are here to admire the scenery and have not enjoyed yourself to the fullest, you do not need to leave." Qin Pingan was startled, because he could not understand the official language of the Comb Water Nation that the lady spoke. The lady understood tacitly, and immediately repeated herself in the language of the Aquarius continent. Qin Pingan then understood. The lady was about 17 or 18 years old, her height was not inferior to any man, her face was cold as ice, and at her waist hung an exquisite scabbard that was wrapped in gold threads. Just that her posture of hanging the blade was rarely seen, as it was hanging in the opposite direction. This point was exactly the same as the middle-aged man. She glanced at the wooden sword sheath on Qin Pingan's back, and then looked at the scarlet-red wine pot on Qin Pingan's waist. She did not see through his background and cultivation level, and thus lost interest. The man with the blade said generously, "Little brother, just sit down. If you want to drink, then drink. If you want to admire the scenery, there is no need to be restrained. If we are talking about first come first serve, then we are the ones disturbing little brother's leisure. Of course, if you dislike us for being noisy, little brother can leave then." Ordinary people could only sit down, but Qin Pingan cupped his fists and bade farewell. "I have already been here for half a day, and after seeing the waterfall, I will return." The man with the blade laughed heartily and actually stood up and cupped his fists. No problem, little brother, please do as you wish." One of the youngest young ladies opened her eyes wide. She felt that the unfamiliar young man had poor eyesight, and was putting on airs. Did he really not know that the host in the waterside pavilion was Song Fengshan, the young Heights Lord of the Sword Water Manor? Alas, it was said that a princess of the Sword Water Manor admired him so much that she almost eloped. Even if the guest did not recognize the host, would the big shot of the Sword Water Manor, who dared to carry a blade in the opposite direction, not recognize him? The man who cupped his fists and bade farewell, although he looked amiable and did not look like a big shot of the Jianghu, was actually the current Heights Lord of the Sword Water Manor, which was as famous as the Sword Water Manor. He was a great master of blade techniques in the Sword Water Manor, and was famous throughout the Jianghu of dozens of countries. Even the old sword sage Song Yulan personally praised his blade techniques, saying that he was only a hair away from reaching the realm of perfection in martial arts. The young lady was secretly happy, thinking that this poor young man could not be a fledgling of the Jianghu, could he? Could it be that he was a little thief who dared to sneak into the Sword Water Manor so he did not dare to stay? Aha, if that was the case, then it would be fun. Qin Pingan walked out of the waterside pavilion and down the steps. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. "Wait a moment." Qin Pingan turned his head and saw that it was the young lady who carried a blade in the opposite direction. She walked to the top of the steps and looked down at him. "Who is your master? Is it a swordsmanship sect from the Colorful Robes Kingdom or the Ancient Yu Kingdom?" Although the lady's words were slightly overbearing, Qin Pingan turned around and shook his head. He tried to say something polite that did not hurt the atmosphere. "I come from a place further north. This time I came to the Sword Water Manor with a friend. I heard that the young Heights Lord was elected as the chief of the Sword Water Manor, so I wanted to find an opportunity to congratulate you." The handsome young man smiled slightly. The young scholar who was waving his folding fan teased softly, "The immortals are here, but the predecessors did not recognize them." The man with the blade looked at the lady's back and laughed angrily. "You little martial arts fanatic, you are not allowed to be rude to the guest. What did I tell you before? You can't casually find someone to compare notes with outside of your own manor." The lady with the blade pressed her palm on the hilt and the top of the scabbard rose slightly, pointing at Qin Pingan who was at the bottom of the steps. She turned a deaf ear to the man's words and stared at Qin Pingan asking, "Are you in the second or third realm of martial arts? How many years have you been practicing swordsmanship?" Qin Pingan frowned, cupped his hands and turned to leave. He did not intend to pay attention to this young lady who came from a rich family in Jianghu. Qin Pingan was easy to talk to, but it did not mean that he had no principles. On the contrary, Qin Pingan had never provoked strangers, but he was not afraid of them either. Kai Qinxian, Funan Hua the mountain-moving ape, the Chiduan mountain snake whose head had exploded, the official's bodyguard on the Xihua River ferry, the young man Chui Dong who did not dare to show his face at the bottom of the ancient well in Huangting country, and the female ghost who was strangled and had her divine soul smashed in the ancient temple not long ago. The lady with the blade sneered and said softly, This kind of trash has the nerve to carry a sword in Jianghu and even dare to enter the Sword Water Manor. Presumably, the person who taught you swordsmanship only taught you to be timid and afraid of trouble, right? The man with the blade was somewhat helpless. His daughter's bad temper, which had been brought out from her mother's womb, was really harmful. But complaints were complaints. The man had always been proud of his only daughter's martial arts talent. He did not hide his expectations and directly declared that his daughter would never marry outside of the manor in the future. The horizontal blade manor would only marry into the family because his daughter was destined to succeed as the manor master. The man with the blade did not want to take advantage of his position to bully others. He stood up and was about to persuade his daughter to stop provoking the foreign youth. People who practiced martial arts should be the most important thing, the level of martial arts was secondary. But the man also knew that his daughter was not the only one who did not listen to these old words of Jianghu. In fact, the young geniuses of Jianghu today all heard them in one ear and out the other. Their faces were full of impatience, and they sneered behind the backs of the older generation. Wasn't the most outstanding young master of Combe Country in the past 10 years the young manor master sitting next to him? He had entered the 4 realms of martial arts at a young age and had won himself the reputation of the little sword fairy. Every time before Song Fengshan used his sword, whether he was challenged or took the initiative to find someone to test his sword, he would burn incense, take a bath, and change into a new set of clothes that he had never worn before. After he used his sword, he would not leave anyone alive. However, such a decisive sword genius was very likely to be the youngest level 5 grandmaster in the history of the Combe Country. A 5th realm grandmaster at the age of 30. When the time came and he defeated Green Bamboo Sword Fairy, Song Fengshan could rightfully occupy the title of Sword Fairy. At that time his grandfather, the old sword sage Song Yufan, should still be alive. Now that the sword god of colorful clothes country was dead, who could contend against the Sword Water Villa in the territory of more than 10 countries? This was also the key reason why the Jianghu of Combe Country was willing to bow down to a junior. However, the old manor master Song Yufan rarely appeared in public for decades. It could be that he was disappointed in this new Jianghu. It was said that the relationship between grandfather and grandson was not very good. The old sword sage especially disliked his granddaughter-in-law who hid a needle in silk. Hearing the strange words of the woman with the blade, even the temperamental Qin Pingan suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of the waterside pavilion. He did not know the so-called rules of the Jianghu, nor did he know the local customs of Combe Country. However, Qin Pingan felt that there were some truths in the world that could be applied everywhere. Some things were even more clearly distinguished between right and wrong. Fortunately, the man with the blade had already walked to his daughter's side. With a stern face, he lectured, "How can I let you walk the Jianghu alone with such arrogance and willfulness? Let's postpone it for a year." The woman flew into a rage. Her frosty expression became even colder. However, the person in front of her was her father after all. He was the master who had personally taught her the martial Dao blade technique. He was both a father and a teacher. Moreover, in front of so many outsiders, the woman with the blade had been exposed to the affairs of the Jianghu since she was young. No matter how unwilling she was, she still snorted coldly and did not continue to hurt him. She turned and walked to the bench of the waterside pavilion. The man apologized to Qin Pingan. "Little brother, I, Wang Yuran, apologize to you on behalf of my daughter." Qin Pingan nodded and turned to walk away. Qin Pingan's impression of this young woman was terrible to the extreme because she reminded him of Zhu He and Zhu Lu, and they were in a similar situation. Her father was clearly a reasonable and forthright person who treated others well, so why did the daughter they taught have to be so arrogant and self-centered? Was strange. When Qin Pingan thought of Zhu Lu who had tried to assassinate him, he thought of the mastermind behind it, Li Baoping's second brother, Li Baozhen. This was an unavoidable hatred. Qin Pingan could not help but sigh. Qin Pingan left without saying anything. This detail caused the woman with the saber, who was filled with anger, to be completely unable to tolerate it. She suddenly stood up and said with a stern expression, "The manor lord of the horizontal saber villa personally apologized to you, and you actually didn't even let out a fart? Do you have a mother but not a father to teach you?" Qin Pingan expressionlessly turned around and tightened the string tied to the sword sheath on his back. "If you want to compare notes, then let's compare notes." Qin Pingan had been silent during the 700 miles journey from the ancient temple to the Sword Water Villa. He was not in a good mood. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng could also see that something was wrong. The bearded man had even restrained himself from drinking. He no longer spoke dirty words after drinking. Therefore, when Qin Pingan said that he wanted to watch the waterfall, the two people who were tempted said that they did not want to move. They wanted to let Qin Pingan relax by himself. The woman walked to the top of the stairs and sneered, "Good, I was waiting for you to say that." However, Qin Pingan's next words made everyone inside and outside the waterside pavilion look at him in a new light. They were terrified. Does a verbal agreement of life and death count? The Saber Grandmaster Wang Yiran, whose name shook the Comb Nation, said in a deep voice, "Little brother, I can spar. Regardless of the outcome, I will not interfere. However, I hope that there is no need to fight to the death." The woman with the blade was about to speak when Wang Yiran glared at her fiercely. The woman had never seen her father so strict. She was so scared that she kept quiet out of fear. She no longer dared to speak harshly to that damned foreign youth. Wang Yiran stared at Qin Pingan. "If you are willing to fight only after signing a life and death agreement, I will not agree. However, if it is only to compare notes, even if my attacks are a bit heavy, I am willing to let my daughter suffer. I hope that she can use this opportunity to know the depth of the Jianghu. Don't be so arrogant and think that you are invincible just because you learned some mediocre martial arts." At the end of his words, the man turned his head and glanced at his daughter. In front of so many outsiders, these words could be said to be very heavy. Teach your son in front of your face and teach your wife behind your back. This was probably the old rule of the Jianghu. Qin Pingan took a deep breath. "Then let's compare notes." Wang Yiran, who was standing next to his daughter, said in a low voice, "Shanhu, remember to act appropriately. Don't make your Jianghu path narrower and narrower." Obviously, Wang Yiran was more optimistic about his daughter. However, as a father he still had to speak the truth. The woman with the blade looked at the youth on the path outside the waterside pavilion. The corner of her mouth twitched. "Father, I know what to do." She held the hilt of her blade and smiled slightly. She tapped her toes and leaped high toward the young swordsman who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The moment the woman unsheathed her famous blade, there was a dull vibration on the path. The figure in the corner of everyone's eyes suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the youth with the box came in front of the woman with the blade. He punched her in the forehead and used the force to bounce back to his original position. He withdrew his fist and stood still. The woman was like a kite with a broken string. She was hit in the air and flew over the top of the waterside pavilion. Finally, she fell into the pool under the waterfall. It was unknown whether she was alive or dead. The two sides were comparing notes. On one side the thunder was loud and the rain was small. Nothing. On the other side there was no thunder but the attack was a rainstorm. Qin Pingan turned and left. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd, raised it high and drank a mouthful of wine, leaving the people in the waterside pavilion to see his back. It turned out that the clay bodhisattva also had anger. 241. Wang Yiran looked solemn and twisted his body. He didn't care whether he would scare the other women and their families in the waterside pavilion. He stepped on the railing and quickly rushed to the pool to fish out his daughter who had fallen into the water. The young master of the Swordwater Manor was calm as usual. The young scholar who was waving his fan said, "I didn't expect him to be such a hidden expert." The scholar closed his fan and looked at the teen with the sword on his back who was walking further and further away. He was definitely a martial master, Four Realms master. Was he the last disciple of the sword god of the beautiful Rogue Nation? Because the underworld was dangerous and his master had died in the forest, he had to disguise himself as a foreigner and travel alone to hide? Otherwise, he really couldn't think of anyone who could teach such a young martial arts genius who reached the martial master realm earlier than Song Fengshan. Song Fengshan's wife, that beautiful and virtuous young woman, couldn't help but ask softly, "Will Shanhu be okay?" Song Fengshan used his thumb and index finger to rub the short sword at his waist. He smiled and didn't say anything. The scholar smiled and explained, "Don't worry, madam. Miss Liu is fine." The young man's punch was skillful. He only knocked Miss Wang out with the external force of his fist. It's just a superficial wound. It won't hurt her body or spirit. The young man stopped at the last minute. It's probably like what Manor Head Wang said. He doesn't want his Jianghu path to become narrower. Sure enough, Wang Yiran carried his daughter back to the waterside pavilion. Moreover, with Wang Yiran's help, after several acupoints were sealed, the woman slowly regained consciousness. Apart from her battered and exhausted appearance, her clothes were soaked, and her spring scenery was faintly discernible. Although she had lost a great deal of face, her complexion and spirit were still fine. The woman with the reverse saber was struggling to stand in the waterside pavilion. Her forehead was red and swollen. She had her back to the crowd, with one hand supporting the pavilion pillar and the other covering her mouth. The slender woman's entire body was dripping wet, and her eyes were hazy with tears. Compared to her usual cold and elegant appearance, she had a delicate and pitiful charm. The girl who wanted to join in the fun stretched her neck and looked at the young man drinking on the path. She exclaimed, "Wow, he really is an expert." The scholar squinted his eyes and quickly sized up the woman's graceful back. The woman was like a drowned rat, and her figure was exquisite. The corner of the scholar's mouth curled up. What a pair of astonishingly long legs. Hot-headed youths probably wouldn't understand this kind of feeling. Only an experienced grandson of a wealthy family like him knew that this kind of feeling was the most hurtful to a man's body. Before the first wave subsided, another wave came. In Jianghu, when the master was humiliated, the servant would die. Among the trusted retainers of each camp outside the waterside pavilion, the man with the ox horn bow on his back seemed to have seen the hidden sneers of several of his retainers. For a moment, anger rose from his guts. With a loud shout, he took down the rare hard bow that had been forged by a craftsman for 10 years. From the quiver full of white feathers on his waist, he took out an eagle feather arrow and pulled the bow like a full moon. "Evil people dare to hurt my Mississippi." Wang Yiran, the manor master of the horizontal blade villa, had always been known for his steadiness. He was a grandmaster of saber arts who had the aura of a mountain. However, even he was somewhat annoyed and furiously shouted, "Ma Lu! Don't stab people in the back." Chen Pingan, who had already walked 100 steps away, was about to turn around. He was slightly stunned. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone standing on a high branch of a big tree with his hands behind his back. The mountain breeze blew. The black-clothed old man's body swayed along with the branch like water ripples. He was very elegant. The two people quickly looked at each other. The old man nodded. Chen Pingan dismissed the idea of attacking. He just turned around and faced the waterside pavilion again. The old man's figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment he landed on the small path and brushed past Chen Pingan like a wisp of smoke. He raised his arm and pointed a finger in front of him. An eagle plume arrow pierced through the air and was stopped by the black-clothed old man's finger. The powerful arrow shattered inch by inch in the air, while the old man's finger remained unscathed, without the slightest bit of abnormality. The old man stretched out another finger and gently grasped the tip of the arrow that was already at the end of its flight. He casually tossed it away, and the tip of the arrow shot out and pierced through one of the man's palms. The man was quite courageous and he still didn't throw away the oxhorn bow. The bloody arm in his palm drooped down dejectedly. He held the bow with one hand and glared at the uninvited guest fiercely. The black-clothed old man's expression was cold. "In Jianghu, you are responsible for your own life and death. Didn't your elders teach you this principle? In Jianghu and Shushui country there are no rules. You can do whatever you want. However, in Jianghu manor you can't." The young woman stood up and bowed in a graceful manner. She respectfully greeted, "Ancestor." Wang Yiran's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly cupped his fist and bowed slightly. "Wang Yiran of Hengdao Manor greets Sword Saint Song." The scholar followed closely behind. He patted the girl's head and motioned for her to stand up. Then the scholar bowed and said loudly, "Han Yuanshan of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain greets Old Manor Head." The girl was lively and didn't have stage fright. She followed her brother's example and bowed without lowering her head. She looked straight at the old immortal of Jianghu and said in a childish voice, "Han Yuanxue of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain greets Old Manor Head." Old Sword Saint Song Yuan appeared. As the grandson of the old man, Song Fengshan was the last to stand up. He said slowly without any emotion, "Grandpa, you went out for a short time. I thought you would only be willing to come back when the manor is quiet and there are no more guests." The old man looked around and left with Chen Pingan after saying, "Foul atmosphere." Then he turned around and left with Chen Pingan. He didn't care about the Han family of Mount Xiaozhong and the Hengdao Manor at all. It was as if he didn't care about them at all. He didn't even want to look at them. Song Yuan walked side by side with Chen Pingan. He looked a little lonely with his back to the crowd. After walking for a mile, he said self-deprecatingly, "Our family tradition is so crooked that it can't even compare to a waterfall. Sorry for making you laugh." Chen Pingan didn't know how to respond. He could only say some polite words. "The people in the manor are actually not so bad. They are not as bad as what you said." Every family had its own difficulties. No matter how generous the old man was, he didn't want to expose his family's dirty laundry in front of outsiders. He changed the topic and said, "Why did you change your mind and only use 30 to 40% of your strength in the punch outside the waterside pavilion? The future manor master of the Hungdao Manor is stubborn. She is not easy to deal with. You showed mercy today, but she may not appreciate it. She may pester you endlessly. Nowadays, the young men of Jianghu only care about their own happiness. I don't like it, but you are too unhappy. I can't appreciate it." Chen Pingan took a sip of wine and wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He said with a smile, "You want to kill someone with one punch because you are unhappy. That's too overbearing. Besides, I will leave the Hungdao Manor soon. It won't be easy for the Hungdao Manor to make trouble for me. At most, the woman will curse me behind my back. I won't hear it." Song Yuin turned to look at the sincere young man. It was unexpected but reasonable. He said with a smile, "It's okay for an old man like me to say this. Half of my body is in the ground. Everything is over. What else can I do? You are just a 15 or 16-year-old kid. It's boring to talk like an old man." Chen Pingan didn't refute. After the punch, the lingering depression in his heart was reduced a lot. That was enough. He remembered something and reminded softly, "The old woman who called herself the four evil spirits of the Hungdao Manor in the ancient temple entered your manor with a burly man. Senior, you should be careful." Song Yuin laughed and said, "That's nothing." Together with the young master of the Han family in the waterside pavilion, the notorious four evil spirits of the Hungdao Manor are all here. Qin Pingan was confused. The remaining devil? Song Yuin shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Don't mention it." Qin Pingan took a sip of wine and thought about something. The old man understood in his heart and spoke frankly. "This time, I invited you all here as guests without any intention of scheming. I purely hope that such a manor won't be filled with a bunch of bastards who put on airs. After all, this Swordwater Manor is a place that this old man personally managed. I don't want it to be filled with dog shit. There are puddles here and puddles there, causing this old man to feel disgusted just walking in his own home. With all of you as my guests, this old man is much more pleasing to the eye." Chen Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old man was too straightforward. Chen Pingan didn't know that Song Yuin's reputation in Jianghu was not only because of his increasingly famous title of Sword Sage, but also because of the nickname Iron Lump given by his peers. It was to say that Song Yuin was a serious man, not only in his family but also in Jianghu. If one were to say that Song Fengshan did not have the same personality as Song Yubern, then it would be an unfair accusation. It was just that Song Yubern was old-fashioned and pedantic. Song Fengshan, who pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship, disdained to follow him. Song Yu was an old man in his 70s. He had seen too much of Jianghu and the evilness of people's hearts. He was more and more certain about one thing. Reason only needed to be spoken to by reasonable people. Otherwise, the rusty old iron sword on his waist would be the reason why he, Song Yu, burned. Song Yuin liked to travel Jianghu alone with a sword. Over the years, he had seen a lot of talented young people. Although they were really talented, they didn't have good martial ethics. However, they were still successful. The Jianghu people who admired them were as numerous as the carps crossing the river. Song Yuin didn't understand. In 30 or 50 years, Jianghu would be handed over to these people. What was there to look forward to? However, no matter how good Song Yuin's swordsmanship was, he was only one person. His peers had passed away one by one with the old words and rules that the younger generation didn't like to hear. Now even the old sword god of colorful clothes kingdom, who was both a friend and a friend, was dead. Song Yuin was a little dispirited. He felt that today's Jianghu was tasteless. There was no taste of alcohol at all. The old man and the young man took a leisurely stroll. Song Yuin suddenly said, "Those people at the waterfall pavilion were blind. They couldn't see the level of your fist intent. But I can see it clearly. So I'll say something. Your current state of mind has some problems. To break through the fourth realm from the third realm is the first big threshold for martial artists of my generation. The more solid your foundation is, the easier it is to make mistakes when you break through the realm with a knot in your heart. The momentum of a big snow mountain's collapse is 1,000 times more terrible than a mudslide on a small mountain. Kid, you have to be careful at the moment." Qin Pingan suddenly woke up. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and pondered for a moment. Then he turned his head and said, "Thank you for your advice, senior." Song Yuin thought for a while and said something that seemed to be out of topic. "You were kind when you withdrew your fist. But it's not good for you to break through the realm. According to the general way of Jianghu, if you used all your strength to punch that woman seriously injured or even killed her, and then provoked the public's anger, a bloody battle might be the opportunity for you to break through the realm. It's the so-called lucky chance of the immortals on the mountain. Qin Pingan smiled and didn't regret it. He said something that was suspicious of his seniority. It doesn't matter. If it's mine, it can't run away. If it's not mine, it can't be caught. In fact, Song Yuan had been carefully observing the young man's expression. Seeing that he looked calm and his eyes were clear, the old man nodded secretly. The young man in front of him and his grandson Song Fengshan believed in different swordsmanship. Although it was hard to say who was right and who could go faster and further, Song Yuan personally felt that the young man who traveled with a sword but had poor swordsmanship was more to his taste. In the matter of educating children and grandchildren, a scholarly family was indeed more capable than a Jianghu sect. Song Yuan was convinced. In his early years he devoted himself to swordsmanship, so he didn't know how to cultivate and shape the family style. At most he could only scold and beat him. Now looking back, the old man could only feel guilty and regretful. In fact, the old man didn't think that he was much better than Wang Yiran of Horizontal Blade Villa. The etiquette came from the aristocratic family, and the method came from the sect. The etiquette and rules were influenced by the real aristocratic family since childhood. The magic arts of the immortals on the mountain were passed down in an orderly manner since ancient times. Song Yuan had a deep feeling about this. He once traveled to the southern stream country and had interacted with the famous people there. Although they had different personalities, they did have their own style. Even if they were just weak scholars, they still made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. On the side of the road between the waterfall and the Sword Water Villa, there was a lovely and exquisite pavilion with a raised eave. It hung a plaque with the words "Landscape" and a couplet, "White stones, clear water." It was simple and unique. Song Yuan obviously had a special affection for this pavilion. He pulled Qin Pingan and sat on the bench in the pavilion, facing each other. The old man held his sword on his knees and the young man carried his sword on his back. One was known as a sage in swordsmanship in Jianghu, while the other was not even confident to use his sword. The view was broad and the distant mountains were dark. The mountain breeze was refreshing, making people feel relaxed and happy. Song Yuan sat there quietly. He didn't deliberately chat with the young man, but just thought about something. His grandson, Song Fengshan, was not ambitious about the affairs in Jianghu. It was more the granddaughter-in-law who added fuel to the fire. She talked to his grandson all day long, making him think that it was just a small matter. He wanted to be the chief of the Wulin Alliance, and he wanted to have connections with both the underworld and the government. Otherwise, with Song Fengshan's nature, he wouldn't have paid attention to the Princess Royal of the Comb Water Country. The four evils of the Comb Water Country was said in the last 10 years. It was not widely spread in Jianghu. Generally, only Jianghu grandmasters who reached the position of Wang Yiran heard about it. The leader was the burly man who came with the devil Mammy, this time. He had a silver halberd, a magic weapon of immortals, and founded a devil sect in the Comb Water Country. The second was the demon woman in the ancient temple, and then it was the disciple of the Han family of the Xiaozhong Mountain in the waterside pavilion. He was born in a famous family, but he practiced devil arts and had won over and controlled many high-ranking officials of the Comb Water Country. The person at the bottom of the four evils was the granddaughter-in-law of Song Yushan. When Song Yushan went out for a long trip, she accidentally met Song Fengshan. The two of them became husband and wife behind Song Yushan's back and announced it to the world. When Song Yushan returned to the villa, what was done could not be undone. The most helpless one was Song Fengshan, who was obsessed with the devil, who confessed that he knew his wife's devil identity. At that time, Song Yushan attacked with his sword. He broke the sword of his eldest grandson's original sword and pierced the woman's abdomen. Song Fengshan went crazy and wanted to fight with his grandfather. Song Yushan was so angry that he wanted to cut off the tendons of this unfilial grandson's hand with his sword and completely cut off his sword's future, so that he would not cause trouble to the world. Unexpectedly, the woman stood in front of Song Fengshan and let the old man's sword pierce through her heart. Although she did not die on the spot, she really broke the longevity bridge. From then on, she became a sick person who could not even stand the cold of spring. Song Yushan tried to persuade her with reason and emotion, but it was useless. In the end, he attacked several times, but he still could not explain the reason clearly. It became a muddled account without any beginning or end. Song Yushan sighed deeply. The Shanshui Pavilion was surrounded by rugged mountains and gurgling rivers. It was a beautiful scenery, but the world was like a storm, and it did not meet people's wishes. Qin Pingan suddenly asked, "Senior Song, can I practice boxing next to the waterfall?" Song Yushin did not hesitate and said, "Why not? I'll spread the word now. From the Shanshui Pavilion to the waterfall is the forbidden area of the Sword Water Villa. Anyone who crosses the line will die." Qin Pingan scratched his head, feeling a little apologetic. "I'll just practice my boxing at night when there's no one to enjoy the scenery. You don't have to seal off the roads during the day. Otherwise it would be too unreasonable." Song Yushin shook his head and laughed. "Little boy, you are too rude. I have carved out a place in my own territory without dog shit. Do I need to reason with outsiders?" Qin Pingan had to say, "If the villa needs my help, just tell me." The old man patted the iron sword on his knee and said angrily, "My sword is different from the two on your back." Qin Pingan looked embarrassed. He took off the sword-nourishing gourd and drank without saying anything. The old man held back his laughter, put away his sword and stood up. "Just practice boxing. You can stay in the villa for as long as you want. By the way, your wine doesn't taste good. I'll ask someone to send you some jars of Huadiao wine cellar. It's wine that has been buried for 20 years. That's wine. What are you drinking? It's not any better than water. The key is that you like to drink it regardless of whether there's anyone around. Even this old man feels embarrassed for you." The old man tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his body swayed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on a high branch in the distant forest. After a few graceful jumps, he disappeared. Qin Pingan sat alone in the Shanshui Pavilion. After meeting this senior twice, Qin Pingan couldn't help but think of city god Shen Wen from Yinji County in Sai Country. Although one was a pure martial artist who was famous in the pugilistic world, the other was a civil official god who enjoyed incense. Oh yes, there was also the Qi refinement warrior who took in Wan as his disciple. He felt that the three of them were somewhat similar. However, Qin Pingan couldn't pinpoint the specific similarities. Anyway, after interacting with them, Qin Pingan felt that the wine in his gourd really couldn't be bought from the cheapest kind. It didn't matter. Wouldn't he be able to drink the best wine in the Swordwater Villa very soon? The key was that Qin Pingan didn't have to spend any money. Therefore, when Qin Pingan left the Shanshui Pavilion and returned to his residence, he was in an extremely good mood. When he reached the courtyard, Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng saw Qin Pingan, who was full of joy. They looked at each other. Looking at the waterfall was so useful? Qin Pingan happily sat at the stone table and said with a smile, "I'm going to the waterfall to practice martial arts tonight. Which one of you wants to accompany me?" The bearded man laughed evilly and said, "Could it be that you peeked at a beauty coming out of the bath at the waterfall? If you can still see such a beautiful scene, count me in." Zhang Shanfeng blinked his eyes and said, "I can help you keep a lookout." Qin Pingan said helplessly, "Not at all. I had a conflict with someone at the waterfall and fought with them. They seemed to be people from the Hungdao Villa. Fortunately, Senior Song came out and helped me block an arrow from one of the retainers. Otherwise, I reckon that I would have to fight with them. At that time, the two of you might be dragged into the water by me." The bearded man clicked his tongue and said, "Qin Pingan, you want to drag me into the water? I'm a big man and you're drooling over my beauty? I think Zhang Shanfeng is quite good looking. When I go back, I'll help him buy a set of women's clothes in the small town. When the time comes, I'll let him wander around the waterfall. Maybe he can be the matchmaker for the two of you and achieve a beautiful marriage." Qin Pingan was drinking wine and almost spat it out. Zhang Shanfeng looked like he wanted to vomit. He quickly got up and distanced himself from the two of them. He said angrily, "Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. You guys are good. You won't even let your own brother go. This is too much." Qin Pingan quietly changed to a stone stool and distanced himself from Su Yuanxia. The bearded man touched his beard and said, "What? You're willing to sacrifice yourself for your brother? Can't you just change into a woman's clothes? You're not loyal enough as a brother." Zhang Shanfeng cupped his fists and begged for mercy. He retreated and said, "I'm going to study the ancient books in the house. You guys are loyal. You can talk slowly." Su Yuanxia laughed heartily. Qin Pingan smiled knowingly. Coincidentally, there was an old steward surnamed Chu outside the courtyard. He personally brought in 4 jars of wine and left after putting them down. The old man became more and more amiable towards Qin Pingan. Zhang Shanfeng actually didn't like to drink. Qin Pingan wanted to share 2 jars with Su Yuanxia. Su Yuanxia hesitated for a moment and shook her head with a smile. "1 jar is enough for me. Qin Pingan, you take 3 jars. Qin Pingan was a little puzzled. Su Yuanxia looked around and didn't notice anything strange. She pointed at the red wine jar on Qin Pingan's waist and said softly, "You really think I can't see any clues? Wouldn't I have wasted most of my life in Jianghu? I was just too embarrassed to say it before. It's similar to Zhang Shanfeng calling himself Zhang Shan. Who roams Jianghu would have a little secret. Your wine jar is either a legendary celestial item or the more precious sword-cultivating gourd, right? The bearded man pointed at his eyes and said, I already have fiery eyes of truth. Qin Pingan didn't deny it. He said softly, I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long. Su Yuanxia rolled her eyes and said, nonsense. It's not about being sorry. In Jianghu, if you're not careful, you'll really be sorry for your friends. Speaking of this, the bearded man looked lonely. He opened a jar of wine from a villa that had been sealed for a long time and poured it into his ordinary wine jar. He shook it after filling it up. I'm not being polite. I've suffered a lot. Su Yuanxia gulped down the wine. Anyway, there was still half a jar of wine. She would drink until she was full before she got drunk. Qin Pingan saw that the bearded man was in a bad mood, so he didn't say anything. He drank with Su Yuanxia, but he drank slowly while the bearded man drank like a cow. Su Yuanxia drank a jar of wine in one breath. Her beard was stained with wine. She wiped it and asked with a smile, your wine jar is filled with the same wine. Will it taste different? Qin Pingan smiled and threw it to the bearded man. Try it yourself. Su Yuanxia raised the sword-cultivating gourd and took a big gulp. After throwing it back to Qin Pingan, she said happily, it should taste better. Qin Pingan chuckled. *T. The wine in my wine jar is the cheapest one I bought from a small town. How can it be compared to the 20-year-old Huadiao wine cellar in the villa? Su Yuanxia was a little drunk. Her face was red. She stood up and walked to her room, planning to sleep. She turned her head and grinned. How can the wine of the future great sword immortal not taste good? It's delicious. Su Yuanxia turned her head and staggered. She shook her head and said to herself, I, Su Yuanxia, can boast about this for the rest of my life. 242, 11,000-word chapter. As night fell, the Swordwater Villa was brightly lit. The courtyards of various sizes were filled with guests, toasting each other and drinking countless jars of fine wine. After the event, it was said that even the small town could smell the fragrance of wine from the villa. Qin Pingan asked old steward Chu about the Immortals Ferry. There was indeed such a place in the Combe country. It was more than 600 miles away from the Swordwater Villa and was located at the border of the Combe country and Songxi country. It was said that qi cultivators often appeared on the mountain. However, the area within 300 miles had long been sealed off as a forbidden area by the royal family of the Combe country. If one did not have an official document issued by the provincial government, regardless of whether one was a civilian or a martial artist, they would be killed without mercy if they trespassed. The old steward was experienced and considerate. He took the initiative to laugh and say that the Swordwater Villa had a good relationship with the governor's mansion on the border. They were old friends and only needed to write a letter from the old steward to get an official document. There was no need for Qin Pingan and the others to work hard. Zhang Shanfeng asked the old man if there were any shops opened by qi cultivators at the ferry to trade goods. The old steward said there were. After the young master Song Fingshan's original sword was damaged, he had personally gone to the ferry and brought back the short sword that was hanging at his waist. The old steward said everything he knew. Not only did he reveal the inside story of the Combe country, he even revealed that Song Fengshan had spent 900 mountain snow coins in order to buy the immortal's divine weapon named Song Shui. It was almost half of the villa's gold and silver savings. He told all these secrets to the three of them. Of course, this was not because the old steward was blinded by the Jianghu Code of Brotherhood and did not know the taboo of speaking too much. It was because Old Sword Saint Song had privately instructed him to treat the three of them, especially the young man with a sword, Qin Pingan, as a good friend of his. The villa did not need to be wary of him. A promise was worth 1,000 gold. The word friend was as heavy as a mountain. This was the righteousness of Jianghu that the older generation of Songyu praised. Old Steward Chu had been following the sword sage of the Combe nation for 60 years. He had gone through fire and water for the villa, sharing honor and disgrace. He might have been influenced by Song Yu's Jianghu spirit, which was why he was so conscientious and had no regrets. Inside Zhang Shanfeng's house, the three of them ate a sumptuous dinner filled with delicacies. Just as Qin Pingan was about to head to the waterfall to practice his martial arts, he was suddenly stopped by Zhang Shanfeng. Zhang Shanfeng asked Qin Pingan to wait for a moment. The bearded man had one leg on the bench and was picking his teeth with a bamboo pick. He asked Zhang Shanfeng if he wanted to avoid anything. The young Taoist ran over to open his bag and said no. Zhang Shanfeng quickly took out a pair of bamboo chopsticks, placed it on the table and pushed it towards Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan asked curiously, "Why? We've already finished eating. Why are you giving me chopsticks again?" The pair of bamboo chopsticks on the table was one of the spoils of war that Zhang Shanfeng had obtained in Yanji County. One was carved with the azure immortal mountain, while the other was carved with the divine cloud bamboo. Zhang Shanfeng smiled and said, "I'll give them to you. Just take it as the interest for the radiant armor of Moism. I'm most afraid of owing people money. Whenever I think about it, I can't sleep or eat well. What's more, I owe 500 snow coins. If it's real money, it's 500 taels of silver." According to old Steward Chu, as the head of the Combe Nation's Jianghu, the entire Sword Water Villa's 100 years of wealth only amounts to 2 million taels of silver. "If I don't return you something, I won't be able to sleep tonight." Qin Pingan said helplessly, "Are you stupid? If this pair of chopsticks is really made from the divine cloud bamboo of the Green Bamboo Cave, it might be able to sell for a few hundred snow coins. Even if it's not from the azure immortal mountain, the spiritual energy on the chopsticks hasn't dissipated for hundreds of years. It can't be faked. Since it's an acquired spiritual weapon, it can be sold for at least a few dozen snow coins." "Interest? Is there such a high interest? Zhang Shanfeng, do you think I'm an unscrupulous loan shark?" The more Qin Pingan spoke, the angrier he got. He pushed the chopsticks back to the young Taoist. "Besides, we're about to go to the Immortals Ferry in the Combe Nation. Since there's a shop that trades heavy magic weapons, we'll talk about it after we confirm the price of the chopsticks. If it's only worth a dozen snow coins, I'll take it. If it's worth more than 50 snow coins, you can't return it to me as interest." Zhang Shanfeng shook his head and said firmly, "No. I can't rest my conscience. Taoists are most afraid of inner demons. Qin Pingan, don't hinder my cultivation of Tao." Qin Pingan stood up and scolded with a smile, "You can talk nonsense. Get lost, get lost. There's no room for discussion. Take it back. Otherwise, let's fight. Whoever wins will have the final say." Zhang Shanfeng was silent. Qin Pingan pushed the door open and left. He went to the waterfall to practice his boxing. Zhang Shanfeng sighed and looked at the bearded man. "What should we do?" Su Yuanxia took pleasure in his misfortune and said, "Compared to Qin Pingan, you're still miles away from being the child of wealth." Zhang Shanfeng was a little depressed. He poured himself a bowl of wine and took a sip. His face immediately turned red. It turned out that during the life-and-death battle in the beautiful Robes Nation's Yanji County, the young Taoist had a flash of inspiration. He poured spiritual qi into an armor pill, and a radiant armor protected his body. That was how he had blocked the demon's fatal blow for Taoist Chongmiao. The old Taoist who knew his stuff was shocked. He cried out in disbelief. This was a military treasure. He had only heard of the beautiful Robes Nation in the central region of the Aquarius continent. The ancient Yu Nation's imperial treasury had a priceless armor pill. It was rumored that the #1 martial artist of the Songshi Nation had offered 6,000 Xiaoxue coins to purchase it from the ancient Yu Nation's emperor, but he was rejected. Ever since then, the young Taoist had been haunted by this matter, but he didn't know how to broach the subject with Qin Pingan. Later, after the incident at the ancient temple, Qin Pingan was abnormally depressed on the 700 Li mountain path. Zhang Shanfeng found it even more difficult to speak frankly with Qin Pingan. Now that they had arrived at the Swordwater Manor and were about to head to the Immortals Ferry, Zhang Shanfeng couldn't stand the torment in his heart. Thus, he confided in the bearded man who was experienced in Jianghu. Su Yuanxia helped the young Taoist confirm two things. First, Qin Pingan definitely knew the true value of the armor pill. When he had casually offered 500 Xiaoxue coins, he had deliberately given it to Zhang Shanfeng at a price of half. Second, according to Zhang Shanfeng's description, when Qin Pingan was on the Kuan boat in the North Continent, he stayed in the Heavenly Room. Although there was no doubt that the youth who carried his sword south came from a poor background, he clearly had his own unique opportunities. Moreover, Qin Pingan didn't seem to care much about money, at least to his friends. Therefore, this was no longer purely a matter of owing money, but a troublesome matter of owing a huge favor. In the end, Su Yuanxia didn't directly tell Zhang Shanfeng what to do. Instead, she said two sentences. First, don't take the kindness of a friend as a matter of course. The second sentence was that blood-related brothers should settle their debts clearly. Only then can a friendship last. Don't think that you can forget everything after becoming friends. That's the naive thinking of a child who hasn't grown up. Therefore, Zhang Shanfeng wanted to use interest as an excuse, hoping to give away the pair of mysterious bamboo chopsticks from the Qingshan mountain. The reason why he didn't use the white bowl that could slowly absorb the aura of heaven and earth and condense it into a drop of sweet dew was because Zhang Shanfeng was a qi cultivator. To Zhang Shanfeng, the white bowl was a necessity on the path of cultivation. It could be said that it was a timely help after a long drought. On the other hand, Qin Pingan was purely a martial artist. He didn't need it. At most, it was just icing on the cake. Even if he received the white bowl, he would probably sell it at a discount and exchange it for some xiaoxue coins. Zhang Shanfeng drank wine. His face was flushed red. He said drunkenly, "Brother Su, can you give me a suggestion? I really can't think of a way." The bearded man said seriously, "If you really can't, why don't you wear a woman's clothes?" I think that Qin Pingan didn't have the slightest interest in women and female ghosts. He didn't hesitate to fight or kill. Listening to the bearded man's nonsense, the young Taoist sighed. He knocked his head on the table and passed out drunk. What a good way to say that if you have wine today, you should drink in the morning and worry about tomorrow. Su Yuanxia stroked his beard with the palm of his hand. Two images appeared in his mind. They were both in the dilapidated ancient temple. The young man said to a graceful woman that the weather was cold and stretched out his hand to warm himself by the fire. After the woman turned into a female ghost, the young man grabbed her neck and punched her until her soul dissipated. Su Yuanxia recalled that at the dinner table just now, Qin Pingan mentioned the waterfall disturbance. A young woman with a reverse saber was punched into the pool by him. The man quivered and said in fear, "Qin Pingan, don't tell me you really like men?" In the main hall of the Sword Water Villa, the guests and the host were drinking happily. The fragrance of the wine was intoxicating. The hall was covered with a large colorful carpet. It was a unique lichen from Jinu County of colorful clothes country. The old villa master, Song Yuxin, was still unwilling to show up to welcome the guests. The young villa master, Song Fengshan, sat on the main seat. Beside him was his virtuous wife who managed the internal and external affairs of the villa. Although the young woman was good at managing the household, she had a good sense of propriety. She treated people well and never hid her husband's glory. Even though Song Fengshan was always in seclusion to comprehend the sword, the reputation of this little sword fairy in the Jianghu of the Combe country was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, it was so big that he could hold a martial arts assembly. The leaders of the top Jianghu sects in the Combe country were all present tonight. In addition to these famous Jianghu big shots and righteous leaders, there were also a considerable number of Jianghu loose immortals. Some old seniors who had not appeared in Jianghu for a long time were mostly old. There were even two old legends who took the opportunity to reunite and participate in the grand event. They gave enough face to the Sword Water Villa. The brother and sister who came from the Han family of the small mountain, the scholar Han Yuanshan and the girl Han Yuanxue, did not sit at the front because their identities were special. They belonged to the family of officials. If their seats were too conspicuous tonight, it would be displeasing to both the Sword Water Villa and the Han family. It would inevitably cause many Jianghu heroes to grumble. The father and daughter, Wang Yiran and Wang Shanhu of the Hengdao Villa, sat more important than the Han siblings. They were separated by a few tables of wine. The girl Han Yuanxue complained about this. She felt that she was neglected by the villa. The Han family should not be in such a situation anywhere in the Combe country. Han Yuanshan, who looked like an elegant scholar, gently waved a folding fan in one hand and raised a cup to drink with the other. He did not mind at all. However, this person's other identity was shocking. He was one of the four evil spirits of the Combe country. Although the Combe country had an immortal fairy, there were no sects in the country. Therefore, the four evil spirits, which had a bad reputation to a large extent, meant that the four evil spirits were the most outstanding masters of the Combe country. They looked down on Jianghu and looked down on martial artists. Han Yuanshan also had the clean identity of the Han family of the small mountain. He was in the center of the court and the local officialdom. He had many family friends and seniors. Therefore, wherever he went, he was unimpeded. The Sword Water Villa, which was famous in Jianghu, was no exception. A tall and sturdy man and a young girl sat at a lonely table. They sat in the middle position on the left-hand side. They were clearly a bit distant from the other two tables. This was because everyone in Jianghu knew of this person's illustrious identity. The number one underworld master of the Combe country was named Do Yang. He looked young and strong, but it was rumored that he was already 100 years old. He called himself the leader of the devil sect. He had more than a dozen devil protectors under his command. He was all-powerful in the south of the Combe country. Fortunately, his sect was located in a remote corner of the country, on the border between the Kom country and the Songshi country. In the past few decades, the Jianghu people of the older generation hated this person bitterly, but they also feared him. 50 years ago in the Kom country, the righteous path and the demonic path fought 3 bloody battles over the territory of Jianghu. The battles were so fierce that thousands of righteous path experts lost their lives. The fact that the Swordwater Villa dared to arrange seats like this and did not place Do Yang and his maidservant at the head of the table immediately made everyone present feel admiration. They also appreciated the young Song Fengshan a bit more. Although Song Fengshan was the host of this alliance meeting and sat high up in the main position, he spoke very little. He only drank slowly by himself and did not deliberately talk to anyone. Occasionally, there would be people who would bring up their old relationship with the old Sage of Sword to establish a relationship with this future alliance head of the Wulin world. Song Fengshan, who was dressed in a green robe and had a short sword at his waist, would at most return a toast. Most of the time, the young woman beside him would recite his Jianghu deeds like the back of her hand. In addition to some comments she had heard from her own ancestor, she was even clear about the Jianghu achievements of some of his outstanding juniors. This made him not feel the slightest bit neglected. Instead, he felt comfortable all over and was extremely respected. If people respect me, I will return the favor 10 times over. The young woman did it so well that no one could find the slightest flaw in the Swordwater Villa. The Mama of Gu Temple, who was mistaken for the great devil Do Yang's personal maidservant, seemed to have a delicate and naive appearance, but her eyes were overflowing with color. Her eyes quietly scanned the guests all around. Occasionally her gaze would meet Han Yuanshan's gaze, but it would also disappear as soon as they made contact. However, the corner of the young woman's mouth curled up and her eyes were charming. The scholar also understood tacitly and made some subtle movements to return the favor. The young woman's love sprouted even more. When she lowered her head to drink, she quietly stuck out her tongue and licked half the rim of the cup. Seeing this, Han Yuanshan narrowed his eyes and his mouth and tongue became dry. He had personally experienced this old witch's skill in bed. Every time she would call several beautiful and charming ghosts. Even if his innate talent was extraordinary and he cultivated the Devil School's secret technique, it was still difficult for him not to admit defeat. Do Yang took all of this into his eyes. He sneered and said, "Coquettish woman, you really can be in heat at any time." The young woman laughed and said, "Yo, Do de Jiaozhu is jealous?" Do Yang picked up some salty and mild seasonal vegetables with his chopsticks, ignoring this fellow Taoist's teasing. The love between a man and a woman, the pleasure of fish and water, compared to the struggle for the great Tao climbing to the peak alone, it was nothing. Wang Yuan clearly sensed his daughter's absent-mindedness, as well as the gaze she stole several glances at Song Fengshan, which contained unending affection and deep disappointment. Wang Yuan was well aware of this love between a man and a woman that was destined to have no good results, but as a man he did not feel the need to interfere and break up the affectionate couple. First of all, Swordwater Manor's golden signboard was not something that Horizontal Saber Manor, which was a head lower than others, could make irresponsible remarks about. Second of all, if his daughter Wang Shanhu wanted to be a qualified future manor head, it was not a bad thing for her to suffer a little emotional injury, or to be knocked unconscious by a punch like today, making a fool of herself in front of everybody. It was better than making a big mistake in the future and suffering even more. Wang Yuan decided to turn a blind eye to this. In Jianghu, which grandmaster in the eyes of the common people did not have a few close female friends when they were young. In the end, how many people could help each other in difficult times, and how many people could forget each other in Jianghu? By the time they truly stood at the peak of Jianghu, they would discover that all of this was like passing clouds and smoke. For example, the shrewd and profound descendant of an aristocratic family, Han Yuanshan, was rumored to be the best at keeping women in a golden house. The key point was that he could make women follow him wholeheartedly. Daughters of border officials who held real power, female disciples of Jianghu grandmasters, cold and elegant young demonesses who were bloodthirsty, and fairies who enjoyed fame in Jianghu, were all taken in by him. If his daughter Wang Shanhu was infatuated with this person, Wang Yuan would interfere forcefully, absolutely not allowing his daughter to have any relationship with Han Yuanshan. Otherwise, perhaps when the time came, even Horizontal Saber Manor would become a dowry that he offered up with both hands. Obviously, Han Yuanshan's plan was big and far-reaching, and there must be a real expert behind him giving advice and advice. There was no problem doing business with this kind of person, and it would not be a small profit. However, one must not treat him as a close friend, as it was tantamount to courting death. As for his daughter's secret love for Song Fengshan, Wang Yiran did not care, because Song Fengshan was a true man of Jianghu. If one day Song Fengshan was willing to marry his daughter as a co-wife, Wang Yiran did not mind merging horizontal saber manor into sword water manor. However, the new manor must have the word saber in it, and one of his children must have the surname Wang. Then, in the next 100 years of Coming Country's Jianghu, there would only be two surnames, Song and Wang. Someone raised his glass to toast, and Wang Yiran smiled and raised his glass to return the gesture. Although Wang Shanhu was absent-minded, she did not lack etiquette, and followed her father to return the toast. After putting down the wine glass, Wang Yiran looked forward and said softly, "Are you still thinking about that young man with a sword on his back? Do you think that if you don't kill him, you won't be able to vent your anger? Let me give you a word of advice, that young man is not an ordinary person, and even Song Fengshan has already regarded him as a potential opponent. It's just that old sword Saint Song seems to have a good relationship with that young man." Han Yuanshan guessed one thing right, that young man is most likely the proud disciple of the sword god of colorful clothes country. This time he went out to travel because his master suddenly died, and his enemies are powerful, so the young man wanted to avoid the limelight. Old sword Saint Song and the sword god of colorful clothes country have a good relationship, so he took care of him and did not hesitate to personally teach Ma Lu a lesson. The young woman clenched the hilt of her saber and lowered her eyes. "Father, are we just going to let it go? That hateful guy who hides his head and hides his tail, I admit that he killed me with one punch at the waterside pavilion. Even if he seriously injured me with one punch, I still admit defeat. But he humiliated me like this. In front of so many outsiders, how can I walk Jianghu in the future? Do I have to hide in the horizontal saber manor for the rest of my life?" Wang Yiran slammed the wine cup in his hand on the table and sneered, "Face is something that is earned by winning battles that shake the Jianghu. The Jianghu is a place with the best memory but also the worst memory. Decades later, when you, Wang Shanhu, become a saber master who is even more powerful than your father, and become a sixth realm great grandmaster like the legendary sword god and sword Saint Song of the beautiful robe kingdom, do you think anyone will mention something as trivial as the waterside pavilion? They will only remember which sword Dao master you defeated, and how many underworld demons you killed. When you unsheathed your saber, the saber aura was like a waterfall. Who among the spectators would not clap and cheer? Who would dare?" The young woman's shoulders trembled slightly, she lowered her head and said sadly, "But I can't even defeat a swordsman younger than me, and I can't even take one punch from him. How can I stand shoulder to shoulder with you in the future? How can I talk about the legendary Great Grandmaster realm?" To the central region of the Aquarius continent, the 6 realms of martial Tao were the pinnacle of martial arts. Beyond that, for the past few hundred years, no one knew of the glory of that realm, and could be considered as the invincible great martial god. It was said that when the sword god of colorful clothes country was at his peak before he retired to the mountains, he once touched the threshold. But in the end, for unknown reasons, his realm fell greatly, he was disheartened and completely withdrew from Jianghu. And the old sword Saint Song Yufan said bluntly that he had no hope of reaching the martial god realm in this life. If Chen Pingan knew this, he might be dumbfounded again. After all, Zhu He, who was also a level 4 martial artist from Lizhu Cave Heaven, knew that the 9 realms were the limit of martial arts. Of course, Zhu He also did not see the whole picture of martial arts. In fact, not long after, Song Jianqiang and Li Er succeeded in reaching the 10 realms, and the 11 realms was the real peak of martial arts, the real martial god. And the old man surnamed Chui, who taught Chen Pingan the strongest 3 realms, just missed the 11 realms. The depth of the water, the height of the mountain. Chen Pingan's hometown, Lizhu Cave Heaven, which was now Dali Longquan County, was the place with the deepest water, the highest mountain, and the most chaotic situation in the entire Aquarius continent. In that place, the valiant little boy in green, who was a level 6 great demon who ran amok in Huangting country, was simply too embarrassed to greet people when he went out because he was afraid that he would be inexplicably killed with one punch. Now, his biggest dream was to cultivate well and strive to become a hero who could be killed with 2 punches. No wonder the little boy in green was confused and could not figure out one thing no matter how hard he racked his brain. How did my master live until today? In fact, Chen Pingan himself did not know the answer. It was as if he had endured it bit by bit. In fact, at the beginning, there were people who did not want him to die. Later, when it was time for the birds to fly, some big shots who wanted him to die met a teacher one after another. He told Chen Pingan not to lose hope in this world, and a man wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a saber. He told Chen Pingan how to deal with this world. At the same time, Qin Pingan grew up rapidly and finally left the chessboard early. However, during this process, the hardships of life, the difficult choices that involved one's heart, the many undercurrents and dangers that surged, the young man in Mud Bottle Alley had to undergo mental and physical training. It was not something that outsiders could understand. This mud embryo of Mud Bottle Alley, who had a body of magic weapons and a precious sword-cultivating gourd, was now walking alone in Jianghu and was only willing to buy the cheapest wine. Of course, he immediately began to practice boxing in a new way that was different from the six-step stance walking and the sword furnace stance. At the waterfall pavilion, Qin Pingan did not carry the sword case on his back this time. He chose to stay in the courtyard because the bearded man and the young Taoist were there. However, the wine pot was still tied to his waist. When walking in the mountains and rivers of other places, do not cause trouble, do not be afraid of trouble, and be careful. Survival first. This was Qin Pingan's Jianghu. Qin Pingan once again stepped on the railing near the water. Just as he was about to borrow the momentum to jump towards the astonishing waterfall, he thought for a moment and took a step forward, stepping on the stone platform. He didn't want to accidentally break the wooden railing if he punched with all his strength. Even if Senior Song didn't want him to pay for it, it still couldn't be helped. Qin Pingan took a deep breath. He rubbed the soles of his shoes on the ground and gently twisted his wrist a few times. The first punch was to test the strength of the falling waterfall. First, he used 70 to 80% of his strength. Qin Pingan took a step forward, and a loud sound echoed from the ground. Fortunately, the sound of the waterfall was astonishing and was enough to cover the sound of his foot stepping on the ground. Qin Pingan's figure was like an arrow that had been shot toward the waterfall. His momentum was like a rainbow as he punched forward. His fist went through the depths of the waterfall, but when his entire arm almost went through the waterfall curtain, his head and shoulders were hit by the waterfall. Qin Pingan's whole body was forced to tilt, and he fell into the depths of the pool. He was pulled by the turbulent water and flipped a few times. Finally, his head emerged from the relatively stable water near the waterside pavilion. Qin Pingan patted the surface of the deep pool and jumped toward the waterside pavilion. Standing on the base of the platform outside the railing, he felt dizzy. Especially the arm and shoulders that he punched out with, they were burning with pain. The key point was that the depths of the pool were rugged rocks, and Qin Pingan's head was not light. Fortunately, Qin Pingan's body was tempered in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain. Suffering was a common occurrence for Qin Pingan. This was far from harming the foundation of his body and the depths of his divine soul. Even if it was not a scratch, Qin Pingan still felt quite relaxed. For the second punch, Qin Pingan used 90% of his strength, and he opened the way with the iron horse chisel formation that the old man surnamed Chui taught him. He tried to break through the water curtain with his fist and hit the stone wall behind the waterfall. Unfortunately, when his fist slightly touched the surface of the stone wall, his whole body was smashed into the bottom of the water by the torrential water as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Once again emerging from the water, Qin Pingan returned to the edge of the waterside pavilion and stood still. This time he did not change the rapidly flowing qi. He held back the genuine qi that was like a fire dragon patrolling in all directions. In a spurt of energy, he once again delivered a very powerful punch to the waterfall. This time, Qin Pingan's fist successfully hit the cold stone wall at the end of the waterfall curtain, but it was weak. Not to mention making a pit, it probably did not even leave a trace. Under the moonlight, Qin Pingan, whose Dantian's qi was surging, could not calm down. He could only spit out a mouthful of turbid qi and breathe slowly with the old Yang's breathing technique. The 18 halts of sword qi had long become an instinct for Qin Pingan. He did not need to deliberately control it and it could flow on its own. It quickly passed through a dozen acupoints that were even named differently from the current qi residents. Previously it was stuck between 6 and 7 halts, and now it was stuck between 12 and 13. It was as if it was blocked by a chasm, unable to move forward an inch. Qin Pingan held his breath and concentrated his mind, punching towards the waterfall for the 4th time. After a dozen punches, Qin Pingan could only stand with his back against the railing. He simply sat down cross-legged. As he stabilized his qi, he took off his wine gourd and began to drink slowly. Qin Pingan looked up at the bright moon above his head. The book said that the moon was the brightness of one's hometown. It also said that the moon surged like a great river. It also said that the bright moon on the sea was born together with the tide. The moon in his hometown was waxing and waning. As a teenager who worked hard to make a living, he had already seen it countless times. He had seen it with Lu Xianyang and the snotty Gucan. After seeing it for a long time, Qin Pingan did not feel anything except on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. He had gone traveling twice and seen the magnificent scenery of the vast plains and the moon surging like a great river. It was indeed beautiful. Now, in order to send the sword to the inverted mountain, he had to go to the southernmost old dragon city. He did not know how beautiful the scene of the bright moon on the sea would be. Qin Pingan collected his thoughts and stood up. He put away the blade-strengthening gourd and began the next round of punches. The rule he set for himself was that he had to deliver 3 punches in one go, the cavalry chiseling formation. The barefooted old man in the bamboo building once joked that in a battle on the battlefield with a golden spear and an armored horse, the best elite cavalry in the world would never be a coward who would fall down after 1 or 2 attacks. After being smashed by the huge waterfall again and again, Qin Pingan's body became more and more sensitive to pain. When he was done this time, Qin Pingan directly lay on the platform and gasped for breath. If the old man surnamed Chui had only punched Qin Pingan from the beginning to the end at Luapa Mountain to temper his body and spirit, making him take the beating passively instead of asking Qin Pingan to peel his skin and pull out his tendons. Without these cruel actions, perhaps Qin Pingan would have had to stop practicing his punches today. Once, the barefoot old man looked down at Qin Pingan, who was lying in a pool of blood, and sneered, "You can't even bear this little pain and you still want to reach the 9th or 10th realm?" At that time, Qin Pingan only wanted to curse the old man, but unfortunately he did not have the strength to say a word. Compared to the pain he suffered at Luapa Mountain, this was a blessing. The further he went in Jianghu, the less he was used to suffering. Qin Pingan thought to himself as he slowly stood up. He gritted his teeth and punched again. After a quarter of an hour, the waterfall under the moonlight still made the pool rumble. It seemed to be mocking the young man for overestimating himself, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Qin Pingan floated on the surface of the water. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the sky. Once again he went ashore and punched. Qin Pingan shouted angrily, "Open for me!" A large hole was punched in the waterfall's water curtain by the strong punch, but it disappeared in an instant. Qin Pingan's fist smashed heavily on the stone wall. His whole body almost went through the waterfall, but he was soon knocked into the bottom of the water without any suspense. After floating around the deep pool with the water, he climbed up to the base of the waterside pavilion. In this way he intermittently stopped and rested. In the latter half of the night, a drenched Qin Pingan sat on the railing. He lifted the wine pot with trembling hands and drank a mouthful of Huadiao aged wine. He felt his throat burning and his liver burning. He could only put away the blade-strengthening gourd, not daring to drink even a small mouthful. In the distance, the lanterns of the Sword Water Villa were hung high. The banquet was far from over. There were young women who were disciples of the villa who also served as sword attendants. They performed sword dances for the guests to liven things up. The cheers were endless. Qin Pingan tilted his head and stared at the waterfall that seemed to be invincible in the world. Qin Pingan punched for the last time. He used the deity drumming style. He glided over the water like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. When he approached the waterfall, his fist and arm pierced through the waterfall again and again. There was always a time when a person's strength was exhausted. Qin Pingan knew that he could stop practicing martial arts tonight. He was already exhausted. If he continued to hit the waterfall, he might be washed to the bottom of the pool one day and completely faint. In the end, a corpse would float up. Qin Pingan walked out of the waterside pavilion, dripping wet. He passed by the mountain water pavilion and returned to the courtyard. He slept for less than 6 hours. The next morning, Qin Pingan ate a careless breakfast and walked 6 steps to the waterfall pavilion. He did not return until noon. However, this time, Qin Pingan had no choice but to let Zhang Shanfeng inform the Sword Water Villa that he needed a large bucket of water. When old steward Chu sent a trusted servant girl from the villa to bring the bucket over and fill it with hot water, Qin Pingan closed the door and soaked in the hot water. The medicinal ingredients that Wei Pai bought from the Oxhorn Mountains Baofengjai could only be used 3 times. He had used them once in Yanji County. After this time he only had one last chance. Today the Sword Water Villa was still welcoming the Jianghu people from all walks of life. Tomorrow was the auspicious day to elect the Wulin Alliance chief. This was even better. The heroes of the Jianghu and the Jianghu people were busy visiting each other. They either compared notes on martial arts with each other, asked their seniors for guidance on difficult problems, or went to the great grandmasters to get familiar with them. They came and went in groups. It was very lively. In the night, Qin Pingan had dinner with Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng. Then he went to the waterfall alone. This time, other than using the fist moves taught by the old man surnamed Chui, Chin Pingan also hit the waterfall because there was a towering stone pillar about 2 feet from the surface of the water. It was not in the middle of the waterfall. It was the size of a chessboard. For some reason, it had not been shaved off after being hit by the water for thousands of years. Chin Pingan suddenly had an idea. He stood on the stone and used the sword furnace to stand still. He allowed the water from the waterfall to crash on his head. Chin Pingan had no choice but to change from a standing position to a sitting position. In the end, he lost his balance and fell into the water. After several times, Chin Pingan was able to use the sword furnace to stand still for less than half an incense stick's worth of time. Then he used the sitting position with his head held high and his chest out for half an incense stick's worth of time. Finally, he lowered his head and stretched his neck out of the waterfall. He let his back bear the impact. Compared to punching the waterfall, Chin Pingan was surprised to find that this kind of motionless like a mountain grinding skill was even more beneficial. Vaguely, the acupoints and chi mansion in his body felt as if a strong wind was blowing. The acupoints and chi mansion in his body were loosened. The 18 halts of sword chi circulated faster and faster, as fast as thunder. After discovering this unexpected surprise, Chin Pingan drank a mouthful of good wine. As a result, his stomach burned badly. Chin Pingan could only jump around in the waterside pavilion and grit his teeth. He went to the bottom of the waterfall a few more times. In the latter half of the night, the moonlight was still the same. The singing and dancing of the Sword Water Villa became louder and louder. The youth walked back to the courtyard in high spirits. There was a bucket in the room, as well as the 2 sword-bearing maids of the villa who waited outside the courtyard all day long. Chin Pingan used up the last of the medicinal ingredients in the bundle. This time Chin Pingan slept in for the first time. He slept until the sun was high in the sky. After eating a full meal, he left the courtyard in high spirits. He smiled and nodded to the 2 sword-bearing maids of the villa. He slowly walked past the mountain water pavilion and arrived at the waterside pavilion that faced the waterfall for hundreds of years. It was said that the Sword Water Villa was only built 60 or 70 years ago. This nameless waterside pavilion had existed for a long time. It was just that as time passed, people were used to including the waterside pavilion in the Sword Water Villa. When Chin Pingan walked away from the waterside pavilion, 2 sword-bearing maids who were bored to death gathered together and whispered to each other. One of the girls with an oval face said that the young master who came from outside the village was really a strange person. The other girl laughed and said that if he wasn't a strange person, how could our old villa lord like him? The girl with an oval face teased her partner and said that although this young master's appearance was not as good as the young villa lord, he was also delicate and pretty. Do you like him? The other girl's sword-bearing maid said that she had seen the young villa lord's peerless demeanor and would not like other men. The 2 girls took advantage of the fact that there was no one around and laughed and played. For them, practicing swordsmanship in the Sword Water Villa was a great blessing. In the future they might be married off to a Jianghu talent with a bright future under the arrangement of their kind wife. However, the Sword Water Villa would always be their home. They would not have to worry about the Jianghu for the rest of their lives. When Chin Pingan approached the waterside pavilion today, he found that old Senior Song was already sitting on the bench. He quickly walked up the steps and sat opposite to him. Song Yushin, who had been looking at the waterfall, retracted his gaze and looked at Chin Pingan. He nodded and praised, "There are some signs. It's amazing." Chin Pingan grinned. Song Yushin asked, "Is the wine brewed by this old man's farm better?" Chin Pingan scratched his head and said, "Much better. It's just that I'll have a headache when I buy wine in the future." Song Yushin could not help but laugh. "Why? Are you short of money?" Chin Pingan thought for a while and said honestly, "I'm not short of money now. However, drinking wine does not seem to be beneficial to practicing martial arts. I feel that it's a waste of money to spend on it. It's just that I get used to drinking. If there's no wine in the jug beside me, I'll feel empty." Song Yushin teased, "You're not a married woman. It's natural for a man to drink the best wine when he has the money. Why do you still talk about housekeeping?" Chin Pingan shook his head hard and said, "I still have to save money. Now that drinking has become a habit, there's no way to change it. However, if I develop the habit of spending money, I'll regret it to death." Song Yushin pointed at the young man, "You can't be a rich man in your life." Chin Pingan smiled brightly, "I have food and wine for every meal. It's already very good." Song Yushin was affected by the young man's mood and also smiled, "Then who will cook for you and buy wine for you?" Chin Pingan blurted out, "Even if I have a wife, I'll still cook for her and buy her wine." Song Yushin spat and stared at him, "Idiot. Don't you look like a fool? After you get a wife, do you just worship her like a bodhisattva? Don't you know that old and young women are all people who don't know when to stop? For the first time, Chin Pingan was a little timid. He took off the wine gourd and took a sip. The girl he liked was said to be able to beat 100 Chin Pingan with one hand. If he dared to have such thoughts, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Besides, he couldn't even say that he liked her. God knows what his future wife's surname would be. Of course, it would be best if his wife's surname could be Ning. Chin Pingan laughed foolishly. Song Yushin looked at the young man who was daydreaming and said helplessly, "So you're really a fool." Song Yushin didn't want to instill the young man with the idea that a hero in Jianghu should be able to subdue his wife. He restrained his expression and said solemnly, "From 3 to 4, in addition to the impurities in the body of a martial artist which need to be purified bit by bit, you have to start to pay attention to the state of mind. The fist technique needs to be clear and unobstructed. When you understand the essence of the word, clear, you have to be firm and invincible. A swordsman needs to reach the state of mind of the sword and forget about the world. Only one sword has a clear conscience and can kill ghosts and gods. Chin Pingan, have you really made up your mind?" At the end, Song Yushin's expression was fierce and his voice was loud. He was almost glaring at Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan's mind was firm. He nodded and said, "I will never change my mind about one thing." Song Yushin stood up. His aura was so majestic that it was like a waterfall of sword chi. He said to the young man in front of him, "How dare you say it so easily? I think you, Chin Pingan, have never really seen through it." Chin Pingan followed him and stood up. His eyes were bright. "Senior Song, actually, I don't really understand the true meaning of the words clear and clear. But I just think." After saying that, Chin Pingan turned his head and pointed at the waterfall that looked like sword chi hanging from the sleeve of the immortal. "I must punch through the entire waterfall and leave a fist mark on the stone wall. I even feel that sooner or later I will punch the waterfall backward and make the water explode so that it won't be able to press my head down anymore." Song Yushin suddenly shouted angrily, "If that's the case, when are you going to do it?" Almost out of pure instinct, Chin Pingan turned his body sideways and faced the waterfall outside the waterside pavilion. He took a few steps back and stood at the top of the steps. He took an ancient boxing stance that the old man surnamed Chui had never mentioned before as his starting stance. Even though Song Yushin, the sword sage of Brush Country, was in the pavilion, Chin Pingan didn't see Song Yushin in his eyes. He didn't even see the pavilion anymore. Between heaven and earth, there was only his opponent, the waterfall falling from the sky. When Chin Pingan went down south, the 6-step pile walking was even slower. But this time, Chin Pingan wanted to go faster. He was the fastest. His steps were so big that the last step of the 6-step pile walking smashed the railing of the pavilion. He stepped on the base of the platform. 6 footprints were left on the railing from the end of the stairs to the edge of the platform. Then he rushed forward. The power of his fist was so strong that it looked like a green dragon wrapped in his sleeve. Breaking the waterfall with one punch, Chin Pingan rushed into the water curtain and punched the stone wall. The stone wall was instantly shattered. Countless broken stones bounced back and shattered the waterfall. That was not all. Chin Pingan alternated left and right. He punched the stone wall again and again. This was the real scene of a deity beating a drum. Countless stones flew and the waterfall flowed chaotically. From the top of the pavilion to the top of the waterfall, a gorgeous rainbow appeared because of the dissipation of the water vapor. Song Yu stood in the waterside pavilion with his hands behind his back. The strong wind blew against his face, ruffling his hair and causing his sleeves to flutter. The old man looked up at the man-made rainbow and laughed heartily. "How magnificent!" 243. Seeing a pure martial artist break through the 4th state from the 3rd state, Song Yulan suddenly felt that it was not a loss to live a few more years even if the current Jianghu was not pleasing. Song Yulan gently patted the old sword on his waist. The long sword in the scabbard was attracted by the vigorous chi on the other side of the waterfall and had a telepathic connection with the old man. Standing in the waterside pavilion, Song Yulan said sadly, "If Gao Feng were still alive, he might be standing here tonight." The second owner of Sword Water Mountain Villa, Song Gaofeng, who was the father of the young owner, Song Fengshan, was also a sword embryo with first-class aptitude in the world. Unfortunately, God was jealous of heroes and trapped by love, he went astray. This was also the biggest knot in Song Yulan's heart. To a large extent, that tragedy was caused by Song Yulan because Song Fengshan's mother was also a mountain spirit, a taboo existence that was not tolerated by the world. However, at that time, Song Yulan was so high-spirited that he did not care about the eyes of the world. With only one sword, he looked down on the court of Comb Water Country and thought that he was invincible in Jianghu, so he began to climb mountains alone to visit immortals. In the end, he saved a kind little girl who was a spirit of plants that turned into a human form. Song Yulan did not dislike her birth, but brought her back to the villa. She and the young Song Gaofeng fell in love with each other. Song Yulan still did not object to this. Finally, he calmly sat in the seat of honor and accepted the toast of the loving couple. If it ended there, it could be considered a good marriage. However, the world was unpredictable. The flower garden that the charming woman carefully cultivated was full of spiritual energy, and the flowers and plants were in spring all year round. No one knew when it would bloom. The people in the Wulin world spread false rumors that the flower garden at the back of the mountain of the villa became the miracle medicine that countless martial artists in Jianghu dreamed of. Eating one plant could increase one's power by more than 10 years. After that, if someone stole 1 or 2 plants, the kind-hearted woman would turn a blind eye and let the thief take them. The villa had also made it clear that the plants in the flower garden did not have the magical effect of increasing one's power. They could only slightly prolong one's life. As time passed, the masters in Jianghu who coveted the flower garden gradually extinguished their filthy thoughts. However, one day more than half of the flower garden was stolen. The thief was still not satisfied and trampled the rest of the flowers and plants, leaving a mess on the ground. The flower garden did not help the martial artists in Jianghu improve their cultivation, but it was an opportunity for Song Gaofeng's wife. After this catastrophe, the woman was heartbroken and skinny. Following the clues, Song Gaofeng found the culprit. It turned out to be a Jianghu woman who hated him because of love. Song Gaofeng did not hesitate to attack, but he was stopped by the woman's father. It should be known that the man was the chief of the Wulin alliance in Jianghu at that time. He was a famous boxing grandmaster in several countries and was born as a border general. His official connections were deeply rooted and he was highly valued and trusted by His Majesty. The so-called chief of the Wulin alliance was just a way for His Majesty to control Jianghu. No matter how hard Song Gaofeng fought, he was no match for that man. After returning to the Sword Water Villa, the woman and her father also came to apologize. The old man, the chief of the Wulin alliance, as a leader in Jianghu who was of the same generation as Song Yufan, was willing to cut off one of his arms on the spot and stand outside the villa dripping with blood, saying that it was an atonement for his daughter. Even if Song Yufan's swordsmanship was better than that man's martial cultivation, what could he do? Cut off the man's arm again? Then cut off the head of the troublemaker with one strike? He could only give up. Song Gaofeng did not say a word. He did not even show his face. He just stayed by his wife's sickbed. After the father and daughter left, Song Yufan turned around sadly and told his son the result. Song Gaofeng closed the door and refused to see him. He only said 3 words, "Got it?" In the end, Song Yufan learned that his son, Song Gaofeng, had joined the Devil Path and practiced the secret book of the Devil Path. The last time he went to Jianghu, he destroyed his face, changed his weapon and left the sword at home. On the day that the boxing grandmaster resigned as the chief, Song Gaofeng sneaked into the mansion. Although he was seriously injured, he still succeeded in killing the enemy. When Song Gaofeng returned to the villa, he was already exhausted. In the end, he and his dying wife both closed their eyes and passed away. At that time, Song Yufan stood outside the door. His young grandson, Song Fengshan, silently stayed by his parents' bedside. He did not cry or say a word. In Jianghu, people not only had no choice but also had no choice. Song Yufan transferred his guilt to his grandson, Song Fengshan, especially when Song Fengshan insisted on marrying a charming woman. After that accident, Song Yufan was completely disheartened and regretted himself more and more. Therefore, even if Song Fengshan colluded with the other 3 evil spirits of the Comb country, Song Yufan was still unwilling to kill him. He would no longer control the stubborn Song Fengshan with his own Jianghu rules. Song Yufan was well aware of what Song Fengshan wanted to do. That night, Song Gaofeng killed the former chief of the Wulin alliance who had connections in the imperial court. However, the real culprit escaped. After that, the emperor did not want to fall out with the Sword Water Villa. Perhaps he also felt guilty, so he became the matchmaker himself. He made the poor woman who survived the disaster become the wife of a meritorious general in the Comb country. She became the highest-ranking madam of the country. Everyone knew that the old sage of sword Song Yufan followed the rules of Jianghu. Therefore, the emperor of the Comb country was not worried about the sage of sword of the Comb country. As for Song Yufan's grandson, he was very young at that time. Everyone thought that he must have a vague memory and was not destined to be a big problem. In this way, the Jianghu of the Combe country was peaceful and sunny for more than 20 years. The chief of the Wulin alliance was empty for more than 20 years. Until Song Fengshan opened the gate of the Swordwater Villa and entertained heroes from all over the country. The official chief ceremony would be held the next day. Song Yufan had long lost interest in Jianghu. However, he was not careless about everything. Why did he often travel alone in Jianghu for so many years? Was it because he wanted to relax? Out of sight, out of mind of his grandson? Absolutely not. However, Song Yufan clearly knew that one day, a dark cloud would descend upon the city and directly attack the Swordwater Manor, the place where he had spent his entire life. His grandson, Song Fengshan, would step over the boundary and secretly become the target of public criticism under the seemingly splendid circumstances. Song Yufan had another knot in his heart. The first knot in his heart was that he felt guilty toward his son, Song Gaofeng. The second knot in his heart was that the Jianghu rules that he had followed were completely different from what his grandson had done. The sage of sword of the Combe country was hesitating whether he should draw his sword against the imperial court. Once he drew his sword, Song Yufan actually did not care whether he would challenge the emperor's dignity or not. However, it went against Song Yufan's conscience. Because deep down the old man had never agreed with Song Fengshan's Jianghu. He could not tell anyone about all of this. Song Yufan's previous trip to Jianghu was originally to find a senior in Jianghu who was both a friend and a foe. The sage of sword of the colorful robes country, whose martial virtues and martial arts were as high as the clouds. Song Yufan not only wanted to learn from the sword but also wanted to untie this knot in his heart. Unfortunately, the old man who was so good at swordsmanship had died. As a result, Song Yufan could only turn back halfway, which resulted in that encounter at the ancient temple. The black-shirt old man was filled with mixed feelings. His thoughts were all over the place, such that he didn't notice that the teen who punched out and broke through didn't leave the waterfall for a long time. When Song Yufan sensed that something was wrong and was about to go check it out, he saw Qin Pingan slowly walk out of the waterfall. He jumped back and landed in the pavilion. His bloody hands were wrapped in cotton. Song Yufan put away those annoying thoughts and smiled. "You have tasted the wine of the villa. Now that you are at Master Realm, how is it? Isn't it better?" However, Qin Pingan's next words made the old man's eyes widen. "It seems like I am just a little bit away from breaking through. Now it is like breaking through the waterfall with a punch. I am just one step away." Song Yuzai sized up the young man's restrained momentum. His fist intent was like a torrential waterfall, which was worthy of the evaluation of Qi Wuqian. The old man was stunned. "You are clearly in the fourth state. I can even pat my chest and say that I have never seen a more solid and stable third state or the brand new fourth state than you. Qin Pingan, how can you still feel that you are one step away?" Qin Pingan said helplessly, "Senior Song, I am just a little bit away. I don't know the reason, but I know. But now that I know the general direction and have a path to take, I won't be like a headless fly running around. Before I reach Old Dragon City, I'll be able to endure it bit by bit. If I'm lucky, I might be able to break through by the time I reach your Brushwater Nation's immortal fairy. But my luck has always been bad. The chances of me breaking through by Old Dragon City are higher." Song Yufan put his hands behind his back and walked around the teen slowly before stopping. He said in amazement, "There is always someone better than you. I have learned a lot today." Song Yufan laughed. "Let's go and drink. No matter what, even if you didn't break through completely, it is still something worth celebrating." Qin Pingan shook the wine gourd. There was still a lot of wine, so he nodded and smiled. "Okay." Song Yufan suddenly asked, "There is a restaurant in the town outside the villa that serves hot pot. The ingredients are so good that the guests can eat their tongues off. The wine is also good. Do you want to try it? It is lunchtime now. I have a good relationship with the manager there, so I can give you a 20% discount." When Qin Pingan heard the 20% discount, he immediately said generously, "Then I will pay." Song Yufan laughed. "Oh? Let's make it clear in advance. A hot pot meal with good wine in the restaurant costs at least 5 or 6 taels of silver." Qin Pingan blinked and said without blushing, "The town is a little far from the villa. Why don't we drink in the yard?" Song Yufan gave him a thumbs up. "You are really a hero who spends a lot of money." Qin Pingan suddenly laughed. "Let's go. Why don't we go? We are having hot pot for lunch." Song Yufan was stunned. He didn't give Qin Pingan a chance to regret. He laughed and said, "Follow me." Then he rushed out of the waterside pavilion, stepped on the branches of the trees and rushed out of the villa. Qin Pingan had to give up the idea of calling Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng, and followed him. When they passed the top of the waterside pavilion, Qin Pingan turned to look at the waterfall and smiled. On the stone wall behind the waterfall curtain, the teenager secretly carved 2 lines with his finger. From top to bottom, he wrote the name of a girl on one line, and Qin Pingan was here on the other line. The teenager hoped that the next time he came to the Sword Water Villa, the girl would be with him. Of course, Qin Pingan only dared to secretly think like this. In Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley, as long as there was a wedding or funeral, the neighbors were willing to take the initiative to help. This was the same rule as adding soil to the grave. It was passed down from generation to generation, so there was no need to reason. Today, someone from Apricot Blossom Lane was getting married to a rich woman from Peach Blossom Lane. The family in Apricot Blossom Lane had a good reputation. Even an old woman like Granny Ma, who had a bad reputation, was close to this family. Therefore, there were nearly 20 tables of wine. As long as you gave a red packet, whether it was a piece of silver or a few copper coins, you could eat at the table and enjoy the happy atmosphere. At the table there were a few unfamiliar faces. The leader was an old man from an old house in Clay Bottle Alley. He was dressed like a rich man and often wandered around the town. Over time he became familiar with him. His surname was Chow, and the neighbors were used to calling him Old Chow. Old Chow was kind to everyone and greeted everyone with a smile. He didn't have the arrogance of a rich man and could chat with the people around him for a long time. Old Han, who was married to this family, often chatted with him. So today he came to the wedding and gave a big red packet to give face. The old man, who had changed into new clothes, specially brought his son and daughter-in-law to toast. Old Chow brought 3 people with him. All of them had the surname Chow. The handsome young man, Chow Jun, also lived in the old house of the Chow family in Clay Bottle Alley. There was also a pair of grandfather and grandson who had rushed back to the town from other places. It was said that they were Old Chow's relatives in the capital. It seemed that they were doing well. They seemed to be scholars and had a bit of an official's aura. Of course, they could also be people in the capital. Old Chow was a lively person and often took the initiative to run around with a glass of wine to toast. The grandfather and grandson of the Chow family, who were from the capital, were obviously not used to this kind of noisy scene. They didn't move freely and sat where they were. Occasionally they would pick up food with their chopsticks and drink a mouthful of medium-priced soju from the town's tavern. Chow Jun, on the other hand, was relatively more at ease. He stepped on the bench and drank by himself. He squinted at Old Chow and some old men calling each other brothers and smiled playfully. Although that old in-law's family in Peach Leaf Alley had declined, they were still much more well-off than those in Apricot Blossom Alley, so they were a little more dignified. The neighbors of Apricot Blossom Alley and Clay Bottle Alley also found this to be normal. Fortune Street's Peach Leaf Alley was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Regular people were still unable to climb up to them. If it weren't for the fact that Old Han's son had a promising future and was currently working in the Dragon Spring Commandery Manor, how could he have the fortune to marry a rich young lady from Peach Leaf Alley? Old Chow went to another table to fool around. Chow Jun drank a mouthful of strong wine and took a deep breath. He quickly picked up a piece of pork hoof meat with his chopsticks and turned to look at the grandfather and grandson. He asked with a smile in Dolly's official language, "What's wrong? You're not used to the food and drink? Why don't the 3 of us go somewhere else and have a good meal in a restaurant?" The old man in a plain green robe shook his head with a smile. "There's no need to be so particular. I'm just used to eating vegetarian food in the capital and am not used to eating meat at a wedding banquet. It's not that I'm looking down on the local customs here. Moreover, this Dragon Spring Commandery's Huaihuang County is the ancestral land of my Chow clan. As descendants, how can we forget our roots?" The handsome Chow Jun nodded and said with a smile, "It's our clan's misfortune to have such an unreliable ancestor." The old man did not dare to reply at all. Even if the old man was an important minister who supported the country in the Dali dynasty, he still did not have the courage to criticize a clan's ancestor who was an 11th realm sword cultivator. The young man who was elegant and graceful and had a bearing completely different from Chow Jun's was called Chow Mao. He was the newly appointed supervisor of Kills and Dragon Spring Commandery, an official directly under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights. He was handsome and had the reputation of being the Chow clan's jade tree in Dali's officialdom. Back then, when he had received the Dali imperial tutor at the Huaihuang relay station, Chow Mao had been the only one on his horse. He reeked of alcohol as he staggered off his horse and entered the relay station. It was enough to show that this noble young master of the capital was different from the rest. When Chow Shi returned to his seat, even Chow Mao subconsciously sat up straight. The green-robed old man even sat upright. He put down his chopsticks and picked up the wine pot, taking the initiative to pour wine for his ancestor, Chao Shi, who was separated by countless generations. Chao Shi finished the wine in one go and put down the wine cup. Looking at the endless stream of guests who came in to congratulate him, he stood up and said, "Stop squatting in the latrine pit. Let's make room for the people behind us. Let's go." The four of them left the courtyard. The courtyards of the few houses near the alley were filled with tables. Chao Shi led the three of them into Clay Bottle Alley and asked casually, "Your emperor has returned to the capital?" The old man answered respectfully, "Ancestor, His Majesty the Emperor is unwell. He has already returned to the capital from the relay station in Dragon Spring Commandery." When Chao Shi passed by the Gu family's ancestral house, he turned to look at the dilapidated door and the old spring couplets. He stopped in his tracks and said, "It is said that the mother and son of this family have been brought to the Book Slip Lake's Qingxia Island by true Lord Zhejiang. The little brat named Gu can obtained a great opportunity before he left the small town. He can control a water dragon that is comparable to a 10th level Qi cultivator. Moreover, that water dragon's realm is rising rapidly. It is very likely that it can break through the bottleneck of the 10th level in just a few decades." The old man nodded and said, "Under the personal arrangement of the imperial tutor, the Dali Imperial Court specially built a new spy agency. It is responsible for recording the growth experiences of these children in Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. Apart from Gu Ken, there are also Ma Kuxuan in Apricot Blossom Alley, Zhao Yao in Fulu Street, and Mei and Xiaolingqi in the Xie family. Most of them are from small towns. However, there are also foreign Qi cultivators who obtained opportunities here, such as Gao Xian, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom. There are a total of 16 of them." Chao Shi walked forward slowly and stopped again. "What about these two families? The owners of the two neighboring houses, one of them was already recorded in the Song clan's genealogy as Song Mu. He had just returned to the capital with His Majesty the Emperor. The other one was named Qin Pingon. He had already traveled to the south. However, he owned 2 shops in the small town and 5 mountains in the western mountains." The old man said with an awkward expression, "Among the 16 people, His Highness and Qin Pingon shouldn't be included." Chao Shi said, "What about Li Shixing?" As the pillar of Dali, the Qingshan elder shook his head and said, "Also no." Chao Shi turned to look at Chao Jun, who had 2 swords hanging from his waist. "You have fought with Li Shixing before. He defeated you, a 9th level sword cultivator with his 6th level cultivation. What do you think?" Chao Jun said unhappily, "What else can I do? He is powerful and I am just a good-for-nothing." Chao Shi laughed and said, "After this, you good-for-nothing will soon go to the border and join the army. If you are lucky, you can stay beside Dali's vassal king, Song Jianqiang. You can follow the Dali steel cavalry down south. Who knows, you might not stop until you reach the center of Aquarius continent. What do you think?" Chao Jun said straightforwardly, "Just eat and wait for death." Dali's #1 aristocratic family, Chao Mao, admired Chao Jun from the bottom of his heart. Although he looked to be around the same age as this sword cultivator, he was actually 60 years older than him. In this period of time, they often drank together. He knew that Chao Jun was frivolous and did not care about anything. It was something that came from his bones and not something that he said. Chao Shi said sternly, "In 10 years, if you can't kill 1 or 2 10th realm old bastards, I will personally kill you." Chao Jun hugged the back of his head and laughed at Chao Mao. "After I die, remember to help me collect my body and bury it at the immortal tomb. I feel that the feng shui there is not bad. Being neighbors with many Buddhist bodhisattvas and Taoist heavenly officials will make my mood better. Because I don't have to listen to people nagging, my ears will be quiet, and no one will disturb my dreams." Chao Shi flew into a rage and said, "You little B*****starred. Do you know, in order to repair the sword Chi lotus pond in your lake, I had to pay a price." When Chao Jun laughed, his eyes squinted into slits, making him look like a sly fox. "How would I know? Why don't you tell me?" Chao Shi laughed coldly, "To have a descendant like you, it is also the misfortune of the family. No matter how much smoke rises from the ancestral tomb, it is useless. Scram, quickly go to the capital and find Song Jianqiang, then go straight to the southern border. I don't want to see you again for the next 10 years. Chao Jun left as soon as he said that. He rose from the ground and laughed wantonly, riding the wind towards the north. Supervisor Chao Mao, who knew the rules of this world, was just about to remind him, but it was already too late. In the sword shop by the Dragon Whisker River to the south of the town, a military saint sneered, "Forgetful thing. Somewhere in the blue sky of Longquan County, the scene of water gushing out from the mouth of a spring appeared, and a long sword slowly rose up. Yuan Cheng, are you not going to give me face? Chao Shi's face was gloomy. He flicked his wrist, and the jade-green rope-like life-bound flying sword was the sword immortal Chao Shi's greatest reliance to be able to move unhindered in the south-swirling continent. It was a half-immortal weapon refined by an ancient deity into a sword. When Chao Shi's mind moved, the jade-green rope on his wrist did not reveal its true form, but it trembled slightly and slivers of green water vapor flowed out, quickly sweeping towards the sky where Chao Jun's figure had disappeared. Yuan Cheng's sword from the mouth of the spring slashed towards the head of the sword immortal Chao Jun, who had broken the rules. It was so fast that it far exceeded the speed of Chao Jun riding the wind towards the north. If there were no accidents, Chao Jun would be beheaded before he could even leave the borders of the old Pearl Grotto heaven. Fortunately, between Yuan Cheng's flying sword and Chao Jun's figure, a surging river of water appeared out of thin air. The river cut off the sky, blocking the path of Yuan Cheng's flying sword. The sword cut through the river water that was only a few kilometers wide, and the jade-green river actually folded on both ends, pressing down on the flying sword that continued to sweep forward. The river slammed against the shore, constantly blocking the flying sword that was like a small boat. Even though the river water was endless, the flying sword controlled by the military saint of the Wind Snow Temple still cleaved through the river water, advancing courageously. Chao Jun's figure did not stop, but he turned around and unsheathed the long sword at his waist, perfectly striking the tip of Yuan Cheng's flying sword. Chao Jun's long sword was sent flying high into the air, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. However, his figure flew backwards at an even faster speed. The river water that was 100 miles long rolled into a ball, tightly wrapping around Yuan Cheng's flying sword. In the jade-green river water ball, sword aura constantly shot out until the river water finally shattered and turned into raindrops all over the sky. However, before the raindrops fell to the ground, they condensed into wisps of jade-green sword aura again, leisurely returning to the small town of Mud Bottle Alley. Yuan Cheng's unscathed natal flying sword hovered in the sky, pausing for a moment. A small pool appeared under the long sword, and the flying sword slowly descended into the pool, disappearing into the air. The swordsman from the Hassa continent, who had previously suffered a punch from Yuan Cheng, successfully left the battlefield. Chao Jun laughed heartily, "Good wind with strength, send me to the sky. Thank you, Saint Yuan and old ancestor, for sending me off together." In Mud Bottle Alley, the old pillar of the Chao family had mixed feelings. Although he was not a chi cultivator, there was no lack of experts on the mountain among the family's guests. However, he had only seen such earth-shattering fights with his own eyes. Chao Mao, the supervisor of kills of the Chao family in the capital, asked, "Old ancestor, what if this angered the saint here?" Chao Shi sneered and said, "I can't defeat the 12th realm Taoist heavenly lord of the North Continent, but do you think I can't defeat a new 11th realm Taoist from the Aquarius continent? Chao Jun can embarrass the Chao family, but I won't embarrass the chi cultivators of the Hassa continent." At this moment, the pillar of the Chao family and the supervisor of kills, Chao Mao, finally realized why this seemingly kind old ancestor in the small town could become the gatekeeper of the magnificent town building by the sea. A man stood at the other end of Mud Bottle Alley. "Then let's try it out?" Chao Shi grinned and said, "Sure, you pick the place, I pick the time." The man from the sword shop who came to criticize without hesitation said, "In the mountains in the west, there is a valley with a radius of 100 miles. It is deserted. Now there is a formation restriction set up by Dali. It is enough for you and me to determine the winner." Chao Shi nodded vigorously and said, "Okay, we will fight 100 years later." Yuan Cheng was stunned for a moment. He spat on the ground and turned to leave. Chao Mao covered his face with his hands. The pillar of the Chao family did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chao Shi rolled his eyes and said, "What? This is called a battle of wits, you know nothing." Chao Shi took the lead and walked into his old house. Just as the grandfather and grandson behind him were about to follow, the door slammed shut. Chao Mao and Dali's grandfather looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had no choice but to leave Mud Bottle Alley and go to the inspection office to secretly discuss the next layout of the family. The storm in the north of the Aquarius continent was brewing, and the situation was favorable for the Dali dynasty. Of course, the sooner they entered the battlefield, the more benefits they would gain. Moreover, the Chao family had a piece of great news today. Old ancestor Chao Shi would stay in the Aquarius continent for a while, and the genius swordsman Chao Jun would join the Dali border army. Presumably the emperor would be more or less grateful for this. In the next 100 years, the Chao family would be able to suppress their mortal enemy, the Yuan family. The old man surnamed Chui, who was used to wearing coarse hemp clothes and walking barefoot in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain, changed his temperament after the lotus flower-crowned Taoist Lu Chen visited him. He changed into a scholar's green cloth and made himself a bamboo cane to walk through the forest and a pair of climbing wooden clogs. He often went down the mountain to purchase ancient books and stationery. He decorated the second floor of the bamboo house like a study of a scholarly family, and whenever he was free he would pick up his brush and paint. The little boy in green and the little girl in pink looked at each other and mistakenly thought that the old man had gone mad. Later on, the little girl in pink looked at the old man's calligraphy and often chatted with the old man. Only then did she realize that the old man was a true Confucian scholar. He was an expert in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He was even more knowledgeable about the orthodox Confucian studies. The little boy in green clothes was a heartless and cowardly person. All he wanted was for the old man to practice martial arts properly and become a big shot in this small world as soon as possible so that he could be at ease. Therefore he often beat around the bush with the old man, telling him that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Longquan County and that the old man should not lower his guard. He also earnestly told the old man about the treacherous Jianghu of Great Li, and that the old man still needed to rely on his top-notch cultivation base to intimidate the weak. Unfortunately, the old man was not willing to pay any attention to this fellow. At most, he would chat with the little girl in pink who was asking for advice. As for the so-called martial arts, it was as if he had just thrown it on the ground and never picked it up again. The little boy in green sighed helplessly, lamenting that it was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. He could only continue to cultivate diligently, trying his best to digest the 2 high-grade snake gallstones that had entered his stomach. Recently, Wei Pai, who had been very busy welcoming and sending off the new North Mountain god, would still come to the bamboo building from time to time to visit the little pond where a purple gold lotus seed had been thrown in. Other than the purple gold lotus seed that had been left in Luopa Mountain, Qin Pingan had listened to Wei Pai's suggestion back then. Since he was the owner of Luopa Mountain, he had left a piece of idol seal on the first floor of the bamboo building as an item to suppress the mountains and rivers. The seal was none other than the 11th Chen that Qi Jingchun had carved. There was nothing special about it. It was just a beautiful vision that Qi Jingchun had given to Qin Pingan at that time. Above the 10th realm of martial arts was the martial god of the mortal world. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Qi cultivators at the peak of the world. The little girl in pink regarded this with extreme importance. It was almost more important than the book box that the young man Chui Dong had entrusted to her. 3 times a day in the morning, noon, and night, she would secretly take out the small seal that her master had taught her and use a silk handkerchief to carefully wipe it. No matter how the little boy in green cheated her, she would not allow him to have a share of it. Now, the little girl in pink from Huangting Country's Jilan building had already broken through the last threshold of the lower 5 realms with the help of the snake gallstone that Qin Pingan had given her. She had ascended to the first realm of the middle 5 realms, the cave realm. After that, it was the 7th Sea View realm, the 8th Dragon Gate realm, the 9th Golden Elixir realm, and the 10th Nascent Soul realm. It was still a long way to go and was out of reach. However, compared to the little boy in green who suddenly wanted to improve himself, the little girl in pink was more natural. Other than tidying up the bamboo building every day until it was spotless, she would flip through books and enjoy the scenery. Her state of mind was peaceful. Compared to the ferocious imperial river water snake and the demonic fire python of the library, she was more relaxed and casual. So now it was the little boy in green who would despise her for being stupid and lazy, not knowing how to make progress. On this night, the little boy in green was meditating and cultivating at the edge of the cliff. The little girl in pink was sitting on a bamboo chair and eating melon seeds. The old man surnamed Chui went downstairs and moved a bamboo chair to sit beside the little girl. He said softly, "The 1,000-year-old Chui family, the top scholarly family in the Aquarius continent, was unable to give birth to a fire python with spiritual intelligence like you. From this, it can be seen that opportunities are hard to come by." The little girl in pink smiled obediently and asked, "Grandpa Chui, do you think my master has broken through the realm?" The old man gloated, "How can the strongest 3 realms of the martial way that I personally cultivated be so easy to break through? I reckon it's still early. Who knows, maybe when he reaches the southernmost old dragon city, Qin Pingan's realm will still be the same. He will stay at the bottleneck of the 3 realms and drink to drown his sorrows every day. Then he will become a depressed alcoholic." The little girl in pink complained softly, Half of my master's fist was taught by you, Grandpa Chui. If my master doesn't break through the realm, how can you be happy? The old man laughed. Oh, you're not a martial artist. You don't know the weight of the strongest 3 realms in the world. When I killed Sun Shujin, who was at the peak of the 6th realm, with one punch I only used the strength of the 5th realm. What? It's because the foundation of a martial artist is different. If the foundation is bad, it's like a tall building that swings in the wind. If the foundation is good, it's like a famous mountain that stands tall on the earth. A little wind and rain is nothing, it's just a tickle. The little girl in pink said worriedly, my grandpa has no one to take care of him. When he's outside, he has to do everything himself. Will it affect his practice? The old man glanced at the back of the little boy in green and retracted his gaze. He looked at the worried little girl and sighed, to be able to let the 2 of you stay together without fighting, Qin Pingan must have taught you well. I wonder if Qin Pingan will still be able to treat people with fairness when the family business expands in the future. Whether the rules of a small family are good or not, and whether the family style of a rich family is upright, are 2 different things. The little girl in pink raised her head and said innocently, if that day really comes, Grandpa Chui, will you help my master? The old man stroked the little fire python's head. There are some family matters that outsiders can't help with. The old man stood up slowly and pointed into the distance. Think about it. If that day really comes and Qin Pingan establishes a sect, there will be you, the little water snake, and the black snake from Chiduan Mountain who has golden lines under its belly and 4 dragon claws. There will be so many mountains. In the future, every mountain will have an expert overseeing it. For example, the one who acknowledged Qin Pingan as his teacher, and the children who call Qin Pingan their junior uncle. Then all of you will become immortal mansions in the eyes of the world. There will be sect elders who will want to recruit disciples. Qin Pingan has gathered 10, 100, or even thousands of people under him. Once there is a conflict within his own family, Qin Pingan will have both his palms and the back of his hands. It won't be a matter that can be resolved with a punch or a sword. How should he deal with it? The girl in the pink dress had read the history books of various countries in Jilan Tower. She knew how tricky this problem was. She didn't even have the mood to eat melon seeds. Old man Chui smiled and said, actually, there's no need to be too worried. There's one good thing about Qin Pingan. Perhaps not many people will notice it. The girl in the pink dress waited for a long time, but the old man didn't continue. She couldn't help but ask, Grandpa Chui, my master already has so many good points. Is there anything good that I don't know about? The old man laughed heartily. There's one good thing about this little girl of yours. She's a bootlicker, especially towards your master. She's able to silently moisten things with the spring wind and rain. The girl in the pink dress blushed. She thought to herself that she wasn't bootlickering. Her master was just that good. The old man returned to his bamboo chair and no longer kept her in suspense. He smiled and said, Qin Pingan is very easy to talk to. Everyone close to him will take this as a matter of course. However, one day Qin Pingan will become very difficult to talk to regarding certain matters. In fact, he might even become the most difficult person to talk to. When that happens, strange things will happen. Everyone will feel guilty and afraid. They definitely won't be the first to refute anything. The girl in the pink dress quickly clasped her hands together and murmured, I don't want my master to be angry. The old man sighed. After he had killed someone outside the bamboo house, he had aggressively asked Qin Pingan, do you want to practice boxing with me or learn how to be a person with me? This was the old man's heartfelt words. In fact, he was also an arrogant old man who admitted that he wouldn't be able to convince Qin Pingan on the matter of being a person. However, if that wasn't the case, why would the old man be willing to take Qin Pingan as his successor for his boxing skills? If he wanted to take in a disciple, he had to take in someone who had a chance of surpassing him in the future. One was enough. Otherwise, so what if he took in a bunch of level 9 or level 10 disciples? Wouldn't they still be a few ants under the big picture? The girl in the pink dress suddenly asked timidly, if one day, Grandpa Chui, you did something wrong and my master got angry, would you be afraid? The old man knocked the little girl's head and stood up to leave. He said angrily, little girl, you really don't know how to chat. The little boy in green who had been eavesdropping by the cliff turned around with a smirk and gave the girl in the pink dress a thumbs up. The girl in the pink dress started munching on sunflower seeds happily. She thought to herself, I'm not the one who's awesome. It's my master who's awesome. Old man Yang of the Yang family's shop had been guarding that small backyard year after year. For countless years, generation after generation of descendants of the Yang family, other than the head of the Yang family who had taken over the Yang family and some hidden figures who were lucky enough to become Qi refinement warriors, knew about that shocking secret and carefully guarded that secret for the old man. The rest of the descendants of the Yang family, regardless of whether it was the descendants of the Yang family who died of old age or the shop assistants who went in and out of the medicine shop, generation after generation, they only knew that the Yang family had such an old senior who was of the same age as their elders in the Yang family's shop. That was all. They only knew that the old man did not step out of the house all year round. He had a strange temperament and was not easy to deal with. However, he was very good at treating illnesses and saving lives. Old Yang was still smoking in the backyard today. However, there was a new book published by Dolly Bookstore in his hand. It was from the School of Novels, which was once one of the top 10 schools in the world. However, as time passed, just like the School of Mo, one of the 4 prominent schools of learning, it was no longer a prominent school. The School of Novels had also become one of the most common schools of thought. Most of them wrote some unorthodox, unofficial histories of the officials, as well as erotic literature that the common people loved. Of course, they also criticized current affairs. A large part of the reputations of many emperors and kings in history were actually ruined by the words of the School of Novels. For example, some capable officials who spent their lives on political reform ended up being the most familiar thing to the later generations, not the good ways to govern the country, but things like having 10 women in a night and not being happy without a woman. Another example was that some of the great gentlemen and sages of the Confucian school, who had made great contributions, established virtue and established the 3 immortal immortals, would actually sleep at night in a nunnery. In the end, they only became a shameless old man, and the great etiquette and principles contained in these people's moral essays all became empty talk and jokes. Therefore, there was once a sage of the Confucian school who had to say angrily, "The School of Novels is the #1 school of ruining the country and the people." However, the sage of rights, who set and controlled the rules of the world, still treated them with the greatest tolerance, just like how he treated the demon clan. Therefore, old Yang, who was reading the novel at this moment, didn't like the fight between the 3rd and 4th schools in the Central Plains. At most, old Yang was willing to give a thumbs up and say good to the 4th school of philosophy. As for the 3rd, he was the scholarly sage who ranked 3rd in the Confucian temple even though he was conferred as a secondary sage. Old Yang didn't like him at all. He thought that sanctimonious was the most appropriate way to describe this person. The novel in Old Yang's hand was bought by the shop assistant from the bookstore street in Longquan County City. It was filled with the experiences of many heroes in the Jianghu who became famous. When they were in a desperate situation, they would always say some heroic words that made their hearts ache. They were all about how they resented the heavens for not opening their eyes. Every time old Yang read these, he seemed to be quite happy. However, in the end he closed the book and said cheerfully, "You young people, just let the heavens go." After laughing, the old man kept the book and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Then he shook out a small object that looked like a small temple from his sleeve and threw it on the ground. After thinking for a while, he knocked the ground beside his feet with the bamboo pipe and said softly, "Song Qing, come out." Green smoke rolled out from the entrance of the small temple on the ground. Soon, it condensed into the appearance of an old man. When he saw old Yang, he bowed deeply and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Divine Lord." Old Yang turned a deaf ear to him and only ordered, "You are allowed to leave this territory. Within the Aquarius continent, your realm is still the same as before. You are the guardian of Chao Jun, a disciple of the Chao clan in Mud Bottle Alley. As long as Chao Jun repairs the Heart Lake Sword Pool, your branch of the Song clan will definitely rise in this general trend and enjoy the glory of the mortal world for at least 100 years. After that, your family's descendants will have no one to blame but themselves." The old man was only in the shape of a ghost, but there was still green smoke that condensed into a long sword hanging on his waist. The sword chi was gone, but the sword wool was abundant. Obviously, the old man must have been a swordsman when he was alive. After hearing old Yang's promise, the old man showed joy on his face. He bowed again and said, "Thank you, Divine Lord, for your grace." Old Yang then waved his sleeve. Immediately, golden talismans covered the body of the old man with green smoke. It was a protective talisman that ensured that the old man with the otherworldly item could walk freely in the world. The latter's spirit was stabilized, his aura skyrocketed, and his sword will flourished. If not for the smoke that old Yang breathed out to cover him, he would probably be furious and alert all the Qi cultivators in the Longquan County. Old Yang said, "Go. Chao Jun has already gone to the capital of Dali. You can tell him directly about this matter. Song Qing, if you dare to break the rules, not only will your soul be scattered on the spot, I will also guarantee that your branch of the Song clan will be completely eradicated. I will cut off your bloodline and there will be no trace of your branch of the Song clan for thousands of years to come. The old man clasped his fist and said solemnly, I won't dare to offend you, Divine Lord. Old Yang sneered and said, It's useless to say more. I will see what you do. The old man received the order and disappeared in a flash. After the otherworldly item in the small temple disappeared, Old Yang raised his head and looked at the vast and heavy sky. He was speechless for a long time. In the end he said helplessly, God is watching over us. Whatever we do, God is watching. If that's really the case, why do we have to do this? On the second floor of a restaurant in a small town outside the Swordwater Villa, an old man and a young man sat opposite each other by the window. They were eating hot pot. The table was filled with dishes. Spring bamboo shoots, yellow throats, lamb meat, goose intestines, duck blood, of course. There were also 2 pots of good wine and a plate of fresh spicy sauce that he had made himself. It was bright red and could make people who didn't eat spicy food feel numb. In fact, Chin Pingon didn't eat spicy food that much. However, he couldn't stand Senior Song's persuasion. He said that the restaurant had more than 7 kinds of homemade spicy sauces and that it would be a pity if one of them was missing. Therefore, Chin Pingon forced himself to add a spoonful of each dish. Since Song Yushir never showed his real identity in the villa or the town, the chubby restaurant manager didn't know who the sword sage was. He didn't even know who the old master of the Swordwater Villa was. He only knew that Brother Song was an expert in food and wouldn't let his hot pot and good wine go to waste. Therefore, when he saw the old man come with his friends, he was very happy. He personally led them to the second floor and picked a good seat. From the beginning to the end, he didn't need the waiter to serve the dishes and wine. The manager did everything himself. Chin Pingon was sweating profusely and his face was flushed. However, he couldn't beat the delicious food in front of him. Besides, he was paying the bill this time. If he didn't eat as much as possible, Chin Pingon would feel uncomfortable. Song Yushir looked at the young man who was eating freely. When he couldn't stand the spicy food, he would even drink a mouthful of wine stupidly. It was really spicy. However, he was unwilling to put down his chopsticks. He stared at the food in the hot pot that was about to be eaten. Song Yushir was in a good mood. Compared to the past when he came here alone, the old man ate much faster. Song Yushir picked up a cup of wine and stopped calling himself old man. He suddenly said, Chin Pingon, actually, according to the old rules, I shouldn't appear in the waterside pavilion. When a martial artist breaks through the realm, it's the same as when a chi cultivator goes into seclusion on the mountain. The most taboo is to be seen by outsiders. Therefore, I punish myself with a cup of wine. The old man drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Chin Pingon quickly picked up the wine cup and swallowed the food in his mouth. He drank a cup of wine with the old man and poured another cup to toast the old man. If it weren't for the old man, I definitely wouldn't have been able to cross the threshold of the 4th state today. I should toast the old man with a cup of wine. The old man also drank a cup of wine. Song Yushir looked out of the window at the scene of the endless stream of people on the street. Occasionally, his gaze would linger for a moment. Some people's expressions would change slightly and they would quickly lower their heads after making eye contact with him. Song Yushir smiled slightly and withdrew his gaze. The reason why I went to the waterside pavilion at that time was because I have something to tell you face to face. Whether you can break through the realm today or not, you have to leave the villa tonight. You can't attend the Wulin chief ceremony tomorrow. Chin Pingon continued to pour wine. However, the speed at which he picked up the food slowed down a little. He asked softly, Someone wants to harm the villa? Song Yushir didn't hide anything. He smiled calmly and said, They have a great background and great influence. But it has nothing to do with you, Chin Pingon. The old man raised his cup and drank a mouthful of wine. I'm not looking down on you and your friends. It's just that some of the family affairs of Swordwater Villa are inconvenient for people of Jianghu to intervene. But no matter what, as the host, it's not very kind of me to ask the guests to leave. So I still need to punish myself with a cup of wine. Chin Pingon, do as you please. Chin Pingon really did do as he pleased. He just raised his cup and drank a mouthful of wine for little rice. The old man didn't care. He continued to pick up the fresh goose intestine with his chopsticks and dipped it in the hot pot for a little while. Then he put it in a plate of spicy sauce. He gently stirred it in the spicy sauce and then put it in his mouth. Chin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Song Yushir smiled. Let's just eat and not talk about other things. In this world there are only beautiful scenery and food. These are the 3 things that can't be let down. Chen Pingan buried his head in the food and occasionally drank. All good things must come to an end. No matter how delicious the hot pot was, there was also a time when the chopsticks had to be eaten. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chen Pingan put down his chopsticks and finished the pot of wine. This was the first time that Chen Pingan drank half a caddy of wine in one breath. Not to mention his face, even his ears and neck were red. He said drunkenly, "The father and daughter of Hengdao Villa didn't seem to make trouble for me." Song Yusher chuckled softly. Green mountains and clear waters, the future is long. The grudges of Jianghu are also the same. You're not from the brushwater country and will soon leave. You may not come back in the future. Otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. Song Yusher remembered something. You seem to be full of anger after the incident at the waterside pavilion. I'm a bit curious. If I, Song Yusher, was just an ordinary Jianghu man, it's reasonable to say that Wang Yuran, the owner of Hengdao Villa, a renowned Jianghu grandmaster, treated you with respect without knowing your background. Not only did he not bully you with his power, he was even willing to apologize for his daughter. Why do you still seem to be a bit unconvinced? Chen Pingan burped and took off the blade-strengthening gourd from his waist. However, he didn't drink. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, "It's not that I have an opinion about Wang Yuran, but I think there's something wrong here." Song Yusher curiously asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Pingan subconsciously took another sip of wine. With the help of dizziness, he slowly said, "I once heard an old gentleman talk about the order of right and wrong. I haven't read many books, so my understanding is very shallow. But when I have nothing to do, I'm willing to take out this knowledge and think more about it. I think there's a sequence of right and wrong. Of course, there's also a sequence of big and small. I can't use the right at the back to cover the wrong at the front. Even if the right at the back is big and the wrong at the front is small, I still have to break down the small mistakes at the front and explain the reason thoroughly. Only then can the right at the back really stand firm. It's like, a person can't walk by jumping. But what I've blindly figured out may not make much sense. Because I've read a lot of books during my trip to the south, and the books don't talk about this, so I'm not sure whether it's right or wrong. But according to my theory, if I apply it to what happened at the waterside pavilion, you, Wang Yuran, don't actually need to apologize to me. You only need to ask your daughter to stand up and say sorry to me. Otherwise, in the end, you, Wang Yuran, are the great guru of Jianghu, apologizing for others. Do you think I have to accept it? Even if I take a step back and am willing to accept it, then your daughter is not wrong, right? I don't think so. Wang Yuran, no matter how right you are, your daughter's words and deeds are wrong. It's like this today and it's like this tomorrow. In the next 10 years, if it's someone else, that woman named Wang Shanhu with a saber, she may still be wrong. Chen Pingan held the wine gourd in one hand and scratched his head with the other. Senior Song, I'm just talking nonsense. Sorry to make you laugh at me. Song Yulan was stunned at first, then at a loss and finally in a trance. He only felt that the Jianghu he believed in was turned upside down. In the end, Song Yulan recalled his life, especially the unbearable memory of his son, Song Gaofeng. The old man originally didn't want to think about it again, and he didn't want to delve into the grievances. But today, at this moment, the old man found the knot in his heart. Where was it? Why did he feel so guilty and remorseful? But he didn't know why he couldn't get rid of the knot. The old man's eyes were red. He trembled as he picked up the chopsticks, picked up some food from the bottom of the hot pot, put it into his mouth and chewed slowly. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face. The old rules that were regarded as the guiding principles by the old generation of Jianghu were regarded as the golden rule. It turned out that there was something wrong with them. What did my son Song Gaofeng do wrong? Even if there was a mistake, it was this son of AB** Tsij Jianghu that was wrong first. It was that former chief of Wulin who was born as a general on the battlefield who was wrong. That grievance was not about that arm at all. It was your daughter who owed me, Song Yulan's son, and my daughter-in-law an apology. In front of a young man, Song Yulan, whose face was full of tears but didn't feel ashamed, slowly put down his chopsticks and stood up. He laughed at Chen Pingan and said, "I, Song Yulan, invite you to this meal on behalf of my son and daughter-in-law, and on behalf of Zhenshui Villa." The second floor of the restaurant was in an uproar. Because of Song Yulan and Zhenshui Villa. Because this meant that half of the Jianghu of Combe country would have 100 years of romance. In the end, the old man cupped his fists and said to Chen Pingan, "I have something to say to my grandson, so I'll go back to the villa first. I may not be able to say goodbye to you later. So, I'll repeat the old saying in Jianghu, green mountains don't change and green rivers flow forever." I hope we'll meet again someday. Qin Pingan stood up in confusion. He watched as the old man flew out of the window and flew all the way over the roof. Song Yulan had been carrying that rusty iron sword for many years. Today, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man flew all the way to the gate of the villa and strode over the threshold. Ignoring all the flattery, he directly found the young man who was resting with his eyes closed in a small courtyard that had been empty for many years. His grandson Song Fengshan was standing in the distance. Song Fengshan opened his eyes and didn't say a word. Just like when he was young, he stayed by his parents' sickbed. Song Yulan took the iron sword from his waist and held it with one hand. He handed it to Song Fengshan, whose face was cold and indifferent. The latter asked, "Why?" Song Yulan said in a deep voice, "This is the sword of your father, Song Gaofeng. As a son inheriting his father's legacy, it should be handed to you, Song Fengshan." Song Fengshan didn't reach out to take the sword. He sneered and said, "Oh, another strange thing. First, Grandpa, you came in advance to celebrate my grandson's alliance chief ceremony, and now you give me a broken iron sword. What? Grandpa, do you finally want to put down the burden of being the sword saint of Combe Country and the old master of Swordwater Villa and enjoy your grandson?" The young man put his hands behind his back. His eyes were sharp, but his face was full of smiles. He said, "I'm sorry, but I have to tell Grandpa bad news. His Majesty has personally issued several secret orders. The Imperial Court's army of nearly 10,000 elites has already gathered outside the city. I think the army will come tomorrow and annihilate me, the rebellious new alliance chief of Jianghu. Grandpa, I don't expect you to help me. Really, these are my heartfelt words. I only ask Grandpa to just stand by and watch from the beginning to the end. I only ask that you don't give me another sword strike." Song Yulan stared at his grandson's face and laughed heartily. He took a step forward and slapped heavily on his shoulder. He didn't hide his smile and gratification at all. The old man said in a deep voice, "You are indeed the son of Song Gaofeng and Lu Qian. Grandpa knows that the person leading the army this time is that woman's husband, General Chu Hao." Song Fengshan was puzzled and frowned. Song Yulan smiled and said, "Since that vicious woman wants a yard after taking an inch, I can take this opportunity. I, Song Yulan, also have a reason. I want to make it clear to Jianghu and the Imperial Court." The old man's eyes were wet. He raised his other hand and gently smoothed his grandson's frown. He murmured, "After so many years, Grandpa should do something for you." The young man took a step back and lowered his head. He raised his hand and covered his face with his arm. The old man said softly, "Fengshan, from now on, Grandpa won't nag you about those old rules. But I still hope that you will listen to me one last time. Although it's wrong to be a veteran in Jianghu, I hope that you won't deny all the things that are right and good in Jianghu." The old man put the old iron sword that his grandson was unwilling to take over on the stone table in the courtyard. He then walked to the door alone. During this time, the old man looked at the main room of the small courtyard. However, he didn't say anything. Song Fengshan asked with a hoarse voice, "Grandpa, where are you going?" The old man strode forward and smiled. "Grandpa's sword has been left in the pool under the waterfall for so many years. I'm going to retrieve it." Song Fengshan stood there motionlessly until the old man's figure was far away. The door in the courtyard slowly opened and a young woman walked out. "Aren't you going to stop Grandpa?" Song Fengshan wiped away his tears and reached out to gently press the sword on the table. He smiled confidently and said, "Since we already have a plan, everything is under our control. Don't you want to see a man with a sword standing in front of the army and preventing the army from advancing? Anyway, as your grandson, I want to see it. I've been secretly thinking about it for so many years." The young woman was baffled. How did old ancestor think it through? Following which, the woman became somewhat worried. In the future, the old ancestor might not like what we do in the villa. Song Fengshan snorted, "At most, I'll let Grandpa stab me a few more times. When the time comes, I'll take out my father's sword. Let's see if old master is willing to be ruthless." The young woman joked, "Oh, you haven't called me Grandpa for over 20 years. Today the sun has risen from the west. Calling me Grandpa is so smooth." Song Fengshan turned and stared at her. The young woman smiled sweetly. She was actually a Dali death soldier. One day, when the Dali army stepped on the central territory of the Aquarius continent, she would be able to openly hang up the peace plate that the Dali Imperial Court had issued to the people on the mountain. Song Fengshan was well aware of this point. On the second day, the General Assembly to elect the new Martial Arts Alliance leader was held at the Swordwater Villa. On the road from the Swordwater Villa to the Swordwater Villa, the cavalry galloped. Dust flew everywhere, covering the sky. In the army, there was a general in bright heavy armor riding a tall horse. The man had a smile on his face as he looked into the distance. It could be said that he was very proud of his achievements. After he flattened that Bulsh *T Sword Water Villa, he would be the undisputed #1 person in the Shushui nation with the greatest military exploits. The great general suddenly squinted his eyes. In front of the army, a black-robed old man who was hailed as the sword saint of the sword water country took out his sword from the waterfall and stood in front of the army. But behind the old man, there was a young man carrying a sword with a wine gourd hanging on his waist. Before punching the thousands of soldiers and horses, the young man took out the sword-strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. Hippy-pap. 244, 10,000 Words Chapter. The sword hanging on Song Yufan's waist was taken from the waterfall yesterday. It was a divine weapon that even the Qi cultivators in the mountains had to avoid. It was named Iran. In fact, the place where Song Yufan first saw the sword was in the deep pool under the waterfall. It was at the foot of the waterfall where Qin Pingan practiced the sword furnace stance under the waterfall. There was a hidden mechanism in the boulder. That year Song Yufan got this sword by chance. His swordsmanship and the famous sword complemented each other. That was how he became the future sword sage of Kom country. After the death of his son, Song Gaofeng, Song Yufan changed his sword and hid the Iran sword with a special bamboo scabbard in the boulder again. Song Yufan rummaged through the ancient books and finally found a secret record. It was said that this sword was once made by a martial god from another continent and was lost in the Aquarius continent. It was unknown where it went. There was a record of sharpening light splitting 5 mountains, sword chi cutting blasphemy. At this time, Song Yufan hung the yellow long sword in the scabbard. He looked at the imperial army that suddenly slowed down. The old man in black was worthy of the name of the sword. He stood upright without fear. There were nearly 10,000 people in the rebellion suppression army of the Kom country. 3,000 of them were the direct subordinates of General Chu Hao. They were all born in the frontier battlefield and were the first-class elite soldiers of the Kom country. In addition, there were 4,000 to 5,000 local elites drawn from the garrisons in various places. There were also more than 1,000 old constables dispatched by the provincial government and Jianghu heroes who were bought over with a lot of money. Of course, there was also a group of Jianghu masters gathered by General Chu Hao himself. Almost all of them were the rich dowry of the woman that the emperor had married personally. Although the old father-in-law died in the Jianghu vendetta, he had been the chief of Jianghu for almost 20 years before that. He also had the imperial court as his backer and secretly cultivated many shady Jianghu subordinates. Later they all became the retainers of his son-in-law Chu Hao. Although so many years had passed, the woman who slept with Chu Hao still hated the Sword Water Villa and had a knot in her heart. Chu Hao was very clear about this. He agreed but would not act rashly. Before the emperor said anything, he would use the identity of the general's residence to provoke a martial Dao master whose swordsmanship was the best in Kom country. Therefore the woman had a lot of complaints. Fortunately, the Sword Water Villa's courting death and the emperor was enraged. Chu Hao took advantage of the opportunity to ask for help. To be honest, if a wife had a knot in her heart, it would be hard to untie it. Chu Hao, as a famous figure who had been at the border for many years, also had a knot in his heart. Yu, a woman, clearly knew that Song Gaofeng was already married. The two of them loved each other and even had a sword saint as a father. Why should he divorce his wife and marry you just because you were the daughter of the Wulin Alliance head? Then in a fit of anger, you found someone to destroy the flower bed? If it were Chu Hao, he would have mobilized the army under him and killed until blood flowed like a river. But then again, Chu Hao was not the pitiful Song Gaofeng who suffered an unexpected calamity. Since they were already husband and wife, he had obtained the emperor's trust and married this beautiful woman. He also had more than 10 top experts of Jianghu under his command. He had killed 3 birds with 1 stone and made such a profitable deal. The ambitious and ruthless Chu Hao did not think much of this knot in his heart. In addition, the old chief of Jianghu had been killed by Song Gaofeng, who had destroyed his face, on the day he washed his hands in a golden basin. This made the woman much more restrained these years. For the most part, she was content to take care of her husband and children. In the capital of Jianghu, she had formed good relations with other titled madams. This had increased Chu Hao's prestige and made his official career much smoother. Chu Hao felt that he had to thank Song Gaofeng for teaching her a lesson. Otherwise he would have been the one to suffer. Before leaving the capital this time, his wife had secretly followed him. Now she was secretly living in the provincial capital. She suggested that after they flattened Jianghu Manor, the old sword Saint Song Yufan did not have to die. He could escape, but the evil spawn Song Fengshan, who was said to look like his mother, had to be burned to ashes. When the time came, she would personally take Song Fengshan's ashes and smash it on the tombs of that adulterous couple. She wanted them to personally see the end of the Song family's bloodline. The mouth of a green snake and the stinger of a wasp. Both were good, but a woman's heart was the most vicious. As expected of Chu Hao's legal wife. This was a good thing. Chu Hao collected his thoughts. He held the reins of his horse with one hand and blocked the sunlight with the other. He continued to leisurely gaze at the road. The official road here was wide and the two sides of the road were flat. Not only was it suitable for infantry to form a formation, but it was also not too difficult for cavalry to charge. That old man Song, who was used to tyrannical behavior in the Jianghu, was truly a reckless man who did not know the difference between life and death. He did not know how to lead an army to war and still dared to play the hero. It was time for him to be burned to ashes along with Jianghu Manor. Chu Hao looked at the old man from the Jianghu that he had heard of even in the distant capital. The corner of his mouth twitched. He put down his arm and rubbed the golden paper knife that the emperor had bestowed him. He smiled and said, "It's a pity for this heroic spirit." That's good too. In the future, when people talk about this matter, they will only say that I, Chu Hao, killed a sword saint in front of a formation. On the battlefield, there was a saying that one could fight against 10,000 people. Unfortunately, those were just words of flattery. There were indeed fierce generals that could not be underestimated. They had astonishing physical strength and were good at personally breaking through enemy lines. If they had a divine steed as a mount, they would be like a tiger that had grown wings. However, fighting against 10,000 people? That did not exist. Chu Hao was a veteran of hundreds of battles. He was definitely not someone who would lie down and enjoy life. He had never seen such a godly person. Song Yufan stood in place. Since he had already come this far, the old man was not willing to take a step back. He only looked back helplessly. Why did you, Qin Pingan, come here to join in the fun? Qin Pingan had come out this time with the sword case that contained the demon-subduing sword. The rope had long been tied tightly. He ran all the way to Song Yufan's side. The old man was faintly angry. He said, "Over at the waterside pavilion, you had a conflict with the horizontal blade manor. At that time I said, in the Jianghu, one is responsible for one's own life and death. Qin Pingan, do you know the meaning of these words?" Qin Pingan nodded. Song Yufan laughed angrily. "What do you know? That Wang Shan who pointed the tip of her scabbard at you. She was in the Jianghu. That retainer from the horizontal blade manor was also shooting arrows from behind. My grandson, Song Fengshan, also did the same every time he looked for someone to test his sword. Today I, Song Yufan, am blocking in front of the army. That's even more so." Song Yufan's words were like a storm. In the end he only sighed. "Qin Pingan, you shouldn't have come." Qin Pingan said softly, "No matter what Senior Song does today, I'm only responsible for one thing, and that is to bring Senior Song out of here alive. There are so many people here. I won't kill anyone." Qin Pingan added, "I'll try my best not to kill anyone." Song Yufan took a deep breath and tried to persuade him calmly. Now the two sides are equal to two armies confronting each other. How can you not kill anyone? Do you think this is child's play? In the army, there are thousands of cavalrymen who can run and attack. There are heavily armored infantrymen in formation. There are also thousands of strong bows aimed at you. Without a word you will end up with heavy rain. Not to mention that there are dozens of Jianghu experts under Chu Hao's command, as well as some military officers who are armed with divine bows. They are the national weapons used by the imperial court to target Qi cultivators and Jianghu grandmasters. Even I, Song Yufan, will be seriously injured if I'm shot in the vital part by an arrow." Qin Pingan asked in reply, "Since the other side is so powerful, are you here to die?" Song Yufan said in a deep voice, "I want to capture the leader first. I'll try my best to take down the commander-in-chief Chu Hao so that the army will be leaderless. Then I'll threaten Chu Hao to hand over the woman. If I act alone, I have 50% confidence. But if you follow me to charge and break through the enemy lines, you'll only be a burden to me once you're surrounded. So listen to me and quickly return to the villa. Bring your two friends away from this troublesome place." Song Yufan raised his head. It was summer, but there was still such a sunny day that seemed like spring. It was really not bad. He turned his head and smiled at the northern teenager. Qin Pingan, I appreciate your kindness. But whether I, Song Yufan, live or die, whether Sword Water Villa exists or perishes, I have a clear conscience. Isn't this enough for me to roam the Jianghu? It's very enough. Qin Pingan patted the wine gourd at his waist and smiled brightly. I'm not bragging when I run. I'm definitely faster than a four-legged warhorse with two legs. Moreover, I have a trump card that can save my life. Senior, you don't have to worry about me. You just have to deal with that Chuhao. If I didn't have this confidence, I wouldn't have shown up today. Song Yufan was so angry that he wanted to smash a chestnut on this blockhead's head. Idiot. Do you really think that your broken wine gourd is the sword-strengthening gourd at the waist of the mountain sword immortal? Besides, you're just a pure martial artist who refines his body. What's the use of the legendary sword-strengthening gourd? Qin Pingan moved his feet and stood behind Song Yufan. They came to a place where the soldiers of the imperial court of Combwater country couldn't see them. He patted the sword-strengthening gourd heavily and said in a low voice, "Chui, someone is looking down on you. Come out." Song Yufan was stunned. What's going on? The red wine gourd didn't move at all. Qin Pingan was a bit embarrassed. 15. With a whoosh, a streak of shocking green sword light rushed out of the sword-strengthening gourd. It was so fast that it could be called lightning. The crystal-clear pocket-sized sword suddenly hovered in the air between the two of them and then slowly wandered, as if it was asking for a reward from its master, Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan had already known that there were two little ancestors in the sword-strengthening gourd. Flying Sword 15 was docile and obedient. Whenever Qin Pingan wanted, 15 would follow the tip of the sword. It was simply his intimate little jacket. As for Chui, he was really arrogant. Unless it was in a life-or-death situation or was interested in something, Qin Pingan basically couldn't order it around. However, Qin Pingan wouldn't force it. He didn't expect Chui to be like 15 who could do everything smoothly. At least in the few critical moments, Chui had never tricked him. Song Yufan was surprised. It's really the sword-strengthening gourd of a great sword immortal? Qin Pingan grinned. However, Song Yufan's next choice and words were still full of old-fashioned pedantry. He patted Qin Pingan's shoulder and said, "Qin Pingan, remember, the son of a rich family doesn't sit under the awning table. Let's go. Since you've come to see me off, it can be considered that you've done your duty. Since your path of martial arts is already smooth and you possess precious treasures, you should cherish the present stability even more. Let's go, let's go. Don't be so wishy-washy. Believe it or not, I'll beat you to a pulp before fighting with the army." Song Yufan said sternly, "I, Song Yufan, am a man of my words." But there was still a but. The young man who just came out of the Jianghu was as straightforward as Song Yufan, who was experienced in Jianghu. The young man from the north, who wore straw sandals, carried a wooden box, and had a sword-strengthening gourd with a flying sword in it, said to the old man solemnly, "I, Qin Pingan, come from Mud Bottle Alley in Huaihuang County, Longquan County, Dali in the north. I'm also traveling in Jianghu." The old man turned around and laughed. "Kid, don't you look like a kid?" Qin Pingan stepped forward and stood side by side with the old man. "I'll treat you to a hot pot in return." The old man was still worried. Although he looked into the distance, he had to ask again, "The situation is not good. Can you really run away?" Qin Pingan nodded. "Not only do I have the sword-strengthening gourd and the flying sword to protect me, but I also wrote 20 mind talismans last night. They can help me shrink the ground into an inch. If I really run away, I'll be so fast that even I can't help but give you a thumbs up." Although it sounded like a joke, the old man turned around and looked at the young man carefully. It didn't seem like a joke at all. The old man was relieved. Heroically, he reached out and pressed the hilt of the upright sword. "Good. Then I'll wait for you to treat me to a hot pot." Qin Pingan suddenly asked softly, "Can I bring my own wine to eat hot pot in a restaurant?" Although he had the sword-strengthening gourd, the flying sword, and the mind talisman, he was still as stingy as before. The old man laughed and said, "It's not about being generous. It's very generous." Song Yufan rushed forward and pulled out his long sword from the bamboo scabbard. Sword chi lingered between heaven and earth. He laughed loudly. "Let me go first. Just bring up the rear for me." On one side there were only 2 people. On the other side there were 10,000 soldiers. However, the latter faced the old and young Jianghu people as if they were facing a formidable enemy. When the war drums sounded, some young soldiers from the local garrison swallowed subconsciously. Because the sword chi was close. When facing 2 Jianghu boorish people, it was enough to exhaust them. There was no need to pay attention to the arrangement of troops on the battlefield. It was nothing more than the cavalry in the vanguard charging, and then appropriately pulling the front line and supporting from the left and right to cover the path of the sword saint from the combe country. Then the infantrymen at the rear would set up the formation. With the swords and shields in the front, the spears pierced out and formed layers of iron walls. In addition to the standard infantry crossbows of the combe country, there were also dozens of divine bows taken from the imperial treasury. They were meticulously made by the craftsmen of the Mahis school and had always been relied on by military generals. The tip of the arrow was engraved with cloud-patterned talisman, the shaft was made of fine iron, and the arrow feather was made of golden eagle feathers. Each arrow was tough and heavy. Therefore, ordinary divine archers couldn't control it. Only soldiers with good martial arts attainments could pull the bowstring to the fullest. It was very powerful, and its speed, range, and accuracy were far better than ordinary strong bows. In the end, there were close to 20 lackeys of the Jiang who gathered around Great General Chu Hao. It was extremely difficult for Song Yulao to open the formation alone and kill his way to Chu Hao. However, Chu Hao knew that he had victory in his grasp. The 3,000 elite cavalry under his command didn't fear the title of Sword Saint and dared to charge head-on. However, it didn't mean that the rest of his troops were fearless of death. Chu Hao had been on the battlefield for a long time and he was well aware of this. Therefore, he sent someone to pass a message to the local garrison generals. For every soldier that died in the war, the imperial court would give a jaw-dropping 100 taels of silver as compensation. The family of the soldier that died in the war would be exempted from military service for 10 years. However, those who dared to back out would be executed immediately. Moreover, they would be punished according to the law of the border army and their families would be exiled thousands of miles away. With the rewards and punishments, the entire army could only fight to the death. Great General Chu Hao rode his horse and stood under the mighty banner that swayed in the wind. He was very satisfied. With the army at the border, the boorish people of the Jianghu were just mantises trying to stop a chariot. The emperor had privately promised him that he could take half of the property of the Jianghu manor as a reward for the Chu clan's army. The remaining half would be handed over to the national treasury. However, he had to take care of all the compensation for the local troops alone. He wasn't allowed to trouble the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. As long as the manor was confiscated, Chu Hao would still be able to earn a lot of money. Song Yulao didn't immediately rush up to the sky to be the eye-catching target. He lowered his head, bent his waist, and held his spear as he charged forward. His aura was like a rainbow and he was as fast as lightning. He clashed with the Chu clan's elite cavalry that had already pulled out a neat front line. The first wave of arrows rained down. The dense black dots in the sky shot over. The bowstrings that were pulled taut suddenly released, making a buzzing sound. This was only the first wave of arrows from the mounted bows. Song Yulao stomped heavily on the ground. His originally swift and violent figure became even more ethereal. He charged forward at an even faster speed. At the same time he twisted his wrist and spun his body. The sword aura rolled. Within a radius of several feet, the majestic sword aura condensed into a ball and then suddenly exploded. The ground behind Song Yulao was instantly filled with arrows that fell in an arc. The soil was overturned and dust flew up. The remaining arrows that happened to be coming toward him were all shattered by Song Yulao's sword aura. Although Song Yulao's speed was beyond imagination and his sword aura was so strong that it opened the eyes of the soldiers on the battlefield, the second wave of arrows still followed in an orderly manner. They fell like rain. Song Yulao held his spear and his body spun like a top. Hundreds and thousands of Iran swords instantly appeared around the old sword saint of the brushwater country. The tips of the swords all pointed outside the circle. In one breath, tens of thousands of sword auras were formed. Song Yulao no longer held his sword. He put his two fingers together and made a sword sign. He pointed to the sky and shouted, "Go!" Then he stomped his foot. The sword formation in front of him and the sword aura condensed into long swords. They were swung toward the front row of elite cavalry who were charging with spears and spears. In an instant, the legs of dozens of horses were broken and the necks of 20 of them were penetrated. The path of the charging cavalry was instantly turned upside down. A towering sword soared into the sky. Under the guidance of Song Yu's sword technique, the sword chi swept out like a huge umbrella blocking the rain. When those arrows landed on the umbrella without exception, all of them shattered into pieces. Two groups of elite cavalry on the two sides sped up and charged forward. At the same time the archers on the sides shot their bows at Song Yulao. The remaining half-circle of sword aura behind the old man quickly filled up the semicircle sword formation and shot out again. Dozens of horses on the two sides of the cavalry were killed on the spot. The riders fell off their horses. However, Chu Hao's ability to lead troops was outstanding here. Except for a few who fainted, most of the riders floated to the ground or rolled up. They pulled out their sabers and directly charged at Song Yulao. The title of the Sword Saint of the Combe country, the so-called #1 person in the Jianghu, was not enough to scare these elite warriors who had been soaked in blood and laid in piles of bones. In the western region of the Aquarius continent, there were dozens of countries around the colorful dress country. Among them, the colorful dress country had the most troops and was the most powerful country on the table. This was especially so for their number of cavalry troops. As for their actual combat strength, whether it was the ancient Yu country that produced heavy armored infantry, the Songshi country that was proficient in archery and horse riding, or the Combe country with valiant folk customs, they were all qualified to laugh at the colorful dress country's border army. It was not easy for a powerful general with the surname Ma to emerge, but he was pushed aside by the big boss at the border to retire in Yanji County. Such a big piece of greasy meat was enough for the three countries bordering the colorful dress country to have a full meal. Chu Hao personally led troops to intimidate the Jianghu not only because of his wife's personal grudge, but also because he wanted to fight for the position of the commander-in-chief of the punitive expedition against the colorful dress country. He wanted to gain more prestige for himself. Otherwise, even if His Majesty was more inclined to Chu Hao, it would inevitably attract criticism from some meritorious seniors and the influential members of the imperial family. The sword saint's head that he delivered was not lighter than the weight of a sword water manor. Chu Hao, who was under the heavy protection of the formation, couldn't help but laugh. The heavens are helping me. Song Yuburn, kill, just kill. When you are an arrow at the end of its flight, let's see how you can still show off. I Chu Hao will soon have hundreds of thousands of border troops and lead them to the north. When I get the first merit of destroying the colorful dress country, there might be a place for me in the Aquarius continent's decennial Lakeview Academy general evaluation. That Dali Song Jianqiang in the north is just relying on his status as a relative of the imperial family. When it comes to commanding troops on the battlefield, a northern barbarian who drinks raw meat and drinks blood is nothing. Chu Hao clenched the paper cutter that was bestowed by the imperial family. His smile grew wider and he couldn't help but repeat, "The heavens are helping me." On the road, Song Yuburn, who was facing the opposing cavalry, was already less than 50 steps away from the cavalry formation after successfully blocking 2 waves of arrows. With his forward speed, the cavalry had already given up on shooting and charged toward the black-clothed old man in a familiar charging posture. Song Yuburn's mind moved slightly. He rushed forward and moved a few steps to the side, dodging an extremely swift and insidious arrow. The momentum was far greater than the cavalry's previous volley of arrows. After that, the old man changed his position 3 times and perfectly dodged the special arrows. He shook his 2 fingers and controlled the long sword in the air to charge forward. He laughed and said, "Cut the horses and open the formation." Those saber-wielding cavalrymen who fell from the horses wanted to fight to the death, but their sabers missed the target. They only felt that an illusory smoke brushed past them, and the black-clothed old man was no longer in front of them. The sword swept forward like a flying sword, like a flood dragon swimming in the river. Several war horses had their legs chopped off in the blink of an eye. The sword only cared about opening up an unobstructed path for the master behind it. It either pierced through the back of the war horse, slit a huge bloody groove on the side of the horse, or pulled out a large mass of bloody intestines from the abdomen. Wherever it went, the war horse fell to the ground, the rider fell to the ground, and then a faint figure like smoke swept forward confidently. The elite cavalry formation with excellent combat power was pierced through by the sword saint of the brush country just like that. After Song Yuburn successfully broke the first formation, he found that the shields in front of him were like mountains. They were lined up in a line and saber lights were shining between the gaps. There were also long spears that were slightly tilted like a forest. They were as tall as a man and a half. The neat spearheads were shining under the sunlight, emitting the unique aura of the battlefield. If he leaped high and flew toward the banner where the leading general was, the Chu army would definitely treat their guests by shooting down the archers in the back of the spear formation. Earlier, because Song Yuburn broke the formation too fast, the archers didn't work. But it didn't mean that the archers were not intimidating, not to mention that the archers were mixed with the magic bows of the school of Moism, which were regarded as treasures by the imperial court. Song Yuburn forced himself to take a breath of fresh qi, and the chi in his body flowed like a flood. At this moment, behind the infantry formation that Song Yubern couldn't see, there were several top masters of the Jianghu of the Brush Country who were affiliated with the imperial court. They stepped on the heads and shoulders of the soldiers and attacked together. They calculated the gap between Song Yubern's breath and jumped high over the dense forest of spears. Each of them had a sharp weapon, and just happened to hack down on Song Yubern's head. Song Yubern tiptoed lightly, and instead of retreating he moved forward. He held the long sword in one hand and swung it horizontally, slashing at the empty waist. He calculated that Song Yubern needed to take a breath, but because of the difference in martial arts realm, this Jianghu master in the eyes of the world didn't know how fast the chi flow of a 6th realm martial artist was. 3 4th realm martial artists with different weapons were cut in half by the half-arc sword chi on the spot. Born in the Jianghu, they died on the battlefield. No one knew if the 3 of them would die in peace. Song Yubern swung his sword down again, and the 4 or 5 heavily armored soldiers and the people behind them were all smashed into pieces by the sword chi that tore through the air. Their armors and weapons were all smashed into pieces. The armor of the surrounding soldiers was instantly covered with blood and broken limbs. Fortunately, the heavy armored infantry formation was known for its stability. After a path was cut open by the sword chi, the soldiers at the back rushed to the front almost instantly, madly filling up the gap, and the soldiers on the left and right sides also consciously moved closer to the center. In the battlefield, those who weren't afraid of death might not survive, and those who were afraid of death would usually die. Song Yubern saw the thickness of the infantry formation in the blink of an eye when the path was opened and closed. He sighed in his heart, and his body still jumped up with the sword chi in his hand. A wave of sword chi was wantonly released, cutting down the dense rows of spears in front of him. At the same time, he held the long sword tightly, and his sword chi covered the body of the sword. The sword chi shook violently, and Song Yubern felt like he was holding a full moon, as if he could compete with the sun above his head. Song Yubern yelled, and his body grew more than 3 meters tall. His sword chi and sword chi skyrocketed at the same time. The full moon that was as big as a jade plate suddenly became extremely huge, covering Song Yubern. No matter how many arrows were shot out, it didn't change the rule of the straight line, rolling toward the huge banner. After the arrows hit the full moon, the tips of the arrows were all broken, and the arrow shafts were all shattered. When the old man in black broke the formation for the second time, the young man with a sword on his back didn't just stand by and watch. He also started to run forward, moving like a rabbit. Of course, the cavalry of the Chu clan didn't need to turn their horses around, which would only disturb each other. So naturally they vented their anger on the young man. However, no one expected that the sword sage of the Combe country, who had been famous in Jianghu for 60 years, could break the formation so brazenly, and a young man from Jianghu who came out of nowhere was also so difficult to deal with. The young man with a sword on his back was so fast that he could cover 2 or 3 meters with one step. He was so agile in the narrow space that he not only dodged 4 or 5 arrows of the school of Mo at tricky angles, but also rushed through a round of arrow rain. During the period, as long as there were arrows in his way that he couldn't dodge, the young man would simply use his hands to push away the heavy arrows. When the young man collided with the cavalry, he had the advantage with the momentum of the rushing war horse. However, the young man who did not know his roots in Jianghu was like a slippery loach, slipping through the gaps between the elite cavalry's charge. Occasionally when they fought, he would punch the side of the war horse, sending the rider and the horse flying 2 to 3 feet away. Sometimes he would hit the horse with his shoulder. Similarly, the horse's hooves flew into the air, and the rider and the horse were flipped over. In the end, he even jumped up lightly and stepped on the back of a horse like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The heads of the horses or the backs of the war horses behind him flashed and disappeared, which made the cavalry feel like a breeze blowing on their faces. They chopped with their sabers and stabbed with their spears, but they couldn't even catch a corner of the young man's clothes. He was definitely a grandmaster at the peak of the 4th state or even the 5th state. A cavalry general held an exquisite long spear and stabbed it accurately at the young man's neck. He roared, "Go to hell." Qin Pingan tilted his neck and just happened to dodge the long spear. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the horse spear that all cavalry generals on the battlefield dreamed of. Even though the cavalry general's palm was covered in blood, the beloved long spear passed down from his ancestors was still snatched away. Qin Pingan switched to holding the long spear with both hands in midair and stabbed it heavily into the ground. The extremely resilient long spear was like a bowstring, and with a muffled bang, Qin Pingan was thrown 7 or 8 meters into the air. His hand still held the end of the long spear, not abandoning it. The young man with a sword on his back, with a face full of determination, looked like an immortal flying through the wind and landed in the empty space in front of the foot formation behind the cavalry formation. The young man's sleeves fluttered, and after his feet landed, he didn't stop. He took a step back and raised his arm, throwing the horse spear high into the air with all his strength. Then he made a gesture of patting the wine pot at his waist and jumped up, his figure instantly disappearing. It was as if an immortal had used the magical ability to shrink 1,000 li. Then they saw the young man step on the long spear in an inconceivable manner, 1 foot in front and 1 foot behind, like the legendary sword immortal flying the sword, full of a carefree and relaxed feeling that was difficult for martial artists on the battlefield to understand. If the enemy camp wasn't mentioned, perhaps there would be people who couldn't help but cheer. Then a scene that made people stomp their feet and curse occurred. That young man in the formation, not only did he fly forward on the long spear, he even picked up the wine gourd and raised his head to drink a mouthful of wine. Everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred, but in the depths of their hearts, weren't they also a little fascinated? The tragedy of the battlefield, the heroism of the Jianghu. Originally, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Just like how the sword saint from the Shui nation broke the formation, especially when his sword energy cut through the foot formation, how tragic and bloody was it? However, this young man with a sword on his back didn't kill a single person as he moved forward. He just followed the old man in black to break the formation without saying a word. They were both breaking the formation, but they were both so elegant. Because the long spear swept forward too quickly and this action was too unbelievable, the foot archers in the square formation were somewhat confused. However, under the orders of the leading general, they specifically ordered the strongest elite soldiers in the army to intercept and kill this person with their strong bows. Of course, there was no need to mention the experts on the battlefield who were qualified to wield the Mahis divine bow. They had already drawn their bows like a full moon, and the treasures of the military school shot out one after another. Strange phenomena appeared everywhere, and there were even more shocking surprises that appeared. From the red wine gourd on the waist of the young man with a sword on his back, 2 dazzling fireflies suddenly flew out, one white and one dark green. Under the long spear, they shattered the arrows one by one. There was no need for the young man to dodge at all. The small number of arrows that were extremely intimidating all fell to the ground without any effect. After flying for hundreds of feet, the long spear under his feet had already begun to fall. Chen Pingan stepped on the long spear and didn't care about the long spear falling to the ground anymore. His body rose up and he just happened to dodge the attack of a top swordsman in the Jianghu. The latter landed on the ground regretfully and looked back. His eyes were fierce and his face was full of anger. If he had not been able to stop Song Yujin earlier and had been smashed into the array by the overwhelming sword aura that was almost invulnerable, it would have been pardonable. But what was going on when he did not even get close to a nameless young man? Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. How could he enjoy the glory and wealth under General Chu Hao in the future? Further ahead, the mass of sword energy enveloping Song Yufan, which was only 100 steps away from the commander-in-chief's banner, had already been seriously damaged by countless spears and arrows. Coupled with the continuous attacks of dozens of Jianghu experts, when a green sword energy came with the sound of wind and thunder, Song Yufan held his sword horizontally in front of him. Although the sword energy as thick as a green python finally broke the old man's full moon sword formation, it was also cut into 2 by the long sword. The sword energy whizzed past the old man's side, and dozens of heavily armored soldiers behind him were killed on the spot. Song Yufan stopped holding his sword horizontally. Traces of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Even so, he didn't dare to breathe easily. It was because the person who launched the sword attack 100 steps away was at least a grandmaster in the 5th realm. That person stood under the banner next to General Chu Hao. He was wearing a green robe. One of his hands was behind his back and the other hand was pointing the tip of his sword at Song Yufan. This person wasn't old. He looked to be in his early 30s, but his real age might be 40. The long sword in his hand wasn't some divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. It was a piece of green bamboo that was 2 feet and 6 inches long, which was as long as the sword. He stood proudly on the back of the horse. General Chu Hao, who was much shorter than him, didn't mind at all. He was full of smiles. The swordsman who used the green bamboo as a sword smiled and said, "The bamboo sheath of Song Yufan's sword is pretty good. General Chu, can you give it to me?" Chu Hao laughed heartily and said, "Why not? Not to mention the bamboo sheath, I'll give you the sword as well." The swordsman shook his head and said with a smile, "There's no need for that. If General Chu can give this sword to your emperor, it'll also be a good story to tell." Chu Hao was enlightened. He clapped his hands and laughed. "Green bamboo sword immortal is so thoughtful. That'll be the best." Song Yufan held his breath and focused his mind. He stood in a small space that the soldiers automatically made way for. It was the young swordsman from Pine Stream Country, Green Bamboo Sword Immortal. He smiled and said, "Old Sword Saint Song, do you believe that when you take a breath you'll die?" Song Yufan's face was cold. There was an uproar behind the old man. Chu Hao narrowed his eyes and took out a small object that looked like a silver ingot from his sleeve. He pinched it in his palm and then tilted his neck. Soon, two white-haired old men with long breaths walked out from beside him. One of them was wearing a brocade robe and was holding a green talisman with golden words between his fingers. The other was tall and sturdy. He held two axes that were engraved with auspicious cloud seal patterns. The two of them didn't wear any armor and were clearly not soldiers. The two of them looked behind Song Yufan. Compared to Green Bamboo Sword Immortal's calmness, the two old men who followed the army had a serious expression. As great Qi refinement warriors that were consecrated by the Combe country's royal family, they knew what it meant for a sword cultivator who had nurtured a natal flying sword to fight like a cornered beast regardless of age. Chu Hao said softly, "One of you will help Green Bamboo Sword Immortal to end the battle quickly and kill Song Yufan. The other must hold that young man back." The brawny man with the double axes strode towards Song Yufan and grinned. "I'll force the old man to take a breath." The old man in brocade robe smiled bitterly. He gathered his thoughts and threw the green talisman that he had treasured for many years into the air. In the face of a great enemy, there was nothing he could do about it. After the talisman rose into the air, it disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it appeared 150 steps away. Golden light exploded and the last golden armored general crashed to the ground. It was 20 feet tall and stood out from the crowd. It held a great halberd in its hand, and within that dignified golden armor, there was only silver light circulating. The general didn't have a physical body. Qin Pingan flew all the way. It seemed like he was flying in the air, but in fact, every time he landed, he would step on the two flying swords of Chu Yi and Chu Wu. It would be right to say that Qin Pingan was a stubborn person. However, Qin Pingan had changed a lot when he started to roam the Jianghu on his own and remembered the young man from Clay Bottle Alley who liked to jump across streams. At this moment, he saw the golden-armored and silver-bodied strongman not far away. It held a golden halberd and was ready to attack. It was staring at him. Qin Pingan's heart skipped a beat. In Yanji County, Daoish Chongmiao had two brass strongmen escorting him. One of them seemed to be a high-grade talisman that could rival a third-realm martial artist. The 20-feet-tall golden-armored strongman in front of him was estimated to have the combat strength of a fourth-realm martial artist, or even a fifth-realm martial artist. However, he dared to challenge the mountain-moving old ape of Xinjiang Mountain at the beginning of his boxing practice. When Qin Pingan was stubborn, he wasn't afraid of anyone. After accumulating for a long time, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Qin Pingan reached behind him almost naturally and grabbed the scholar-wood sword. At the same time he said in his heart, "Chu Yi, Chu Wu, go help Senior Song deal with the swordsman and the brawny man. I'll deal with this strongman myself." The distance between them was less than 20 steps. The two sword lights under Qin Pingan's feet, one on the left and one on the right, drew an arc around the golden-armored strongman who began to stomp on the ground and run forward with the halberd. Qin Pingan, who still had his hand behind him and held the hilt of the wooden sword, leaped forward and shouted, "Senior Song, don't worry about it." In the face of a great enemy, the brawny man's double axes were about to chop down, and Green Bamboo Sword Immortal was eyeing him covetously. Song Yu smiled knowingly and actually took a breath. Green Bamboo Sword Immortal, who was standing on the horse's back, struck with his sword. Qin Pingan, who was in the air, mumbled something that no one could hear. Then he fell into a state of emptiness that he had never experienced before. He forgot about everything and his sword heart was clear. There was once an ancient temple scholar-wood sword that easily split open the pink-robed great demon's golden light formation. Since I'm not strong enough, I'll use the sword today like I'm learning boxing. One punch at a time, I'll take it slow. There will be a day when I can throw out 1,000,000 punches. First, I'll take the meaning, not the form. I'll just throw out the sword. If there is a mountain, it will split the mountain. If there is a river, it will break the river. The 18 halts of sword chi in his body was no longer restrained. Like a flood breaking through a dam, It rushed through the deserted Qi residences that had long been regarded as useless by modern sword cultivators. Chen Pingan suddenly pulled out the scholarwood sword in an instant. With a dazzling sword Qi that he couldn't see, he slashed at the 2-foot-tall golden-armored strongman. Along with the giant halberd, the golden-armored strongman was slashed apart. Chen Pingan, who had landed on both feet, raised his head. A huge crack appeared on the golden-armored strongman's body. Silver light burst out and the golden armor shattered. It fell to the ground in front of him and then shattered with a loud bang. Golden light and silver radiance filled the sky. Chen Pingan, who was sweating and kneeling, was dazed for a moment. However, he quickly came back to his senses. He straightened his back and gripped the scholarwood sword in his hand. In the Jianghu, I have a sword. The young man had never felt so hearty before. He wanted to vent the pent-up frustrations in his heart so much. In the midst of the army of 10,000, he held the scholar tree sword that had been completed in one strike. He shouted loudly, "Great Li's Chen Pingan is here." "245. There was a deathly silence on the battlefield. After a moment of astonishment, the large military formation with the youth as the center set off the uniform clanging of iron armors. The army was not here to watch a show. In an instant, spears and bows were raised, all of them aimed at the young sword immortal who claimed to be from the Great Li. Then Chen Pingan made a very inappropriate move. He put the locust wood sword back into the wooden box with his left hand and skillfully took off the wine gourd with his right hand. Then he suddenly raised his left hand high as if he was saying to the army of Shu Shui, "Everyone, please wait a moment. It won't be too late to fight after I drink some wine." Immediately, it caused a tidal wave of uproar. Even some of the captains who were good at fighting looked at each other. Could it be that this young sword immortal who killed the golden-armored person with a single sword strike was really someone who could fight against 10,000 people? Could he be so leisurely from the beginning to the end, charging straight ahead and ignoring the army of 10,000 people as if they were nothing? How could they fight this aggrieved battle? They couldn't let their brothers fill a bottomless pit with their lives, could they? The compensation of 100 taels of silver was very high, but among the soldiers on the battlefield, who would be willing to watch the familiar lives around them turn into a pile of dead silver? The two natal flying swords, Chu Yi and 15, had made great contributions in the battle. Imperceptibly, they helped Chen Pingan increase the illusion of invincibility. Green bamboo sword immortal sword slashed at Song Yufan's sword aura. It surged forward like a tidal wave, but Chu Yi, who was flying recklessly, shuttled back and forth between the waves, nibbling away at it bit by bit. The military cultivator of Shu Shui who was holding the giant axes in his hands was pointed at between his eyebrows by 15 who was so fast that the burly man had to withdraw his attack. He didn't want to exchange his life with Song Yufan, so he kept using the axes to block around his body. There was a series of crisp and pleasant clanking sounds, and the axes even sent sparks everywhere. Song Yufan took the opportunity to take a breath of fresh air. He stretched out his arm horizontally, holding the sword radiance and the bamboo scabbard at his waist. His whole body soared intense skyrocketed, and his black clothes fluttered without wind. He was extremely happy to be able to fight with all his might again. After Chen Pingan raised his arm in a deliberately mystifying manner, he raised his head to drink and silently said in his heart, "Chui Chu, continue to entangle your opponents. It doesn't matter if your moves are a little fancy." Flying sword number 1 was like a scoundrel who would not give up. He stared at green bamboo sword fairy, the little girl. 15 even gnawed on the heavy weapon double axes until they were unrecognizable. They were full of holes which made the burly man's heart ache. The green bamboo sword whiz, whose eyesight and cultivation were much better than everyone else's, was a grandmaster of swordsmanship who wanted to take the head of the old sword saint of Shui Kingdom. While defending against Chu Yi's attacks, he furiously shouted with a murderous look on his face. His words hit the nail on the head. The 2 times that the young man drank wine were fake. The change of breath was real. The battle between the martial Dao grandmasters was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chen Pingan had already lowered his arm and pinned the blade-strengthening gourd to his waist. He leaped over the army formation and grinned at green bamboo sword immortal. Song Yubern, who had changed into a new outfit, added fuel to the fire. He laughed and said, "Idiot." After losing his trump card, the old man in the brocade robe who used the talisman to invite out a golden-armored strongman smiled bitterly. He took out 3 green talismans, but the runes were no longer golden. 1 was silver and 2 were red. He threw them out again. Another 3 strongmen from the Taoist talisman sect landed on the ground. They stood side by side in front of the main general, De Wu. There was 1 silver-armored strongman and 2 bronze-armored strongmen. When Song Yubern and the young sword immortal arrived in front of De Wu, the 2 sides had unknowingly switched offense and defense. Without the latter, Song Yubern would have died in the battle. However, with the addition of an inexplicable troublemaker, Song Yubern had a slight advantage. Chu Hao's judgment of the situation on the battlefield was very clear. He had been in the military for half of his life and had never been defeated in more than 30 battles. He still had this ability. As a result, this general with a gloomy expression quietly poured his martial jinchi into the silver ingot-shaped military treasure in his hand. This was the most precious armor pill from his wife's generous dowry back then. In an instant, it flowed on the outside of Chu Hao's armor like mercury. The originally pitch-black military heavy armor turned into a set of snow-white armor covered in ancient cloud patterns. It was called the deity's dew armor, commonly known on the mountain as the dew armor. Although it was the lowest grade of the Jia pill of the military school, in the dozens of countries including the Shui country, there was not a single general who could own this item. Of course, it was not that these pillars of the country had no money in their pockets, but that there was a price but no market. Otherwise, even if the price was doubled, the generals would be willing to sell their pots and pans to buy one. 3,000 Jia pills of mountain snow, 300,000 taels of silver, in exchange for the best life-saving talisman. Who would not be willing to fork out this amount of money? It was just that they couldn't buy it at all. The military cultivators on the mountain had almost monopolized the armor pellet. The chi cultivators other than sword cultivators couldn't compare with the former 2 in terms of physique tempering. Therefore they wanted to buy the armor pellet as a protective talisman. How could the warriors at the foot of the mountain touch it? Wasn't that a waste of God's gift? Song Yubern began to move forward. He no longer had any worries about the rear. 1 man with 1 sword, he moved forward with an indomitable will. This was because Qin Pingan was helping to bring up the rear. Qin Pingan laughed. He took a step forward and moved more than 20 feet away. Come back. Chu Yi reluctantly let go of Green Bamboo Sword Fairy and moved back slowly. Obviously he was a little angry. In the blink of an eye, Flying Sword 15 had circled around Qin Pingan, blocking the spear tips and arrows that were swarming towards him. Green Bamboo Sword Fairy, who had been standing on the back of his warhorse all this time, sighed. He glanced reluctantly at the bamboo scabbard at Song Yubern's waist. This Pine Stream Sword Fairy, whose reputation in the Jianghu was even greater than Song Fingshan's, leaned back and pushed off with the tip of his foot. In an instant he flew backwards. He turned around in the air and stepped on the heads of the soldiers behind the banner. Just like that he drifted far away. After completely leaving the Shui army, the young sword fairy put away the piece of bamboo hanging at his waist and slowly walked towards the provincial capital. Looking back at the banner, he said regretfully, "If I want to seize that green immortal mountain bamboo scabbard again, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. If this Song Yubern can survive this time, he should be able to live for at least 20 or 30 years, right?" Green Bamboo Sword Fairy's desertion immediately caused the morale of the Shui army to fall into chaos. Chu Hao's eyes were somewhat puzzled. He turned his head and looked at the formations of the various garrisons. It was only slightly better than blowing up the camp. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be in such a mess. Although these 4 garrisons of the Shui army were far inferior to his own troops, 2 of them were elite infantry headquarters. They had been nurtured by border battles for many years and were far from being in such a sorry state. When Chu Hao saw the commander of one of the garrisons, not only did he not stop the terrible situation that was on the verge of collapse, he instead sat high on his horse with his arms crossed over his chest as if he was an outsider. Chu Hao's face immediately turned ashen. He was so angry that he clenched his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to urge his horse to gallop over and hack him into mincemeat. Chu Hao's expression changed greatly. He raised his butt and looked into the distance. He didn't know when, but the solid formation of the garrisons had become an obstacle to the rescue of the Chu clan's elite cavalry. It had already isolated him and dozens of his personal retainers from the 3,000 elite cavalry. Song Yubern was facing the strong man with the axe and the talisman invited by the old man in the brocade robe by himself. He still had the strength to spare and was observing Chu Hao's every move. Qin Pingan gradually discovered the strangeness of the development of the situation. The ferocious attack of the formation gradually decreased. Except for the group of Jianghu masters who had gathered to attack him, the arrows and spears in the army became sparser and sparser. In the end, they simply watched the fire burning across the river. Moreover, there were constantly generals who looked like commandants riding their horses in the gaps of the formation, constantly telling something to some of their subordinate Dakarchas and elite soldiers. Song Yubern cut a brass strongman in half at the waist with his sword. The talisman who had been beaten back to his original form turned into ashes in the air. Then he slashed two huge axes with his sword. A long string of dazzling sparks exploded and shot out in all directions. The hot sparks from the axes shattered the armors of the soldiers in the distance. When they hit the armors of the soldiers in the distance, they even made a slight sound of metal and stone. It could be seen how shocking the cultivation of the #1 martial artist of the Qom country on the battlefield was. After forcing back the military cultivator of the imperial court of the Qom country, Song Yubern pointed the tip of his sword at Chu Hao and said with a smile, "I've come a long way to welcome you. I only invite General Chu Hao to the villa as a guest. As for the rest of you, if you want to fight to the death, then fight to the death. Standing under my sword, you are responsible for your own life and death." Under the big banner there was a loud bang. It turned out that Qin Pingan had unknowingly moved the battlefield with more than 10 Jianghu experts to a place less than 50 steps away from the big banner. Then he entrusted his back to the two flying swords of Chuyi and Sherwu and secretly used a mind talisman. He directly passed the small battlefield of Song Yubern and the two Qi cultivators and appeared 10 steps away from the horse of General Chu Hao, who was wearing the sweet dew armor. With a big stride he stomped heavily on the ground. Then he tilted his body upward and punched the head of the handsome horse with his right fist. The tall horse's head was smashed and its legs were broken. Chu Hao, who was second to none in the military talent of the Qom country and was only at the third realm of martial arts, immediately fell forward. In the end, he happened to be punched in the chest by Qin Pingan's left fist. Although the anima energy contained in the sweet dew armor condensed at the area where Qin Pingan's fist hit almost at the same time, Chu Hao was still smashed into the sky by the punch. He fell heavily on the ground 30 feet away, stirring up a cloud of dust on the official road. Qin Pingan continued to run forward. A squire of the Chu clan's elite cavalry rode forward angrily. The squire, who was skilled in horsemanship, tightened the reins and drove the horse to raise its two hooves high, stomping heavily on the head of the young sword immortal. Qin Pingan accelerated and dashed forward. He bent his back and appeared at the belly of the horse. Then he straightened his back in an instant and slammed his shoulder into the horse, causing it to fly backward with its hooves in the air. Qin Pingan went straight forward, exerting strength in his legs. It was exactly the same as the scene of the young eagle crossing the stream in his hometown. Chu Hao, who had just struggled to get up, was punched in the head. The sweet dew armor of the military school emitted a dazzling spiritual light. Chu Hao fell backward dizzily again. His eyes rolled and he completely fainted. Qin Pingan had also come to the side of this guy who vowed to be one of the top 10 generals of the continent. He squatted down and stretched out his hand to grab Chu Hao's neck. Then he stood up and lifted the neck of the Qom country's great general, who was suspended in the air, to the height of his shoulder. He shook it and turned to smile at Song Yusha. "Senior Song, I have caught him." The situation was already over. The two Qi refinement warriors of the royal family exchanged glances and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Song Yusha was not aggressive. He kept his Iran sword and put it back into the bamboo sheath. He cupped his fists and said to the two top Qi refinement warriors of the Qom country, "Sorry for the offense. Please pass a message to His Majesty. No matter how the imperial court deals with it in the future, the Swordwater Villa and I will take it on." Then the old man dashed forward. Sword auras fell like rain. The dozens of retainers and elite cavalrymen of the Chu clan who were desperately charging towards Qin Pingan were all chopped off. The old man landed beside Qin Pingan. "Let's go. As long as we leave the battle formation and return to the villa, we will be safe. The soldiers of the imperial court are disunited. They are no longer a threat for the time being." The entire Qom country's infantry fell into silence. The elite cavalrymen of the Chu clan who were blocked outside the infantry formation in the distance probably realized that something was amiss at De Wu's side. After communicating with the infantry formation to no avail, they began to charge towards the formation under the lead of a cavalry general. The infantry formation in front, which did not dare to fight against the elite cavalrymen with swords and spears, and did not dare to disperse without permission, slowly dispersed to the sides, trying to make a path for the cavalry to gallop. Qin Pingan said in a low voice, "I can still use the mind talisman one more time." Song Yusha laughed. "Then I will cover your rear this time." Remember not to turn around and cut through the formation. Retreat to the right side and we will return via the mountain path. Otherwise, the 3,000 elite cavalrymen of the Chu clan will be a little difficult to deal with. Qin Pingan nodded. He took a deep breath and grabbed Chu Hao's neck, activating the mind talisman. Only now did everyone know why the young sword immortal was able to disappear on the spot several times. The young man's figure disappeared without a trace, but Great General Chu Hao's figure was almost floating horizontally, like a woman's long sleeves dragging in the air. When the young sword immortal finally revealed himself, he began to display the graceful bearing of a celestial being who rode the wind. But for some reason, the young man with the sword on his back staggered at the beginning, and only after that did he seem to be walking on flat ground. Song Yusha dashed forward and followed Qin Pingan away from the battlefield. After several ups and downs, he and Qin Pingan soon turned into two black dots and finally entered the mountain forest on both sides of the official road. Once they entered the mountain forest, the outcome was already decided. Song Yusha thought of Qin Pingan's stagger and asked worriedly, "Did you suffer from internal injuries?" Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. "There is a little ancestor who is throwing a tantrum with me. I'm fine." The first time he rode the wind above the army he actually stepped on Chu Yi in 15. The second time Chu Yi was unhappy and purposely let Qin Pingan step on empty air. Then it returned to the blade-strengthening gourd to sleep. Fortunately, 15's flying speed was extremely fast and could keep up with Qin Pingan's pace. Song Yusha sighed. Legend has it that there is a martial arts master who successfully reached the martial god realm in the north. Not only can he hover in the void at will, but he can also ride the wind and fly just like a sword immortal riding a sword. Remembering what Zhu He said at Chess Block Mountain, Qin Pingan nodded and blurted out, "That is the 8th realm of martial arts, called the Ascendant Realm. Because it can ride the wind, it is also called the Distance Travel Realm. It is very cool." Song Yusha was confused. Isn't the realm above the 6th realm called the Martial God Realm? Qin Pingan was also confused. He shook his head and said, "I heard that is not the case. The realm above the 6th realm does start to focus on spirit refinement, but it doesn't seem to be qualified to be called Martial God. I only know that the 7th realm of the Golden Body Realm is qualified to be called Master. The 8th realm is the Ascendant Realm, the 9th realm is the Peak Realm, and then there is the 10th realm. Now there is one in Dali, Song Jiankyung. He is the uncle of the guy next door to me in Mud Bottle Alley. I have seen Song Jiankyung once in the alley. He is very powerful and looks like a master." The sword saint of Combe Country felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. Qin Pingan saw the expression on the senior's face and quickly swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. For example, the barefoot old man who taught him the fist art in the 3rd realm of martial arts was a 10th realm martial artist. Moreover, the old man with the surname Chui was the first 10th realm master in the Aquarius continent after hundreds of years. Song Yufan quickly understood and smiled, "You are just a frog at the bottom of the well. No worries, no worries. As long as there is a great scene above the 6th realm of martial arts, then it is a great thing. Otherwise, if all the beautiful scenes in the world are seen by the gods on the mountain, then wouldn't us martial artists have no face at all? It shouldn't be like this." Qin Pingan, who was still holding Chu Hao in one hand, nodded his head. He thought that if old Song could go to his hometown, he would definitely have the same taste as that fellow in the bamboo house. In the end, there were still some people who wouldn't sit at the same table and drink just because of the difference in martial arts realms. This old Song beside him was really amazing in Qin Pingan's eyes. So no matter where this old man went or who he met, he would be respected. After Chu Hao's true chi was used up, the dew armor turned back into a silver ingot and fell to the ground. Qin Pingan picked it up with the tip of his foot and put it into his bag. Then he used a bit of strength and shook his wrist, causing that General Chu who had woken up but didn't dare to open his eyes to faint again. Song Yufan smiled knowingly. To encounter such a young sword immortal from Great Li, it could be said that Chu Hao was blessed. Qin Pingan asked, "What's next?" Song Yufan sighed, "No matter how eager the 3,000 elite cavalry are to save their master, they won't be stupid enough to attack the Sword Water Manor. My grandson Fengshan is obviously behind this imperial army. They are already in a mess and won't assist the Chu clan's elite cavalry to attack. They will only retreat to the provincial capital and wait for the changes." Song Yufan's face was a bit gloomy, but the sudden death of the sword immortal of the Tsai Kingdom, the appearance of a demon in Yenji County, and our Sword Water Manor. "I think the academy will make a move." Qin Pingan asked, "Academy? Is it the Lakeview Academy, one of the 72 Confucian academies?" Song Yufan sighed, "Yes. For thousands of years, the Aquarius continent has been peaceful on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. The Academy is the credit of all the imperial courts. However, I never thought that this time the Swordwater Manor might stand opposite the Lakeview Academy. Once the teachers of the Academy appear, the manor will probably be like this imperial army. The people's hearts will be scattered, and the manor's century-old reputation will be destroyed overnight. Qin Pingan had some impression of the Lakeview Academy. First, it was as famous as the former Cliff Academy founded by Mr. Qi. Second, it was the disturbance of the wedding dress ghost. On the way back from the Great Sui Kingdom to the Huangting Kingdom, the young Cui Dong mentioned some incredible inside stories that were related to the scholars of the Lakeview Academy. The last one was the first gentleman of the Lakeview Academy, Cui Minghuang, who once represented the Confucian school of the Aquarius continent to enter the Liju cave heaven. But why did Senior Song, who dared to take the head of a general in the army, have such complicated emotions when he mentioned the academy? Song Yufan mocked himself. Facing the academy, I don't have the courage to fight to the death. I'm so worried. Qin Pingan didn't quite understand. Song Yufan seemed to see through the young man's mind. With his hands behind his back, he slowed down in the forest and looked at the sparse sunlight shining through the leaves like grains of gold on the ground. After a moment of silence, the old man finally said helplessly, "Don't you know that the words of the teachers of the academy are the greatest truth in the world? I once saw with my own eyes a sage from Lakeview Academy. At such a young age, he was able to make the sword god of colorful robes nation come out to welcome him from afar and ask for advice on morality and knowledge. The young sage was wearing a high hat and broad belt, sitting upright and still. Sitting opposite the sword god who was like a child, that lofty bearing was really another kind of invincible." Song Yufan smiled. "So, 100 or 1,000 Song Yufans can't compare to the words of the academy's teacher? You are wrong and you should be punished." Qin Pingan asked a question. What if the teachers and teachers of the academy don't make sense? What if the gentleman and sage also make mistakes? Song Yufan smiled and said, "There will be the teachings of the sage." Qin Pingan was deep in thought. He grabbed a general by the neck. The latter's feet were dragged on the ground in the forest, making rustling sounds. "246. It was common sense that one needed to rest after a battle. Since the army of the imperial court was no longer a threat and Song Fengshan was guarding the manor, Song Yufan wasn't in a hurry to return. He was waiting for Chu Hao to wake up so that he could ask him some questions. As long as a martial artist didn't harm his body, soul, and vitality, he could recover to his peak after a period of rest. The duration differed from person to person. Song Yufan originally thought that the martial god realm was Qin Pingan's so-called golden body, ascension, and mountain peak realms. It was said that the transformation of the old and new true qi could be completed in an instant. Outsiders wouldn't be able to see the truth, so there were no flaws. Green bamboo sword deity wouldn't appear when he was waiting on the battlefield. Therefore, there was a domineering saying in the underworld of the Aquarius continent, martial gods are at the peak before they die in battle. However, Song Yufan only heard about it from rumors and Qin Pingan only knew about the realms. As for the martial path mountain peak, the three realms of spirit refinement were still shrouded in fog. Song Yufan saw that Qin Pingan didn't look too good and felt that it was abnormal. Logically speaking, after a martial artist left the battlefield, his aura should be stable. However, Qin Pingan showed signs of fatigue and stopped walking. He couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Did you suffer an internal injury?" Qin Pingan first checked on Chu Hao. Chu Hao's breathing was slow and steady and there didn't seem to be any signs of him waking up. However, Qin Pingan didn't say anything. It was as if he had followed Lu Xianyang around the mountains when he was young and caught a snake. He only needed to shake the snake's body to loosen its tendons and scatter its bones. Then he shook his wrist and completely knocked out the general of the Comb River Nation. Chu Hao, who thought that he had concealed himself well, cried out in grief. His vision turned black and he lost consciousness. With such a bulsh T-sword immortal who didn't care about the rules of the pugilistic world, he was really at his wits' end this time. Qin Pingan then explained to Song Yushao, "Because I am not a sword cultivator from the mountain, it takes me a lot of effort to control the two flying swords. Although they can kill enemies on their own after leaving the blade-strengthening gourd, I still need to divide some of my spirit into the flying swords like their scabbards. Otherwise they would not stay outside the Qi Palace or the blade-strengthening gourd for too long. Also, I have used the mind talisman a bit too much, and the two breaths were a bit rushed. I feel a bit uncomfortable now, but it doesn't matter. As long as there are no major battles in the near future, I can make up for it by breathing in and out. Song Yufan felt relieved as he walked in the forest. The shade of the trees and the sunlight complemented each other. The old man felt relaxed and happy. It was not only because the knot in his heart had been untied, but also because he had met a young friend whom he could entrust his life to. His hope for Jianghu had been rekindled. Even if people's hearts were no longer what they used to be, Jianghu still existed. The old man suddenly laughed. Qin Pingan, although you have a blade-strengthening gourd and don't need to spend a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to repair the flaws of your natal flying swords, that's another matter. Chu Hao actually invited the green bamboo sword immortal from Songshi country to help him. This time, without your help, I would definitely have died under the siege of the army. Therefore, when I return to the villa, I will take all the light snow money as a reward. It's not a lot, less than 2,000 pieces after so many years. Fengshan went to the Immortal's Ferry to buy Tsang water and used half of it, so I can only give you 800 to 900 pieces of light snow money. Speaking of this, the old man was a bit embarrassed and mocked himself. I never thought that the life of sword sage Song Yushao from Brushing Water Country was worth less than 1,000 pieces of light snow money. Qin Pingan thought for a moment and nodded. Senior Song, I only need 300 to 400 pieces of light snow money. You don't have to give me all of it. Song Fengshan will definitely need it in the future. Although in the square-inch item of the Flying Sword 15, there was a pile of light snow money that the green-clothed child had used to buy the ordinary snake gall stone, as well as 8 pieces of even more precious light snow money, so it wasn't a small amount. However, under Wei Pai's recommendation, Qin Pingan had seen with his own eyes the scene of Oxhorn Mountain's Chui Zhai. He was worried that when he arrived at the Immortal's Ferry, he would miss out on the mountain item that he liked. As for Senior Song and the Swordwater Villa, Qin Pingan believed in the old man's words. The green hills did not change and the green waters flowed forever. Qin Pingan's choice to accept the money, but not all of it, was beyond Song Yushao's expectations. The old man couldn't help but laugh. You're so polite, you're not polite at all. Xiao, do you not know what the older generation of Jianghu people would say? Would they pat their chest and say, between brothers talking about money hurts feelings? If you treat me as a brother, don't talk about this anymore. Otherwise we won't be brothers anymore. Qin Pingan shook his head. It's even more uncomfortable to owe people money. At least I'm like this. Song Yushao had a deep understanding of this and nodded. That's true. The old man finally added, that's how it should be. In the mountain forest, the mountain breeze blew, the green leaves swayed, and the tree shade was cool and refreshing. Because of Qin Pingan's physical condition, Song Yushao couldn't walk fast. However, since there was no trouble in his heart, the old man took it as he enjoyed the scenery along the way. Song Yushao only reminded Qin Pingan that the next time Chu Hao woke up, he wouldn't knock him out. He had something to ask. Qin Pingan didn't have anything to say. After determining Chu Hao's martial arts cultivation, the cautious Qin Pingan also felt relieved. He didn't want to carry Chu Hao on his back in the mountains, but he couldn't carry Chu Hao by his neck. After thinking about it, Qin Pingan simply dragged one of Chu Hao's legs, like a mountain king patrolling his territory, and used a broom to sweep the dead branches and leaves in his courtyard. Green Bamboo Sword Deity wasn't afraid of being chased by Song Yushao and the young man. He followed the official road back to the provincial capital leisurely. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the forest by the road in the distance. After he stood still, he reached out to grab the green bamboo hanging by his waist. From the forest, an acquaintance of Green Bamboo Sword Deity slowly walked out. He was 70 years old and had a chiseled face. At first glance, he didn't look like a Jianghu person who was easy to get along with. There was a sword hanging by his waist. The scabbard was wrapped with green threads made of unknown material. It was much longer than the long sword of an ordinary swordsman and was extremely eye-catching. Green Bamboo Sword Deity walked out of the official road and walked towards the swordsman of ancient Yu Kingdom whom he had met several times. The two stopped at the same time with a distance of 20 steps between them. The old swordsman smiled. Su Lang, it's been 5 or 6 years since we parted at the riverside, right? Green Bamboo Sword Deity said indifferently. Lin Gushin, why are you looking for me? If you have something to say, just say it. I'm not in a good mood now. The old swordsman was not bothered by the arrogance of a junior from the Jianghu. He went straight to the point. I've been entrusted by the imperial tutor this time to kill Qin Pingan. We've fought before and a Qi refinement warrior from the royal family and Madame Snake and Scorpion died in the hands of Qin Pingan. Now only the owner of Mai Tower and I are left. We're unwilling to stop here. Previously, I've witnessed an exciting show of immortals chiseling the formation. I was wondering if I could join forces with you to hunt down Qin Pingan and Song Yushao. After we succeed, regardless of whether Song Yushao is dead or alive, you can do whatever you want with him. Qin Pingan will be brought back to ancient Yu Kingdom by us. Su Lang glanced at the dense forest in the mountains and asked 2 questions. Can we make it in time? Do we have a chance of winning? Lin Guxin, the venerable swordsman of ancient Yu Kingdom, nodded and said, the owner of Mai Tower is best at assassination. He will make the first move and launch a sneak attack to delay the 2 of them. As for the chances of success, I can only say that it depends on the effort. Even if the 3 of us join forces, I can't guarantee how many of us will survive in the end. Su Lang smiled and said, if Senior Lin says that the chances of success are high, then I won't nod my head. Lin Guxin asked, does this mean you've agreed? Su Lang nodded and said, you go and support the owner of Mai Tower first. I want to go back the way I came and look for the Deputy General of the Chu clan's elite cavalry as well as the 2 Qi refinement warriors from Combe Country. As long as the 2 of you can stop Song Yushao and Qin Pingan, I can increase the chances of success. Lin Guxin was somewhat hesitant. Su Lang smiled and said, we've joined forces in a hurry this time. We'll gather if there's an advantage, but we'll scatter if there's no advantage. It's normal that you don't trust me. But at the very least, you have to believe that beheading the old sword sage of Combe Country with your own hands is a great temptation for a sword immortal from Songshi Country. Lin Guxin sneered and said, are you going to take the head of the venerable swordsman of ancient Yu Kingdom's head as well? When that time comes, you'll be the only sword immortal in the pugilistic world of dozens of countries. Wouldn't that be even better? Su Lang twirled a strand of black hair hanging down from his temples with 2 fingers on one hand. He bent his other hand and lightly tapped on the green bamboo, appearing casual and undisciplined. Your sword, Lin Guxin, has never caught my eye. Lin Guxin, who had an extremely bad reputation in the pugilistic world, narrowed his eyes and said with a fake smile, you sure talk big. Su Lang's expression was calm. The truth has never been pleasant to hear. Lin Guxin sneered and said coldly, no matter what, Song Yushao and Qin Pingan are our true enemies today. The owner of Mai Tower and I will wait for good news. If you guys had come late, I can't guarantee that the vengeful owner of Mai Tower will not take revenge on you, Su Lang. I, Lin Guxin, will definitely seek justice from you and the royal family of Songshi Country. Su Lang extended a hand and gestured for Lin Guxin to go first. The venerable swordsman swept away. Su Lang also turned and swept towards the official road. But halfway through, Su Lang suddenly stopped. He saw an innocent and charming girl, dressed in a light yellow-pink dress, standing in the middle of the road without a speck of dust on her body. Su Lang slowly walked forward. The young girl fished out a secret letter from her sleeve. There was a vermilion seal on top of the letter to prevent the sender from opening it privately. The young girl said with a smile, Song Fengshan wanted me to give it to you. He said you'll know once you open the letter. That guy also said that if you agree you have to nod your head in front of me. Alright, Song Fengshan promised that in the next 60 years of the pugilistic world, you, Su Lang, will steadily occupy half of the world as a sword immortal. Su Lang pondered for a moment, then fished out 2 gloves sewn from snow-white silk from his sleeve. After putting them on, he beckoned with his hand. Throw it over. The young girl was one of the 4 evils of the Brushing Water Country, the nanny of the ancient temple. She left the Swordwater Manor this time to not only keep an eye on Song Yufan, but more importantly to find an opportunity to personally deliver this secret letter to Su Lang. This renowned green bamboo sword immortal was actually a relative of the royal family of the Songshi country. However, due to his impure bloodline, he had long lost the opportunity to inherit the throne. Su Lang carefully removed the seal. After opening the letter, he quickly skimmed through the contents of the letter. The corner of his mouth hooked up. Then, with a shake of his wrist, he shattered the letter. Taking off the gloves and putting them back into his sleeve, Su Lang nodded. Miss, you can go report to Song Fengshan. Since the Swordwater Manor is so sincere, I, Su Lang, will return the favor. Miss, tell Song Fengshan that there will soon be some good news related to the old sword saint. As for the letter, I hope Song Fengshan will keep his word. Immediately the young girl felt light. She placed her hands behind her back and intertwined her fingers. She smiled sweetly. Although Song Fengshan doesn't understand romance, he's still very steady when doing things. We devils who've lived for hundreds of years still need to be experienced. So, Su Lang, you can rest assured. In the future you'll be the ruler of more than 10 countries. It's better to sit on the dragon throne than to sit on the dragon throne. Su Lang smiled. Then I'll take advantage of your auspicious words. Great sword immortal Su, if you lack someone to sleep with in the future, just let me know. I'll be at your beck and call. The young girl threw a coquettish glance at the handsome man and let out a string of bell-like laughter. Her figure fluttered and dissipated. Then she turned into a billowing green smoke and rose from the ground. Soon she disappeared in the air. Su Lang continued to move forward alone. However, he began to weigh the pros and cons. Was it to rush for quick success and get the benefits in his pocket early? Or was it to join forces with Song Fengshan and let him push him to the high position of the ruler of Jianghu? Su Lang suddenly laughed involuntarily. There was a suggestion in the secret letter that was really interesting. Song Fengshan promised that there would be a mighty Jianghu campaign between them every 10 years. The two of them would engage in a battle of the pinnacle. When the time came, Song Fengshan would inherit the title of Sword Sage of Swordwater Manor. As a sword sage, he would engage in a so-called battle of life and death with Su Lang, who had the title of Sword Immortal. In the letter, Song Fengshan had even chosen 3 locations for the battle. The first was when Song Fengshan challenged Su Lang. The location was chosen at the peak of the main hall of the Songshi Kingdom's imperial palace. Su Lang won. The second was chosen at the peak of the waterfall of the Swordwater Manor. Song Fengshan won by a slight margin. The third was arranged at the burial mound of Yanji County in the Tsai Kingdom. Su Lang won. Su Lang felt that it was rather interesting. Therefore he decided to take the heads of the revered sword sage of the ancient Yu Kingdom and the head of the Maoyao sect as a form of reciprocity. Su Lang quickly saw the figures of the Comb Water Kingdom's imperial army. His mind was still filled with Song Fengshan's interlocking plans. He muttered, Jianghu can be played like this? In the end, this sword immortal of the Songshi Kingdom did not head straight for the army. Instead, he turned abruptly and rushed towards the forest alone. It was still 3 against 2. However, this 3 was Song Yushan, Chen Pinggan and Su Lang. They would deal with Lin Gushin and the head of the Maoyao sect together. After Su Lang entered the mountain path in the forest, he deliberately slowed down his pace. He smiled and said, the Jianghu is dangerous. In the provincial capital, there was an inconspicuous and secluded residence. Esteemed guests from the capital were staying here. Although the residence could not be said to be extravagant, it was unusually clean inside. There were various decorations and it was filled with the simple elegance of a scholarly family. Furthermore, the location was quiet and noisy. Clearly, a great deal of thought had been put into it. There was a woman who lived like a prince standing in the courtyard. Although she was not young, she maintained herself well and still retained her charm. If one did not look closely at the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, she seemed like a young woman in her 30s. At this moment she was bending over and tossing food into a large vat to feed the fish. There were a dozen or so goldfish with exquisite bodies raised inside. There were also numerous lush green water lotuses. The 2 colors of gold and green complemented each other beautifully. Other than this woman with a luxurious bearing from the capital, there was only a sturdy maidservant with a saber in the courtyard. There was no one else. However, there were mysteries hidden in the alleys and streets around the residence. Not only were there elite guards, there were also several martial arts experts hidden in the marketplace. There were some capable old bailiffs in the provincial governor's residence who had long arrived here to secretly guard the place. From this, it could be seen that this guest from the capital must have a great background. However, under the heavy protection, the maidservant with a saber in her hand who was even more burly than a man collapsed to the ground without any warning. Behind the maidservant, a handsome young master holding a folding fan appeared. He fanned himself with a cool breeze, causing the hair on his temples to flutter slightly. He smiled at the woman who was still bending over to feed him. The plump woman's figure was fully displayed. She was charming and gentle. The young master only felt that this scene at this moment was too beautiful to behold. It was not a wasted trip. The woman stood up, turned her head and silently looked at the young man. The young man smiled and said, Madam, we have met before in the capital. The woman's expression was calm as she mocked. When did the children of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain have the guts to arm wrestle with a great general? After the young master put away his folding fan, he covered his face with both hands and slowly wiped it down. In the end, a face that the woman was extremely familiar with was revealed. The young man laughed in a voice that the woman was also extremely familiar with. What about now, my good madam? Before the woman screamed in shock, Han Yuanshan, a child of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain, stretched out a finger and gently shushed her. Madam, don't worry. I Han Yuanshan only like to steal hearts. I have never stolen or snatched a woman's body. However, I believe that one day Madam will be willing to recommend herself to sleep with me. At this moment Han Yuanshan, who was using the face of Chu Hao, pointed at the fish tank. After pausing for a moment, he continued, helping each other in difficult times, the joy of fish and water. In the Yanji County of the beautiful clothes country, there was an old Confucian scholar with a jade pendant hanging from his waist. He stood on the city wall with a serious expression. In the imperial study of the beautiful clothes country's capital, there was also an old Confucian scholar with his hands behind his back. He also had a jade pendant hanging from his waist. The old man stood by the window without saying a word. The emperor of the beautiful clothes country stood beside him in trepidation. He did not even dare to sit down. In the ancient Yu country, there was still a green-robed Confucian scholar in his 30s. He still had the same jade pendant hanging from his waist. He sat in a coarse carriage that he had hired and then looked down on the young coachman along the way. When he was still 20 miles away from the ancient Yu country, he was dumbfounded. With his good eyesight, he saw that there were thousands of elite cavalry and a large group of high officials standing there. There seemed to be a man wearing a yellow robe standing by the side of the road with his hands behind his back. It seemed like he was waiting for someone. The scholar in the carriage put down the book in his hand and said to him, "Stop the horse when we reach the relay station. Don't worry, they are waiting for me. Other than the deposit that I paid earlier, the reward that the ancient Yu country's imperial court gave you in private will be the rest of my expenses." After saying this, the young scholar packed his book box and said with a smile, "It is not easy for us to come out. Now that we have reached the Combe country, don't make our mountain chief angry again." And in the Sword Water Manor, the Martial Arts Alliance leader ceremony was about to begin. In the main hall, there were fewer faces that had appeared at the banquet previously. However, there were many famous Jianghu big shots from both the good and the bad. Most of the Jianghu heroes of the Combe country were present. Song Fengshan sat high up in the main seat. When he saw these influential people, he did not have much of an emotional reaction. There were people who were opportunistic, people who harbored evil intentions, people who judged the situation before placing their bets. There were also people from the imperial court who thought that they were going to see a big joke. Not far from Song Fengshan sat his wife. She was dressed to the nines. Her graceful bearing was probably not inferior to that of the concubines in the palace. Of course, Song Fengshan had a card up his sleeve. The people below also thought that victory was in their grasp. However, neither side had expected that the arrival of an uninvited guest would destroy their many years of painstaking planning. There was no report from the gatekeeper at all, and no disciple of the Sword Water Manor moved to stop him. After seeing the person who had announced himself, almost everyone subconsciously bowed and greeted the guest with Confucian etiquette. The young man dressed in Confucian robes and a headscarf had a jade pendant hanging from his waist. With an indescribable pace and rhythm, he walked unhurriedly into the main hall where the heroes of the Sword Water Manor were gathered. After he crossed the threshold, he looked around and once again introduced himself. Lakeview Academy Sage Zhou Ji. Within the main hall, almost everyone stood up and bowed to this person. The young man returned the greeting and then took 2 or 3 steps forward, looking at the young master of the Sword Water Manor. Song Fengshan's expression was gloomy. The young woman sitting nearby signaled with her eyes that they should not act rashly. The young sage from Lakeview Academy said calmly, "Is Han Yuanshan of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain in the manor?" Song Fengshan suppressed the anger in his heart and twitched the corner of his mouth. He slowly said, "Unfortunately, Han Yuanshan was in the manor yesterday, but he is no longer here today. He said that it was a sudden decision and that he wanted to travel the great rivers and mountains. May I know why this teacher from the academy is looking for him? If it's not urgent, I can pass on the message to Han Yuanshan." The young sage smiled. "Han Yuanshan is a scholar of the Sword Water Kingdom and is already a disciple of our Confucian school. However, he cultivates the martial arts of the devil path. He has evil intentions and has harmed the country. I want to take him to Lakeview Academy to receive punishment. As for how to deal with him, the academy will decide when he arrives. Song Fengshan, I'm not speaking as a sage of the academy. I just want to advise you that it is not too late to rein in the horse at the edge of the cliff. It is not too late to mend the pen after the sheep have been lost." Song Fengshan put his elbow on the armrest of the chair and held his cheek. He tilted his head and looked at the sage of Lakeview Academy with a smile. He calmly sized him up. It was rumored that every time these indescribably noble teachers left the academy to carry out orders, they would hang the jade pendant given by the sage of the academy on their waists. It could record what they had seen and cultivated along the way to show that their words and deeds were open and aboveboard. The style of the jade pendant was the simplest and most elegant peace token in the world. However, different sages and gentlemen had different characters engraved on the side. However, without exception there was a deep meaning. It often contained the expectations and advice of the sage of the academy. Song Fengshan was extremely rude and had no intention of answering. The young woman naturally had to smooth things over. She stood up and bowed to the sage of the academy. She smiled and said, "If Han Yuanshan is really like this, the Swordwater Manor will act impartially and righteously. We will do our best to help the academy capture this person." Zhou Ju looked at the woman and said in a low voice, "If the bridge of longevity had not been broken early, you would not be able to stand here and boast shamelessly. Otherwise your end would not be any better than Han Yuanshan. People of the diabolism are stirring up trouble in Jianghu. There are chivalrous people who will get rid of the diabolism. However, if you dare to invade the mountains and rivers of a country, the academy will not let you off easily." Song Fengshan sat up straight and stared at Zhou Ju. "You better be polite when talking to my wife." "Fengshan." The young woman turned her head and called out softly. Song Fengshan saw her anxious eyes and sighed in his heart. He leaned back on the chair and did not speak anymore. At this time, Do Yang, the self-proclaimed hierarch of the diabolism, took a sip of wine and slammed the cup on the table. He sneered. The young sage turned to look at the Qi refinement warrior and said, "After I finish the business of the academy, I will take off the jade pendant on my waist. I hope that you, Do Yang, can still smile at that time." Do Yang squinted at the teacher of the academy who should be less than 30 years old and said, "Others are scared to death of the reputation of Lakeview Academy. I'm also scared. However, because I know the rules of your academy, I'm not afraid of you. I know clearly what the threshold of a Confucian sage is, what the bottleneck is, and how big the gap is between a gentleman and a sage. Therefore you, Zhou Ju, don't use words to intimidate me. To put it bluntly, if you take off the jade pendant, I will still be afraid of your academy and will not dare to fight with you. However, if you, Zhou Ju, have the ability to take off the Confucian robe and headband and act like a man of Jianghu, then I, Do Yang, will not beat the shit out of you. I will take your surname." Do Yang's words were domineering and satisfying. Even some of the righteous big shots felt that although this person had committed many evil deeds and had set off many bloody storms in the Jianghu, the fact that he could say such words in front of a sage from Lakeview Academy showed that he was indeed worthy of the name Jianghu. Could the Combe country be considered as having such a big shot of the diabolism surpass the colorful clothes country and the Guyu country in the Jianghu? The sage Zhou Ju smiled slightly. He lowered his head and whispered to the jade pendant, "Teacher, listen to this. How can I tolerate this? It's fine if I don't beat up those sages of the academy. However, when I am outside and thousands of miles away from the academy, do I have to tolerate a Qi refinement warrior of the diabolism? Alright, you will definitely say that I have to tolerate it again and again and that I can be a gentleman again. However, I really can't tolerate it." "What? Teacher, what do you want to say? Hey, can you hear me? Oh my, why is there a problem with the jade pendant? Teacher, you must discipline those guys in the academy's manufacturing bureau when you go back. In that case, let's not talk anymore. When we return to the academy, teacher, please help me change a jade pendant." In the end, the crowd saw the young master of the academy who was full of nonsense reach out and tightly grasp the jade pendant that seemed to be trembling on its own. He shook it vigorously. In the end, he made a gesture with 2 fingers and turned it gently. A breeze lingered around the jade pendant and wrapped it up like a cocoon. Only then did the young sage take off the jade pendant with a smile and put it in his sleeve. The young woman walked to Song Fengshan's side when no one was paying attention. She smiled bitterly and said, "Fengshan, I remember now. This person is one of the direct disciples of the sage of Lakeview Academy. Among the disciples, this person is the youngest and has the worst temper. His ability? Even if he is not the best, he is definitely ranked second. He obtained the identity of a gentleman at the age of 20. At that time, it was very sensational and he was hailed as the best candidate for a righteous gentleman after Cui Minghuang. It is very likely that the sage of the academy will personally inspect and assess him. Therefore, Lakeview Academy has protected him very well." Do Yang sat there in a daze and swallowed his saliva. Although he did not know that Zhou Ju was Zhou Yuran, Do Yang still caught traces of the content of beating up a sage and returning to being a gentleman. Therefore Do Yang stood up and wanted to apologize. It was not shameful to admit defeat to a Confucian gentleman. Zhou Quan, who had temporarily left the academy as a sage, stretched out his hand and pointed 2 fingers at the insufferably arrogant devil Do Yang in the Comb Kingdom. He smiled and said, "Our Confucian ancestors once wrote a great poem and asked the descendants, 'Have you not seen a river of broken stones as big as a bucket?' The descendant Zhou Ju answered, 'I have seen it.'" With the burly Do Yang as the center, a strong wind swept through the area within 3 meters. The fierce wind was like a tornado on land, crazily surrounding this giant of the demonic way. Do Yang's end was truly a bone-thin corpse. The strong wind dissipated and the bones fell to the ground. The young sage did not even look at the skeleton of Do Yang. He raised his head slightly and looked at Song Fengshan. He asked, "Now do you know that I was already very polite when I spoke to your wife?" Song Fengshan was so angry that the veins on the back of his hand popped out. However, the young woman beside him reached out and pressed down hard on the back of his hand. She smiled and said, "We husband and wife are naturally aware of teacher Zhou's kindness." Zhou Ju smiled and said, "Since Han Yuanshan is not here, I will not disturb your alliance chief ceremony. I will go find him. You can continue." The sage of the academy turned around and walked towards the door. Coincidentally, an old man and a young man were returning to the Swordwater Manor. They walked side by side towards the main hall, as if they had gone through a series of dangerous battles. Their bodies were stained with blood. Neither of them stopped or made a sound. They just passed by each other when they crossed the threshold. The young sage kept staring at the youth with the sword on his back. The latter felt strange and looked back at him. Their gazes met. Even though the youth had already entered the main hall and no longer looked at him, the young sage who had once been a gentleman of Lakeview Academy still kept turning his head to look at the youth. (247) Zhou Ju, the sage of the academy, walked out of the hall, followed by the sword sage of the Brushui country. Their departure slightly made up for the momentum of the villa. After all, the Lakeview Academy was far away. It didn't matter if a sage left, not to mention that he didn't denounce the villa, which meant that the villa's 100 years of operation wouldn't be affected. Moreover, Song Yufan was still in Jianghu of the Brushui country. Even if he didn't use his sword and wasn't in the villa, as long as he was traveling in some corner of Jianghu, Song Fengshan's position as the chief of Wulin would be stable. But in an instant, Song Yufan suddenly turned his head and took a few steps forward. Intentionally or unintentionally, he first blocked Qin Pingon behind him, and then strode straight over the threshold. The old man straightened his clothes, bent down, and cupped his hands in front of his chest toward Zhou Ju. At this time, the people in the hall were shocked to find that the sky outside the gate rippled, and a 30-foot-tall old man in a Confucian robe appeared. His figure was ethereal and filled with divine qi. The sage had come to the villa in person. Brilliant, majestic, and profound. Before Song Yufan noticed the mystery, Zhou Ju quickly withdrew his sight from the young man with a sword on his back. He shook his sleeves and removed the magic inhibition on the Academy's safety jade token, revealing his true appearance. The jade token engraved with the words, "Anger Control," was quietly placed on his waist again. When Song Yufan saluted in Jianghu, almost at the same time he bowed and said, "Greetings, sir." The old man was like a tall statue worshipped in the imperial temple. He looked down at his disciple Zhou Ju without showing any joy or anger. He said slowly, "I'll let someone else handle the matter of Han Yuanshan from the Brushui country practicing diabolism. You should return to the academy immediately." Zhou Ju sighed, straightened up, and said helplessly, "Sir, can't we talk about it?" The sage of the academy said bluntly, "No." Zhou Ju said with a sad face, "It's tough." The sage looked at the old sword sage of the Brushui country on the other side of the threshold. He cupped his hands in front of his back and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Mr. Song, you're about to break through the realm. It's said that every time you travel in Jianghu, you visit Confucian temples everywhere to offer incense. If you have time, you can come to our academy to cultivate for a while after you break through the realm to stabilize your Jinshan realm." Song Yulan was more and more convinced. He did not remove the gesture of cupping his fists. "Thank you for your grace, sage." Although he didn't know what kind of grand magic the mountain elder of Lakeview Academy had used, he was able to come to Shu Shui country from the academy so quickly. The mountains and rivers that were thousands of miles away seemed to be just a few steps away from the saint of the academy. The scholarly sage who was in charge of the Lakeview Academy smiled. Because he was tall and big at the moment, hovering in the air, he could see all the people of Jianghu in the Combe country at the threshold. The elegant old man took a deep look at the young man with a sword on his back behind Song Yuzuan. His complicated and deep eyes flashed away. It seemed that there was appreciation, recognition, regret, and some nostalgia. In the end, the old man did not say anything. He withdrew his gaze and reminded Zhou Ju again, "Don't deliberately delay the journey. Return to the academy quickly." Zhou Ju's eyes lit up. "Is it about the north?" The sage of the academy turned a deaf ear to his disciple's unintentional disclosure of the divine secret. He did not want to say anything in front of the academy. He just smiled at the Jianghu guests in the hall. The Great Way leads to the same destination. Martial arts are also important in cultivating the heart. Only then can you understand the mystery of the way of heaven and nourish the foundation of martial arts. I hope you don't forget your chivalry. Our Lakeview Academy is also willing to open the door to you for self-reflection and self-understanding. The saint's words of advice were like the spring wind and rain, but he stopped when he was done. It gave people an indescribable feeling. Everyone in the hall was immediately convinced. This was the real temperament of a sage and the style of the academy. Therefore, the heroes of the Combe nation, both black and white, who had already stood up, bowed in unison. Compared to Zhou Ju's status as a member of the academy, which had intimidated him, this time, he bowed to Zhou Ju with even more respect and admiration. The figure of the mountain elder of Lakeview Academy dissipated in the air, shaking out waves of golden light ripples. Before leaving, the sage glanced at the young man with the mind's eye and sighed with emotion. Qi Jingchun of the cliff really chose this young man from Dali, who was temporarily at the threshold of the four realms of martial arts, to be the protector of those direct disciples. Except for a few people in Lakeview Academy, no one knew about this. The sage also saw it with his own eyes at this moment, so he followed the clues and deduced some of the scenery in the distance. At the same time, the sage warned Zhou Ju with his mind, "Ju Ran, no matter what you see on the young man, don't act rashly. Remember to be careful with your words and actions." Zhou Ju replied with a smile in his mind, "Sir, how can I not know this principle?" The sage had left, and Zhou Ju found that the jade pendant on his waist had disappeared. It turned out that his teacher had taken it away. Zhou Ju no longer looked back at the hall and just sighed. It was not until he walked out of the gate of the Swordwater Villa that he looked back and smiled. What an eye-opener. Zhou Ju, or Zhou Ju, was only a sage of Lakeview Academy, but even a great gentleman like Cui Minghuang of the Aquarius continent dared not underestimate Zhou Ju. It was not only because of Zhou Ju's Confucian cultivation that could not be underestimated, nor was it because of the experience of being a sage and then being beaten back to a sage. It was because Zhou Ju could see some scenes that even the sage could not see. Regarding this talent, the sage of the academy had personally instructed the mountain elder of Lakeview Academy to take care of Zhou Ju carefully and not let him go astray. In Zhou Ju's eyes, the people of the world truly lived up to their name. All cultivators, especially the disciples of the Confucian school, would manifest their psychic energy into strange images. Most of these images would take the form of tiny people the size of grains of rice, about the size of a fingernail. They would appear on the body of the person in front of Zhou Ju, or in his qi dwelling. For example, there was a sage of the academy who seemed to be full of vigor, but his small figure was stooped and stumbling, as if he was climbing a mountain with a heavy burden and was sweating profusely. There was a teacher who was known for being old-fashioned and rigorous in his studies, but there was a flying woman with heavy makeup hovering near his head. There was a lifeless and lethargic student of the academy, but there was a small figure of a bearded swordsman in his heart, heroically traveling in the Qi residence. The sage that Zhou Ju had once beaten was full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. In the academy, he had always been known for his rigorous style and wonderful writing. However, Zhou Ju could see that between the pages of the sage's books, there were butterflies and bees, full of the smell of cosmetics, and there was also a sharp flying sword covered in honey flying randomly. Zhou Ju could not stand such a person, but he scrupulously adhered to his teacher's teachings and endured until one day, when the sage was stripped of his title as one of the 72 academies in the Cliff Academy. It was rumored that Qi Jingchun had died, and the Cliff Academy had moved from Dali to the Great Sui Kingdom. The disciples of the Cliff Academy were deserted, and the disciples of that literary lineage were on the verge of extinction. The sage then publicly hit Qi Jingchun when he was down, wantonly attacking the scholarly knowledge of Qi Jingchun as a means of fishing for fame and compliments, hoping to win the favor of some old teachers and successfully become a gentleman. Zhou Ju did not have a good or bad impression of the rival literary lineage, but he did not have a good impression of the sage who had a honeyed mouth and a sword in his heart. The key point was that this person used the purpose of his teacher's essay to attack the Cliff Academy, which was really annoying. In the end, Zhou Ju beat him up, beating him so badly that the guy was too embarrassed to go out for half a year. Cui Ming Huang was a painting of mountains and rivers, which covered a vast area, but smoke was everywhere and it was fragmented. In this person's heart, there was not a single small person. As for the chief gentleman of the Aquarius continent, he was distinguished and elegant, and his name was known throughout the continent. His original form was actually a simple old farmer, diligently guarding his crops. Zhou Ju had this strange supernatural power since he was young, and he had an eidetic memory, and his literary thoughts were like a fountain. At the age of 9, he secretly entered the academy and followed his teacher to learn the teachings of the saints. At the age of 14 he became a sage, and after that he stayed in the academy built by his teacher, living in seclusion and only interacting with his senior brothers and sisters. At the age of 20 he became a gentleman, and through the appraisal of a ritual instrument in the Confucian temple, Zhou Ju was quickly found to be a gentleman again, and there was hope for him to catch up with the two great gentlemen of the Aquarius continent. Zhou Ju walked on the road from the Swordwater Villa to the small town, and sighed, "I feel a little ashamed." Walking on the empty road, a figure appeared out of thin air beside the sage Zhou Ju, and asked softly, "Ju Ran, did you see something strange?" Zhou Ju smiled and said, "My good teacher, can you not scare your disciple like this? If you scare such a good seedling you can go and cry." The ethereal figure of the academy's mountain elder walked side by side with Zhou Ju. Zhou Ju smiled and said, "Teacher, this time I don't want to talk to you, you'll be starved to death." The old man in a Confucian robe laughed and said, "All right, you can wait to be beaten when you return to the academy." Only then did the sage really leave. Zhou Ju was alone on the foreign road and he was amazed and shook his head. In the hall of the villa, Qin Pingan did not stay for too long, because after Song Yubern said a few words, he quickly left. The old man's words stirred up great waves in everyone's hearts. The tens of thousands of imperial soldiers who came to besiege the villa have retreated. The young maid, one of the 4 evil spirits of Shu Shui country, actually returned to the villa with the 2 of them, but she did not dare to face the sage of the academy, so she hid in the dark. Fortunately, the sage and the sage did not make a fuss about it, which made her very happy that she had survived a disaster. After confirming that the 2 of the academy had left the villa, she entered the hall and sat down to talk with Song Fengshan telepathically. However, the girl was a Qi cultivator, and her magic was related to the Heart Lake, while Song Fengshan's was a warrior, and his magic was condensed into lines. One needed to be in the 5th realm of Qi cultivator, while the other needed to be in the 4th realm of martial arts. Song Fengshan's wife began to maneuver to appease the heroes. Song Fengshan, who had not said a word, looked relieved. Apart from feeling relieved, Song Fengshan's feelings were somewhat complicated. His grandfather, Song Yubern, had really blocked the army with his sword alone, and had even chiseled the formation and captured the general, Chu Hao, which saved Song Fengshan a lot of planning. Not only that, his grandfather and the hidden young sword whiz Su Lang, who had been persuaded by his secret letter, had joined hands to kill the sword whiz of Guyu Kingdom, Lin Guxin, and the owner of Mineo Liang Tower, who had set up an ambush. Lin Guxin's head was cut off by Su Lang, and the green pearl became the best evidence of Su Lang's sword whiz killing the sword whiz. Unfortunately, the assassin of Mineo Liang Tower had escaped with injuries due to his secret skill, which might be a variable. Song Fengshan smiled secretly to the girl. "According to the agreement, after everything is done, I will help you become a mountain god of the Shu Shui country, and you will be able to have a golden body and enjoy incense. However, I will say the ugly words first. After becoming a golden body god, if you want your realm to skyrocket and lie down to enjoy life, you still have to act according to my plan. In the next few decades, you have to go against your nature and do good deeds to win the hearts of the people. If you break the contract, you will not be able to change your tyranny. You will ruin my plans for a small profit. When that time comes, we can only meet on the battlefield." The girl smiled charmingly in her heart. Young Heightslord's plan is flawless. I do not dare to make trouble for myself. Song Fengshan said seriously, "I will have to trouble you to make a trip to the prefecture capital and inform Han Yuanshan that the situation has changed. After the Lakeview Academy is done, there will be people who will find trouble with him. As for whether he will still use the identity of Chu Hao to enter the center of the Shu Shui country's imperial court, it will be up to him to decide. The girl sighed and stood up. She was ready to go to the prefecture capital to inform her lover Han Yuanshan. In and out of bed, I have a hard life. Oh, by the way, remember to ask the young man named Qin Pingan for a jia pill that he took from Chu Hao. No matter if Young Heights Lord bought it with money or exchanged it with favors, you must keep it. In the future, if my Yuanshan insists on seeking riches in danger and pretending to be Chu Hao, this Ganlu jia pill will be the key. Song Fengshan replied, I have my own plans. The girl knew that this person was ruthless and cold-blooded, so she did not say anything more and left the hall. The old man and the girl walked to the courtyard that the villa had arranged for Qin Pingan. Previously, on the way back from the mountains, the head of the Mianliang Tower had been lying in ambush for a long time and ambushed Qin Pingan. Then the sword venerable Lin Gushin had arrived and entangled Song Yufan. If Qin Pingan and Song Yufan were at their peak, there would be no doubt about the outcome. They would definitely crush the two assassins from the Guyu kingdom. However, Qin Pingan's will of the spirit was severely damaged. He was not as skilled in controlling the Chu Yi and Chu Yufan as he was in the army's formation. As a result, he was evenly matched with the head of the Mianliang Tower. Song Yufan had a slight upper hand, but Lin Gushin's momentum was at its peak. He could not free himself to help Qin Pingan kill the elusive top assassin. After that, the green bamboo sword fairy and the young female nanny appeared one after another. Both sides seemed to have an ally as reinforcements. Logically speaking, Lin Gushin's side had a higher chance of winning. Su Lang and Lin Gushin joined hands to attack Song Yufan. The young female nanny and Qin Pingan faced off against the head of the Mianliang Tower. After that, the situation changed drastically. Su Lang chopped off Lin Gushin's head. The head of the Mianliang Tower saw that the situation was not good and fled again. Qin Pingan tried his best to control the Chu Yi flying sword 15 and pierced through his abdomen. However, the assassin still managed to escape the battlefield successfully. The young female nanny seemed to have used all her strength. With her demonic cultivation, she was able to turn the world upside down. However, the truth was not necessarily so. After all, the life and death of a foreigner had nothing to do with the overall situation of the Combwater nation. Moreover, he had accidentally died in the deep mountains and forests. Maybe it would be better for her. When they reached the courtyard, the bearded man and the young Taoist priest were not in the villa today. They had been persuaded by Qin Pingan to go to the small town early. They said that they would leave today and go to the immortal ferry at the border. Qin Pingan did not hide anything. He told his two friends the reason for the matter. Zhang Shanfeng insisted on following, but was stopped by Su Yuanxia and dragged to the small town. After sitting down at the stone table, Song Yusha said softly, General Chu Hao is most likely dead. Qin Pingan did not comment on this. Just like at the waterside pavilion, the woman with the saber pointed the tip of the scabbard at him. It was like a Jianghu person walking in the Jianghu. Then, Chu Hao leading the army to the Sword Water Villa was like a general on the battlefield. Qin Pingan took out the deity armor pill from his sleeve and handed it to the old man. When the young female nanny asked for this item, Qin Pingan was unwilling to take it out. Song Yusha waved his hand and said, Chu Hao was captured by you. Of course this armor pill is yours. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, Senior, you should take it. Since the demoness asked for it, this armor pill is definitely not a matter of money. I just don't like her behavior, so I don't want to give it to her. Song Yusha laughed and said, Otherwise the villa's savings will all be given to you. Otherwise it will be against the rules. I will have a knot in my heart, owing money and favors. As for whether Fengshan has the expenses of the mountain, let him deal with it himself. Anyway, this guy is very capable. I don't believe that he can't get a few thousand snow coins. Qin Pingan grinned and said, You're really a friend. In fact, it doesn't matter if I owe you a favor. Next time I come to the villa, you can treat me to more drinks. Song Yusha clicked his tongue and said, Owing a favor is more uncomfortable than owing money. You said it. Now, it doesn't matter if a friend owes you a favor. What? Does the world's reason belong to you, Qin Pingan? Qin Pingan took off the sword-cultivating gourd and drank a mouthful of wine leisurely. He had no worries and no burden. After traveling in Jianghu, he drank a mouthful of wine, not to deceive others. It was really nice to take a breath on the battlefield. Senior Song, you don't treat me as a friend. Just pay back the money and the favor in one breath. It's refreshing. If worst comes to worst, I won't come to the villa to drink huadiao wine and eat hot pot when I pass by Shushui country. Song Yusha hesitated for a moment and had no choice but to accept the military armor pill. He joked, "What's wrong with you? I'm a little confused." Chen Pingan blinked and said, "When I was an apprentice of the dragon kiln in my hometown, my master who taught me to burn porcelain told me a principle. Give a cow for a favor but don't spare a needle for business." Song Yusha was stunned and asked, "What's that?" Chen Pingan blushed and said, "It means that if you have a good relationship, it's okay to give a cow to a friend. But in business, the money of a needle has to be recorded in the account." Old Man Yao's uncouth logic was still not mentioned in the books. But in the Yanji county of Tsai country, Taoish Chongyao said something similar before he died. So Chen Pingan felt that this crude principle was most likely correct. Song Yusha laughed heartily and pointed at the young man. "Kid, you'll be rich in the future." Chen Pingan cupped his fists and smiled brightly. "I hope so." Song Yusha smiled and stood up. "I won't keep you in the villa. I'll go to the small town and treat you to a hot pot. Then you and your friends can go to the ferry." Chen Pingan nodded. After the old man went to find Steward Chu, he went back to his room in the small courtyard and changed into a clean set of clothes. He left a talisman paper made of golden material on the table. It was a talisman paper with a talisman drawn on it. The young man pressed it down with a wine cup. When the two of them left the battlefield, Chen Pingan accepted 300 xiaoshua money from the old man. He just wanted to make the old man feel at ease. No matter how much the young man's temperament had changed, for example, from a bumpkin who never touched wine to a little drunkard who knew the quality of wine. But some things could not be changed. Even after hundreds or thousands of years, it would still be the same. To be at a disadvantage was a blessing. To be greedy was to lose. These principles were mentioned in the books, and there was more than one book. In the end, the old sword sage of Shushui country came with a small package and 2 jars of wine. The two of them met in the courtyard. Chen Pingan's wine gourd was filled with wine again. There was 1 jar left, which he would use when he went to the small town to eat hot pot. The old man said that he would help him carry the package with the xiaoshua money and some small items. After leaving the small courtyard, the white-haired old steward of the villa stood at the door. He cupped his hands and said to Chen Pingan with a smile, "Young hero Chen, come to the villa often in the future. From this year onwards, the Sword Villa will prepare a lot of huadiao wine for you to brew and store. I guarantee that you will be able to drink the most authentic aged wine every time." Chen Pingan cupped his hands and said, "I won't stand on ceremony." Song Yulan and Chen Pingan flew out of the villa again. The old steward stood in the same place for a long time and did not want to leave. He smiled with gratification. Looking at the old manor lord now, he was really different from the old manor lord who had been lethargic for decades. At this moment, the old manor lord was in high spirits, just like when he traveled the Jianghu in the past. Therefore, the Jianghu of our Shushui country would definitely be able to be romantic for decades. The old man strolled back and met with the 2 maidservants who were in charge of the courtyard. The old steward, who was usually serious in speech and manner, smiled a lot more, making the young swordsman feel flattered. They felt as if the sun had risen from the west. When the two arrived at the small town, the spies planted by the imperial court had all left on their own after receiving the news. They met Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng in the restaurant. The 4 of them still stayed on the 2nd floor and ate hot pot. Because of Song Yulan's self-introduction last time, the manager of the restaurant was a little reserved. After being scolded by the old man with the catchphrase "melon hammer," he recovered a little. Zhang Shanfeng could not eat spicy food, but he did not want to get stage fright, so he had to eat while crying. Chen Pingan said seriously that drinking wine could relieve the spicy food. As a result, the young Taoist sprayed a mouthful of wine all over Chen Pingan. At the table, the old man drank a little too much. He did not use the martial arts realm to dispel the smell of alcohol in his stomach. He kept toasting to Chen Pingan and the other 2. He also nagged at Chen Pingan a lot of things in his heart. He chatted casually when he thought of something. Chen Pingan being reasonable is not something to be happy about. Girls don't like it and men are no better. It's hard to survive in the world and you have to listen to people nagging at you when you're about to die. Don't you think it's annoying? It's fine if the reasoning is wrong, but you can't do it even though you know it's right. Isn't that even worse? The young man was already tongue-tied after drinking and eating spicy food. He retorted, "I'll occasionally say some reasoning, but I really don't quarrel with people. At most, I fight." The old man also said, "If a girl tells you in the future, Chen Pingan, you're a good person." The young man's face was full of anticipation. then it'll be okay? The old man slammed the table and gloated, "You son of a bitch. Okay my ass, your relationship is definitely over." The young man was dumbfounded. He quickly drank a big mouthful of wine to calm himself down. After eating and drinking, the three of them bade farewell to Song Yulan at the end of the street. As the three of them walked further and further away, Song Fengshan silently appeared beside the old man with an iron sword hanging on his waist. The old man looked into the distance and sighed. Song Fengshan snorted. "Am I your grandson or is he?" The old man laughed. Although Song Fengshan's words were angry, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. It turned out that the old man had packed nearly 2,000 light snow coins from Swordwater Villa in that bag. He did not leave a single one for the villa. At the table, Qin Pingan was constantly urged to drink by the old man. He was drunk. When he walked away, his footsteps were swaying, and his whole body reeked of alcohol. For the time being, he did not have the time to care about the small bag on his back. An old man was indeed an old man. The young man was still too inexperienced. (248). Today the first chapter is 7,000 words. Now the second chapter is 11,000 words. I made up for yesterday's leave. For the 700 miles before arriving at the Swordwater Villa, Qin Pingan had a lot on his mind, so the three of them were a little depressed. This trip to the Immortal Ferry at the border was completely different. Moreover, because they had talked about a lot of things and revealed a lot of secrets, the relationship between the three of them became more solid. One time, when they slept on the mountain peak, Su Yuanxia talked about it while drinking. Zhang Shanfeng also rarely talked about his family and sect. He took the wine gourd from Qin Pingan and drank a lot for the first time. Especially when he talked about his master, the Fire Dragon Immortal, he scolded him. However, although he was merciless, the young Taoist's face was full of nostalgia. The peachwood sword was placed horizontally on his knees. When he talked about something, he had to drink to hide the tears in his eyes. During this time, the young Taoist sneezed several times. The bearded man joked, "What's wrong? Your master is a continent away. How can he hear your complaints? Is he an external Taoist master of Longhu Mountain?" Zhang Shanfeng said resentfully. "What heavenly master?" The old man had never been to the central divine continent in his life. Every day he talked about going to Mount Longhu to pay respects to the ancestral court. However, his waist was sore today, his legs were sore tomorrow, or he would sleep soundly. Every time he slept, he would sleep for 10 days to half a month. The longest time he slept was when it snowed for 2 months. The old man stood on the edge of the cliff and slept in the snow for 2 whole months. He only woke up when the snow completely melted. Before that, the disciples had already prepared a trip to Mount Longhu with their master, but it was all for naught. In short, the old man did not have the slightest sincerity. His senior and junior brothers complained and tried to persuade him again and again, but the old man turned a deaf ear to them. They could say whatever they wanted, but the old man just ignored them. Qin Pingan also took the initiative to talk about Mr. Qi. After all, Mr. Qi appeared in the ancient temple of Shu Shui country that night and met with Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng. However, he only mentioned the Lizhu cave in his hometown. He said that he was born and raised there and that Mr. Qi had taught in the school there for many years. It wasn't that Qin Pingan didn't want to talk about it. If he really did, with the help of alcohol he could talk to his 2 friends about Mr. Qi all night. However, he did not dare to talk too much. During the short journey back with the young Cui Dong, the shameless disciple complained that Qin Pingan was silent. He was always showing off and talking about many things on the mountain top, such as the interesting plans of the sages in different continents. Even though the young Cui Dong deliberately only in bits and pieces, the real inside story, the real story was hidden. However, Qin Pingan already knew the importance of importance. Qin Pingan also talked about the process of his waterfall construction and the improvement of his realm. Su Yuanxia was a martial artist and was amazed. Even though she had expected it, she still gave Qin Pingan a thumbs up and said that he had a bright future and would definitely become a great guru in the god refinement realm. Seeing Zhang Shanfeng's blank face, Su Yuanxia gave an example. She said that Qin Pingan's current realm, if placed on the mountain, was about to break through the bottleneck of the lower 5 realms, and could step into the 6th realm, the cave-dwelling realm, at any time. Only then did Zhang Shanfeng come to a realization. Then the young Taoist wailed, saying that the results of his diligent cultivation every day had been taken away by a dog. Qin Pingan laughed and teamed up with the bearded man to make fun of Zhang Shanfeng. because Zhang Shanfeng did not need others to comfort him. This guy's tenacity was actually not inferior to Qin Pingan's. He was never afraid of anything except for one thing: not having money in his pocket and not having enough to eat. If there was one more thing, it would be that the young Taoist did not do a good job subduing demons on his journey to the south. He had always felt guilty. The rest of the journey was calm and tranquil. After experiencing the treacherous storms of Yanji County and seeing the liveliness of Jianghu at Swordwater Manor, the three of them felt rather lonely. Fortunately, they quickly arrived at the border pass. The three of them all had official documents to pass through. Although the checks were strict, they still smoothly passed through the city gate and headed for the governor's manor. In the package given by Song Yuxian, in addition to nearly 2,000 pieces of snow money, there was also a letter written by the old man. As long as Qin Pingan handed it to the governor's mansion, he would be able to obtain permission from the imperial court to enter the forbidden area. Qin Pingan arrived in front of the tightly guarded mansion and went up to talk. He did not expect that these border guards could not understand the language of the Baoping continent. Qin Pingan also did not know the official language of the Swordwater country. For a moment he spoke like a chicken talking to a duck. It was very awkward. Fortunately, the guard at the gate indicated for Qin Pingan to wait for a moment and let someone go in to report. Very quickly, a scholarly old man in a Confucian robe walked out. Qin Pingan handed over the letter to the governor's mansion. It was signed by Song Yuxian of the Swordwater Villa. The old aide of the mansion took the letter with both hands and did not dare to be negligent. He led the three of them to a seat in the side hall. After tea was served, he ran quickly to the official hall where the governor handled military affairs. After a while, a short and dark old man walked in. He was not wearing armor or the uniform of a military official. His expression was wooden. He held 3 bronze seals in his hand and handed them directly to Qin Pingan. Then he turned and left without a word. When the three of them left the governor's mansion, Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng were somewhat confused. That ordinary-looking governor of the Swordwater country was too swift and decisive in his actions. The bearded man with the long and short swords at his waist explained, "The generals who have truly climbed from the bottom to the top are not the type to boast." Then he smiled and said, "In the officialdom, this is called the noble speaking late." Zhang Shanfeng said unhappily, "He didn't even say a word. What's there to be late about?" The two of them had heard Qin Pingan talk about the disturbance at the Swordwater Manor and knew the attitude of the court toward the manor. Su Yuanxia couldn't help but sigh emotionally. To be willing to meet the three of us at this moment and even take out 3 clearance seals, this governor can be considered righteous. His friendship with the old sword Saint Song must be excellent. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Someone who can be friends with the old senior Song can't be bad." Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng looked at each other and smiled. The latter clicked his tongue and said, "Qin Pingan, these words of yours are quite knowledgeable. You even know how to brag about yourself in a roundabout way." Qin Pingan added, "Someone who can be friends with the old senior Song can't be bad." Su Yuanxia gave him a thumbs up. "These words are honest and chewy." Zhang Shanfeng put his arm around Qin Pingan's shoulder and praised, "Your words are so smooth and impeccable." The three of them laughed as they left the pass from the south gate and continued to head south. Each of them had the same clearance seal hanging at their waist. After about 100 miles, they would enter the forbidden area under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Fairy. On the way to a small mountain, the three of them stopped to rest. Qin Pingan started a fire to cook. During this time, there were people in the dark who looked at them from afar. After seeing the clearance seals at their waists, they no longer paid attention to them and left quietly. The three of them ate and didn't drink any alcohol. They were about to enter the ferry where the Qi cultivators gathered on the mountain. It was better to be careful. This time, Su Yuanxia was more to send off Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng. However, it would be better if there was a ferry to the Qingyuan country in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. As for the shops at the ferry that sold treasures and heavy weapons, Su Yuanxia was a pure martial artist. Now that she had another divine weapon, she was completely uninterested. Other than wanting to buy an offensive sword, Zhang Shanfeng also wanted to buy some rare talisman that was similar to the divine travel talisman. He also wanted to find someone to appraise the price of the pair of Azure Immortal Mountains Divine Sky Bamboo Chopsticks. The young Taoist would definitely not sell the white bowl that condensed spiritual energy into sweet dew, as well as the ancient Yu country's armor pill that Qin Pingan gave him at a cost. He wouldn't even take out these 2 treasures to prevent others from coveting them and causing more trouble. He definitely wouldn't touch any of the items that Qin Pingan brought out from the Luapa mountain. He would keep the superior snake gall stone that he Xiaoyang returned to him on the Kuan ship. After Liju Grotto heaven fell, the snake gall stones in the Dragon Whisker River and Chefu River had all become ordinary stones. It was said that the snake gall stone was a special product of Liju Grotto heaven. This meant that every time one was used, there would be one less in the world. Chen Pingan already knew that this was a rare commodity worth hoarding. The later he sold it, the more he would profit. He had to hide the golden body script given by Yanji County's city god, Shunwen. He also had to keep the golden body fragment and the silver body fragment that he obtained twice. Shunwen valued the Taoist master seal that was engraved with the words, City God of Tsai Country's Tuaji County seal of protection. He even said that only the virtuous can wield the divine weapon. It was said that this seal needed to be combined with the Five Thunders spell to unleash its mighty power. Chen Pingan immediately thought of Zhang Shanfeng, who was an external Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain, and Lin Shui, who was currently studying at Cliff Academy but was practicing the Cloud Gem book. However, after careful consideration, Chen Pingan felt that it was inappropriate to give it to one of them. He felt that even if he were to give it away, he should leave it for later. First, he had to wait until Chen Pingan understood what a virtuous person was. Then he would have to wait until Zhang Shanfeng or Lin Shui could be considered virtuous. If it was in the past, Chen Pingan would have given it away without a second thought. But now he would not. As for the piece of ebony that was struck by lightning and still had some vitality left, the large white bowl with the diagram of the 5 great mountains, and the talisman that hid the withered bone amorous ghost, Chen Pingan would take them out and ask for their prices. As for whether they would be sold as pawns, he would see when the time came. He believed that the fairy shop would not force him to sell them. The Swordwater Villa had close to 2,000 pieces of snow money. Adding the snow money from the little boy in green, it would add up to a total of 4,000 pieces of snow money. When Chen Pingan thought of this, he was somewhat happy. However, he thought of another matter and could not be happy. Wei Pai and the old man surnamed Chui had once said something similar. Before Chen Pingan entered the inverted hanging mountain, he must first reach the 4 realms of the martial way. Because only then would he be able to gain a firm foothold on the Great Wall. Using the most abundant formless sword intent in the world to temper his body and strengthen his spirit, it would definitely be of great benefit to any pure martial artist of the Qi refining 3 realms. According to the old man, if he did not even reach the 4 realms, he might as well not go to the Great Wall and embarrass himself. Even if he could walk up, he might not be able to climb down. He could only stay below the Great Wall of Sword Qi and deliver the sword to that girl. After that, he, Chen Pingan, could only stare helplessly and obediently return to the Luopa mountain to be the Mountain King. Chen Pingan wanted to stay there for a while longer. Very quickly, a group of people passed by on the path below the mountain. There were 7 or 8 people, old and young, all dressed differently. None of them looked like ordinary people. The 3 people on the hillside only glanced at them and did not look anymore. When outside, be careful of Taoist priests and monks. Wade through mountains and rivers, avoid young women. This was an unwritten rule on the mountain. If you met a fellow Taoist who you did not know the depth of, don't look at them for no reason. Who knows if you will meet someone with a bad temper. Those people also glanced at the 3 of them and did not look at them anymore. Although they had not reached the ferry, how long could they walk for dozens of miles? Parting was imminent. Originally they had agreed not to drink, but because Chen Pingan habitually drank a mouthful of wine, Zhang Shanfeng said that he also wanted to drink. Chen Pingan passed the wine gourd to him, and Su Yuanxia also took a mouthful. So they took turns like this. The 3 of them sat at the top of the small mountain, each taking a mouthful of wine, silently drinking without rest. In the end, the bearded man muttered, I was once born in the army and I was in the fierce border army. It was only because I could not stand people dying around me every day that I began to wander around Jianghu. I did not expect that in the end people would still die. You may not believe it, but I, Su Yuanxia, was born in a scholarly family. That year I gave up my brush and joined the army. Of course, my family is not a rich family, but it can be considered a county. I have not been back for many years. A good hometown where my parents are still alive, but now it seems like a hometown. The bearded man drank until his beard was full of wine. He sat cross-legged, his eyes hazy with drunkenness. During my years in the border army, I read some books early on. They talked a little about loyalty to the country. Most of the fellow soldiers in the army do not talk about these things. They earn military merits, earn money, and avenge their brothers who were one step ahead of them. Killing the enemy on the battlefield is just killing the enemy, nothing more. But on the battlefield, when the enemy slashed you with a knife or shot you with an arrow, then when you sew the needle and pull out the arrow, there is only pain and no pleasure. A bunch of old men lying in a wounded soldier's tent full of blood and filth, crying out in pain. No one should laugh at each other. The young Taoist leaned back. He really could not drink anymore. Qin Pingan could not carry two people on his back at once. He looked up at the blue sky. Master always said that I have a good perception and a good foundation. Back then, I did not participate in the imperial examinations, but went up the mountain to cultivate. This life will definitely not be a loss. But how would I know where my perception and foundation are? If they were also taken away by dogs, I really want to beg those dogs to give them back to me. You don't need them. But I, Zhang Shanfeng, need to go down the mountain to subdue demons and devils. I need them. With my cultivation, I will not have to feel guilty anymore. I will not cause those people who pay me to do things to be separated from their families and become homeless. There was one good thing about Qin Pingan drinking. Even if he drank too much, he did not speak much. So he silently listened to his two friends pour out their hearts. Sitting on the ground, he hugged the wine gourd with both hands and looked into the distance. He glanced at the north, then turned his head to look at the south. At this moment, Qin Pingan did not have too many worries. In the end, he went down the mountain to the ferry. The young Taoist, who was thinking that he could not get drunk, had already been carried by the bearded man. Su Yuanxia's footsteps were steady, but she talked a lot when drunk. She loudly recited a few frontier poems and finally said, 1,000 cups of good wine are not enough. She burped and did not say anything else. Qin Pingan smiled and said, beauties, 2 is still too much. Su Yuanxia rolled her eyes. What a waste of a sword immortal. Qin Pingan immediately corrected her. Great sword immortal. The young Taoist mumbled in his sleep, and the great heavenly master. This immortal ferry at the border of Shu Shui country and Songshi country was actually a bustling town without a city. This gave Qin Pingan the illusion that he had returned to his hometown in Longquan. The streets were bustling with people. There were not many qi cultivators, but more ordinary people who had been here for generations, as well as various merchants. The streets were filled with shops. When they arrived at the town, Zhang Shanfeng had already woken up, but he still had a headache and felt dizzy. Qin Pingan and Su Yuanxia had already sobered up. Su Yuanxia softly reminded them, let's not think about shopping around. Let's just find the place with the best location and the biggest shop. This was the valuable experience of Jianghu. Then the three of them found a big shop with a plaque that said, Qingfu Square. It was 5 stories tall and had an imposing aura. It occupied a vast area, and there seemed to be a large courtyard behind the building. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and there seemed to be the sound of flowing water. They did not know its specific use for the time being. The couplets on both sides of the shop's entrance were written, my shop is fair and honest. My shop's price is fair. Put yourself in my shoes, please come back later. It was this rich and overbearing Qingfu workshop. On the street outside the shop, there were no shop assistants soliciting business. However, after the three of them walked into the shady lobby, a young woman in luxurious clothes walked over slowly. There was a green flying insect on each of her shoulders, as if it was carved out of jade. She directly asked in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent, would the three of you like to appraise treasures or buy the shop's collection? When the woman asked, 2 green flying insects had already flapped their wings and flew around the 4 of them, emitting a soft chirping sound. It turned out that it was to cover up the conversation between the 2 parties and not let others in the shop hear it. Su Yuanxia smiled and said, let's appraise the treasures first and then look at the quality of your collection. If there is something suitable and the price is fair, it won't be too late for us to buy it. The woman stretched out her hand and pointed to a place, smiling and saying, the appraisal of heavy weapons is on the 1st floor, the spirit weapons on the 2nd floor, and the Dharma treasures on the 3rd floor. The staircase is over there. The 3 of you can choose by yourselves, I will follow you all the way. Su Yuanxia nodded and strode towards the staircase. They would definitely stop at the 2nd floor. No matter how good the spirit weapons were, there was a limit to the price. What if they had an immortal weapon? Even if Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng wanted to sell, the bearded man did not recommend to do it at this ferry. The woman followed behind the 3 of them and smiled slightly. Since they were going straight to the 2nd floor, then her luck was not bad this time and she could make some money. The other ladies on the 1st floor who had similar looks and bearing, had some envy in their eyes. However, Qingfu Square had already arranged for the daily welcoming of customers. The size of the road to wealth would depend on their own luck. However, after a year there was not much difference. Even if someone suddenly became rich with the rules set by Qingfu Square's 500 years of history, they would not let others know, unless that person spilled the beans. When they reached the second floor, the woman began to lead the way again. The corridor was paved with a beautiful piece of lichen produced by the Tsai kingdom. The embroidery was not inferior to the one in the lobby of Jianshui Villa. She led the three of them to the door of a room and gently knocked on the door. After getting a promise from an old voice, the woman pushed the door open and entered. She stood at the door and waited until the bearded man and the other two had crossed the threshold, then she gently closed the door. There was a big table in the room, and behind it sat a hale and hearty old man. There was a small incense burner, and the aroma was spiraling. There was also a potted ancient cypress plant. The ancient cypress plant was curled and extended horizontally. A row of little people in green squatted on the branches. They were originally whispering, but when they saw the arrival of the guests, they stood up together and stood on the branches of the ancient cypress plant. They bowed and said in a childish voice, "Welcome, distinguished guests, to our shop. May you be rich." It was indeed the work of immortals. Seeing this, Qin Pingan was stunned. Su Yuanxia was experienced in Jianghu and knew how to hide her emotions. Zhang Shanfeng was originally from the mountain. Although he was very poor now, when he cultivated in the sect, he actually had a lot of knowledge. Therefore, the country bumpkin who gave the game away was actually Qin Pingan. With such a small detail, the young woman put more attention on Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng. She felt that the young man with straw shoes and a sword on his back was most likely a wild individual cultivator who stepped on the path of cultivation because of a small opportunity. She did not need to spend too much time on him. The old man smiled and asked, "Treasure appraisal? What spiritual weapon?" "I'm best at appraising bronze, calligraphy and painting and fine wood materials. I also dabble in other miscellaneous items. I dare not say that I'm proficient in everything, but I've sat in this room of Qingfu Square for more than 40 years. The number of times I've misjudged can be counted on one hand. You can rest assured and take out your treasures." Zhang Shanfeng took out the pair of bamboo chopsticks from his sleeve and handed it to the old man. The old man who was originally sitting on the chair shone brightly and did not hide his surprised expression. He stood up and took the pair of green bamboo chopsticks with both hands. After sitting down, he carefully put the chopsticks on the table in front of him. He took out a special silk handkerchief from the drawer and carefully wiped his palms and fingers. Only then did he pick up the chopsticks with the engraved, Divine Cloud Bamboo, and looked at it patiently without saying anything for a long time. After putting down the Divine Cloud Bamboo, and picking up the green Immortal Mountain, the old man sighed and looked up at the young Taoist. He said with a face full of regret, "The material of this object is excellent. Not only is it definitely from the Bamboo Sea Cave, but it is also most likely made from the Divine Cloud Bamboo of the Green Immortal Mountain." After the Green Immortal Mountain closed off the mountain for 100 years, the price of items made from the Divine Cloud Bamboo of the Green Immortal Mountain could be said to have skyrocketed. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has skyrocketed. It is a pity that it was not made into a pair of pocket-sized ghost whipping whips, but into a pair of chopsticks. Too extravagant. Too much. At the end of his words, the old man gritted his teeth and almost beat his chest and stomped his feet. He almost cursed the previous owner of the chopsticks for wasting God's gift. The old man stretched out his hand and stroked the 3 words "Green Immortal Mountain" on the chopsticks. He could only comfort himself softly, but if it was made into a Divine Cloud Bamboo whip, the customer could directly go to the 3rd floor. How would I have the chance to see this object? The Green Immortal Mountain of the Bamboo Sea Cave. In such a big cave, there is only one mountain goddess, and that is Madame Zhu of the Green Immortal Mountain. You must know that the founder of the School of Novels once described this legendary Madame Mountain Goddess in such a way: beautiful appearance, likes to go barefoot, and has extremely green hair. With just a few words, he outlined the elegant demeanor of a peerless goddess. The old man was completely immersed in his own reverie. Although the woman leading the way in Qingfu Fang was a little embarrassed, she was very happy in her heart. She was going to earn a big commission today. Fortunately, those sluts on the 3rd floor who were best at putting on airs wouldn't be able to earn the money. The women on the 3rd floor looked more like fairies than the other. They looked cold, but they were actually full of schemes. Whoever had the money would be the most handsome man in the world. Regardless of age, they were all vixens who liked to seduce men. After the deal was done, They were even willing to shamelessly give their bodies to the customers and lead them to the private courtyard at the back. They were so shameless. Shameless. Alas, she did not know when she would be able to work on the third floor. When had she ever been bad at serving people in bed? Even for female customers, she also had her own unique methods. She was confident that she could serve them comfortably. Zhang Shanfeng had to interrupt the old man's thoughts. Old mister, I just want to know how much this pair of chopsticks is worth. The old man quickly came back to his senses and looked at the woman with a smile. Chuang, do I still have one more share in Qingfu Fang this year? The young woman was a little surprised, but soon smiled sweetly and said, Mr. Hong, you do have one more chance to keep the treasure in your pocket. But according to the old rules, you have to show it to the second owner on the top floor first before you can keep it for yourself. The old man laughed heartily. Of course. Then the old man said to the young Taoist seriously, if this pair of chopsticks is said to be beneficial to cultivation, it is really not much. But if it is placed in the secular dynasty at the foot of the mountain, it will definitely be a treasure that the high officials and dignitaries will fight for. Because every time the chopsticks pick up food, it will be tainted with some spiritual energy. Therefore, it can strengthen the body and prolong the life. As long as there is no serious illness or disaster, it is not difficult for the ordinary people to increase their life by 3 to 5 years. Moreover, the two names of Qingshan Mountain and Xinxiao Bamboo can also increase the price by a lot, especially for people who like it. The old man glanced at the green bamboo chopsticks on the table and said with a face full of joy, Qingfu Fang, or I Hong Yangbua, am willing to offer 450 pieces of snow money. Don't worry, I can guarantee that whether it is the upper floor of Qingfu Fang, or in this fairy town, the other 16 shops, big or small, will not offer a higher price. Generally, the market price will at most be 300 to 400 pieces of snow money. I really like this item. This year, I have another chance to keep the appraised item in my pocket, so I am willing to offer such a high price. Taoist, what do you think? Are you willing to part with the bamboo chopsticks? The old man looked at the young Taoist with pleading eyes. 450 pieces of snow money, this price really can't be higher. If you are afraid that I am picking up a bargain and don't believe in the golden name of Qingfu Fang, and are afraid that I am cheating you, it's okay. We can go to the second owner together, or you can go to the shops on the street again. Zhang Shanfeng glanced at Su Yuanxia and the bearded man nodded slightly. Zhang Shanfeng grinned and stretched out a hand. One price, 500 pieces of snow money, and I will sell it. The young woman turned her head and covered her mouth to laugh. Well, with Mr. Hong's stubborn character, he only looked at the first sight and did not care about the value. Once he took a fancy to something he liked, he would definitely cut off his flesh no matter how painful it was. I will make you happy, that money can't buy. The old man slapped himself and then stood up. He was still more happy than distressed and said generously, it's settled. Chuang, take this pair of chopsticks carefully and send it to the top floor for the second owner to appraise, lest I am suspected of abusing my position for personal gain. After the price is confirmed to be fair, then I can pay for it out of my own pocket. Of course, your share will be included. The woman carefully kept the bamboo chopsticks and left gracefully. The bearded man knew that Zhang Shanfeng had profited from this transaction, and he had profited a lot. Only Qin Pingan was still standing by the table, secretly lowering his head and bending over, staring at the little boys in green. He felt that these little boys were interesting, silly and cute. He was thinking if he should collect some of them himself and give them to the girl in the pink dress in Luopa Mountain. She would most likely like it and it would save her from being bored in the bamboo house. And those little boys felt that such a country bumpkin could not even recognize them, so it was quite interesting. Both sides were quite happy to see each other. The old man sat behind the table humming a little tune and was even happier. The young woman returned quickly, smiling as she handed over the pair of bamboo chopsticks from Green Immortal Mountain. The second owner said congratulations on having one less regret, but he also said that the next time you invite him to drink, you are not allowed to show off this pair of chopsticks to him. The old man spat, how can I not show off? Then he quickly put away the pair of bamboo chopsticks, opened the drawer, took out 5 pieces of small summer money, and handed it to the young Taoist with the peachwood sword on his back. Although generally speaking, small summer money is 100 pieces of snow in a big shop, everyone knows that in private transactions, each piece of small summer money will cost an extra 4 or 5 pieces of snow. Zhang Shanfeng smiled and nodded. After receiving the 5 pieces of small summer money, he saw Qin Pingan still foolishly winking at the little boys in green. He gave Qin Pingan an elbow and smiled, Don't play dumb with me, take it. I'll pay you the interest first, but I still owe you the principal. If you feel bad, you can deduct the 5 pieces of small summer money from the principal. As for the rest, I'll really owe you first. We'll talk about it in the future. Clearly, after knowing the true price of the Guyu Kingdom's Jia pill, Zhang Shanfeng did not feel that they could be friends. He pretended as if nothing had happened, and could really settle the matter according to the 500 pieces of snow. Chen Pingan calmly accepted the 5 pieces of small summer money and kept them in his sleeve. He said, "We're even. If not, I'll return you the money and you'll return me the item?" Zhang Shanfeng remained silent. Su Yuanxia smiled as she patted Zhang Shanfeng on the shoulder. "That's it, or you'll be too pretentious." Only then did Zhang Shanfeng grunt. Chen Pingan put his arm around Zhang Shanfeng's shoulder and said with a smile, "If you really feel bad, why don't you sell the peachwood sword?" Zhang Shanfeng elbowed him again and scolded jokingly, "Go away." Chen Pingan jumped away. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Su Yuanxia shook her head like 2 children. The woman from Qingfu Workshop was a little surprised. She stared at the side profile of the youth with a sword on his back. Could this be the true local tycoon? Zhang Shanfeng smiled at the old man. "I have nothing else to sell." The old man was greatly disappointed. However, Chen Pingan followed up and said, "I have something for you to appraise." The old man immediately sat up straight and stretched out his hand with a smile. "I think I'm in for a treat again." Chen Pingan took out the white bowl with the 5 great mountains true form drawing from his sleeve and placed it on the table. The old man's eyes were calm. He held the bowl with both hands and spun it slowly. After putting it down, he said, "The drawing on the surface of the bowl should be the 5 great mountains true form drawing of the ancient Yu Kingdom. Qingfu Workshop is willing to pay 150 pieces of snow coins. If it was the 5 great mountains true form drawing of the great dynasties, the price would be several times higher. However, the 5 great mountains of the ancient Yu Kingdom contain limited spiritual energy. When drawn on this white bowl, the effect will be greatly reduced." Speaking of this, the old man was a little emotional. He talked about a storm in the trade on the mountain. Thinking back, the shop that made a huge profit because of this bowl was the Bao Zhai that secretly stocked up a large amount of Dali 5 Great Mountains bowls a few decades ago. His shop really made a lot of money in the past few years. After that, countless small shops followed suit and bought. Who would have thought that Emperor Dali would lose his mind and change all the 5 Great Mountains? Haha, many shops lost everything because of this. Fortunately, our workshop owner had a unique vision and stood his ground against the objections of the masses. He did not buy even a single Dali 5 Great Mountains bowl at a high price. This saved Qingfu Workshop from a disaster. After Chen Pingan listened patiently to the old man's words, he asked softly, "Old mister, what is the effect of this bowl?" I'm sorry. Once we talk about the power of Qingfu Workshop, I can't control my mouth. Young master, let's get down to business." After the old man apologized, he pointed at the white bowl and said with a smile, "The 5-colored earth is something that every country and dynasty must have. Where does the 5-colored earth come from? Other than the treasured lands of the mountains and rivers that are nurtured by oneself, it can also be man-made. This type of bowl is used to take the soil from the 5 great mountains and put it into the bowl. After a period of time, according to the quality of the 5 great mountains bowl and the quality of the 5 great mountains bowl, a small handful of 5-colored earth will be produced. Of course, the 5-colored earth can also be sold. With the appearance of young master's 5 great mountains bowl, if you have enough 5 great mountains soil from the ancient Yu Kingdom, it can be sold for this amount of 5 great mountains soil." The old man spread out his palm. The young woman covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Chen Pingan asked tentatively, "How much is 50 snowflakes?" The old man could not help but say, 5 snowflakes. Then the old man explained, "Many of these spiritual weapons that can continue to make money are priced according to 60 years on the mountain. 5 snowflakes a year, after 60 years, it will be 300 snowflakes. Ah, young master, don't be anxious. You might think that Qingfu Workshop is cheating you and is only willing to buy this bowl at half price. This is because the 5 Great Mountains bowl is a little special. In some unstable countries, their 5 Great Mountains true form bowl might be worthless. Think about it, if the country is gone, where is the 5 great mountains? Then where does the 5-colored earth come from? If not for the fact that the ancient Yu Kingdom is still stable, Qingfu Workshop would not be interested in buying the 5 great mountains bowl and would be willing to pay half price. This is fair." Chen Pingan thought for a while. "Can we not sell this bowl?" The old man smiled. "Of course you can. To be honest, if I buy this bowl for Qingfu Workshop today, When the ancient Yu kingdom changes overnight, I will have to bear the risk and my salary will be deducted. Qin Pingan kept the white bowl with a chuckle. Although it was not 50 snowflakes a year, when he thought of 5 snowflakes a year, that was a full 5,000 taels of silver. Do you know how much the earliest house in the Peach Leaf Alley in Dragon Spring Town cost? It did not even cost 1,000 taels of silver. Of course, now that the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven had collapsed and bordered the territory of the Dali dynasty, the prices of houses in small towns had skyrocketed. However, 5,000 taels of silver could still buy a few houses in Dragon Spring County City. The most important thing now was to quickly write a letter to Wei Pai and the old man surnamed Chui, asking them to help collect the soil of the 5 great mountains of the ancient Yu kingdom. Then, when he returned from the inverted mountain, he would personally make a trip to the 5 mountains of the ancient Yu kingdom and take as many kilograms as he could. He hoped that there would be enough space for the flying sword 15. Su Yuanxia suddenly said softly, "This bowl can be sold." Although the old man had lost his composure because of the pair of green immortal mountain bamboo chopsticks, he was actually very shrewd when doing business. "Brother, do you think that the Dali cavalry will definitely go south? Therefore, the ancient Yu kingdom might not be able to protect its territory?" "I don't think so. With Lakeview Academy overseeing the central region of the Aquarius continent, I believe that the Song clan will not go south. Even if that day really comes, there are so many dynasties and vassal states in the middle. If they attack them one by one, how many years will it take for the Dali to go south without stopping?" Since the old man had exposed it, Su Yuanxia did not hide it anymore. She smiled and said, "Even with Lakeview Academy's obstruction, I still feel that it will not take long for the Dali to go south." The old man smiled and did not say anything. He did not want to argue with others on this matter. Qingfu Workshop was only doing business and Harmony made money. Su Yuanxia smiled at Qin Pingan and said, "Safe in the bag." Qin Pingan looked at the bearded man. The latter's gaze was firm. Qin Pingan nodded and took out a white bowl without hesitation. He placed it on the table and said, "Sir, do you still want to buy it?" The old man laughed heartily and said, "I will not cheat anyone. I will buy it without any mistake. If Qingfu Workshop makes a loss in this transaction, just take it that I have bad taste. If you want to deduct my money, so be it." They exchanged the money and the goods. Qin Pingan received 150 pieces of little snow money. As Su Yuanxia said, it was safe in the bag. After that, Qin Pingan took out the ebony and the talisman with the voluptuous ghost attached to it. The old man appraised them one by one and was full of praises for the ebony. He promised that he was willing to pay 300 pieces of little snow money. He said that the Qi refinement warriors of the School of Agriculture and the medical school would be interested in this item. However, he was only willing to pay 50 pieces of the talisman, which was made of good material. Qin Pingan thought about it and only sold the ebony and took back the talisman. Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng had nothing to sell. It was time to spend money like water. The old man sent the guest to the door with a smile. He did not forget to say to Su Yuanxia, "Come again in the future if you have the chance. Let's take a look at the situation in Guyu country. Whoever loses will treat to a drink. How about that?" Su Yuanxia smiled and said, "Sure. Actually, no matter who wins or loses, it is not a loss to be able to drink with old Mr. Hong." The old man laughed out loud. "Just because of this sentence, I will treat you to a drink next time." Su Yuanxia cupped her fists and bade farewell. When she heard that Zhang Shanfeng wanted to buy a Taoist talisman sword that could slay demons, the young lady brought the 3 of them directly to the 4th floor. She chose a big room with a wooden sign that said, "Cold Light." There were people from Qingfu Workshop guarding the door. After the lady greeted the person, she gently pushed the door open. Rows of sword racks were next to each other. The room was filled with sword aura and there were all kinds of swords. Zhang Shanfeng had just stepped over the door when he suddenly said that he did not want to look anymore. This made the young lady feel disappointed. However, Qin Pingan said, "Ignore him. Let's look at the swords." Zhang Shanfeng did not want to enter the room no matter what, so the bearded man dragged him in. The young lady introduced more than a dozen magic swords of different prices. In the end, although Zhang Shanfeng was dejected, he could not help glancing at one of the ancient bronze swords. The scabbard had long been lost and the word Jinwu was engraved. Because there were many scars on the sword, even if the sword was made of excellent materials, Qingfu Workshop only offered 400 pieces of snow coins. Qin Pingan bought it without hesitation. When he took out the money, Qin Pingan hesitated. The young lady smiled and considerately took the initiative to leave the room. When she returned to the cold light room, Qin Pingan had already piled the 400 pieces of snow coins on a sword rack. After checking and confirming, she put the ancient sword Jinwu into a scabbard that had already been prepared and handed it to Qin Pingan. Walking out of the cold light sword house together, the young lady led the three of them not out of the main entrance of Qingfu Workshop, but from a second-floor air bridge to a high-rise building in the backyard. Then they walked out from there and left Qingfu Workshop through a side door in the backyard. After the young lady told the three of them the route of the ferry, some rules and prices, she waved goodbye to the three of them. When she turned around, the guard of Qingfu Workshop had already closed the side door. With her back to the door, she secretly clenched her fists. Her face was full of joy, but she quickly recovered her calm face and quickly walked back to the main building of Qingfu Workshop. Her face was full of sadness, and she sighed and complained to her companions about the poverty of the three guests. Qingfu Workshop was less than 2 miles away from the ferry. There was a ferry to Yunsong country. Although it was still a long distance away from Qingwan country, it was naturally much faster than Su Yuanxia's walking. Moreover, after getting off the ferry in Yunsong country, one could immediately board the ferry to Qingwan country. Therefore, Su Yuanxia would take this ferry to leave Shu Shui country. The ferry that Qin Pingan needed belonged to an old route that had existed for thousands of years. It had a long history. Although it wouldn't go directly to the southernmost old dragon city of the Aquarius continent, it would still greatly shorten the long journey by hundreds of thousands of miles. When they approached the ferry, Qin Pingan, who was holding the Jinwu sword, and the young Taoist priest almost stopped at the same time. The young Taoist priest lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Su Yuanxia sighed and said to Qin Pingan with a smile, "At that time, Taoist Chongmiao of Yanji region inadvertently mentioned that in the southeastern part of the Aquarius continent, which is near the Qingwan country that I want to go to, there will be a huge water and land Taoist ceremony held half a year later. At that time, countless Taoist immortals will gather and there will be a few famous Taoist immortal masters of the Aquarius continent." Of course, Zhang Shanfeng wanted to go and take a look, but he didn't know how to tell you. He always felt that if he changed the itinerary at the last minute, it would be too disloyal and unfair to you. Now that you bought this sword, this guy felt even more ashamed to say goodbye to you. After all, he said that he would accompany you all the way to Old Dragon City. I reckon that this guy now has the heart to die. Alright, Qin Pingan, you can use this Jinwu to dig a hole in the ground and bury him. Once and for all. Qin Pingan jumped up and slapped Zhang Shanfeng's head. "Look at your silly look, you're like a sissy." "Or we. Don't you look like a child?" "Sword take away." "Money oh." Person scram. The young Taoist priest didn't raise his head, but his shoulders were slightly trembling. Qin Pingan didn't speak anymore. After throwing the Jinwu sword to Su Yuanxia, he quickly left alone. When the young Taoist priest raised his head with red eyes, that young man from Dali Longquan who carried a sword on his back had already walked far away. As if he sensed Zhang Shanfeng's gaze, the straw sandals youth raised an arm high, clenched his fist, and waved it with all his strength. "249. I recommend 2 places. One is the Jianlai Circle on the Zhongheng app, and the other is Jianlai's Baidu Tieba. Deities often appear there and many of the analysis posts are very good." The ferry that Qin Pingan took was not at the same place as the ferry to Yunsong country. After paying 10 snowflakes, taking a wooden plaque and returning the talisman seal from the governor's office, Qin Pingan followed dozens of people to the ferry. The location was actually the entrance to an underground karst cave. The cave was 50 to 60 feet wide, and it was covered with cliff carvings of immortals from past dynasties, such as Fish Scale Fairyland, Longevity of the Sun and Moon in a Jar, and Yaolin Cave. Most of the strokes were forceful. After entering the cave, it suddenly opened up and the light was bright. The group walked down the stairs and after the time it took to burn a stick of incense, they entered a huge cave hall. On the east and west walls, there were lifelike paintings of flying in the sky. The women's faces could be clearly seen, and their bodies were plump, but they did not give off the feeling of being bloated. On the shore of the ferry, there was a 3-story ship. The stern of the ship had carvings of dragon heads and dragon tails. Other than its huge size, which was almost comparable to a dynasty's Great Lake warship, its style was no different from a secular ferry. Other than Qin Pingan's group, there were already more than 300 people gathered there. There were all kinds of shops at the ferry and most of them were exquisite. They did not hang plaques or couplets and only hung signs outside their doors. They sold paintings, pastries and fruits, as well as some local specialties around Kaesui country. For example, there were small lichens and cockfighting cups from Tsai country, pine needle paintings from Songshi country, and elm leaf carvings and root carvings from ancient Yu country. Qin Pingan had paid 10 snowflakes to rent a single room on the second floor. Actually, the first floor only cost 3 snowflakes, which was 3,000 taels of silver. Although it was a celestial ferry and the journey was long, this price was still very shocking compared to the expenses of a secular dynasty. Fortunately, Qin Pingan was someone who had ridden on the Kuan boat before, so he was not surprised. He also sold the 5 Sacred Mountains real-shaped bowl and the Thunderbolt ebony at Qingfu Square, earning an additional 450 pieces of snow coins. His profit was not bad. Plus, Qin Pingan needed to practice his boxing and walking stance every day, so he had to fork out more money. It was not easy to save. There was a fairy chi cultivator sitting on a wooden armchair on a small stone platform by the shore. He held a teacup that was covered with partridge spots, and he drank countless mouthfuls. But the tea was still not empty. He reminded everyone in a clear voice that the ferry would depart south in an hour. Before boarding the ferry, they could buy some cheap and good local products to bring back to their hometowns. Then he emphasized the lichens of the colorful clothes kingdom and the potted plants of the mountain orchid kingdom, exaggerating and flattering them. He even mentioned the signboards of the 2 shops. Indeed, many ferry customers were tempted and went to the 2 shops to spend a lot of money. This made the shopkeepers of the other shops either roll their eyes or envy. Money could make the world go round. They did not have the money to build connections, so they could only do this. Qin Pingan stood silently in the crowd. He suddenly thought of Lu Gaohua, the son of the governor of Yanji County, and the tree spirit scholar of the ancient Yu kingdom. He also thought of the cockfighting cups that they had brought with them. He heard that the prices were several times higher elsewhere, so he also went to buy a pair of cockfighting cups. 1 snowflake for 2. He put the boxwood box that contained the porcelain cups into his bag, and then went to buy some fresh fruits with real money, carrying a big bag of them in his hands. In the sea of people, the youth wore straw sandals and carried a sword case on his back. He also carried a bag of fruits. Although there were many people and people were only 2 or 3 steps away from each other, compared to the hustle and bustle of the county market, this immortal ferry was much quieter. Most of the people gathered together and whispered to each other. Few people spoke loudly. Some children who could not control their lively nature were also held back by the hands of their family elders, who firmly forbade them from running around. After all, this was the legendary gathering place of immortals. The chi cultivators on the mountain who went out would not engrave the name of their sect on their foreheads, let alone reveal their true state of cultivation. There were a total of 10 realms in the 5 lower realms. There were only so many realms. They were dead, but humans were alive. Saints were similar in nature, but their habits were different. The road to Tao was long, and they could easily cultivate for decades or even centuries. Who knew what kind of temperament a chi cultivator would have in the end? If one did everything without any scruples and only relied on a pair of fists and cultivation to do whatever he wanted, he would definitely be trampled on by others one day. However, he was fortunate to be born in an immortal mansion that had the word sect in it, such as the Divine Grandeur sect, the Wind Snow Temple of the Jinwu Mountain, and especially the Lakeview Academy that shocked the Aquarius continent. Even if he was not a direct disciple, he was still qualified to run amok in a continent. Unknowingly, it was like hanging a peace sign. Otherwise, he would have a teacher in the Golden Elixir realm or the Nascent Soul realm who taught him. This was also a powerful protective talisman. The grudges on the mountain could be the result of a few lifetimes of ordinary people. Therefore, it was better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive. The Wind Thunder Garden and the Xingyang Mountain were the best examples. What happened to the once high and mighty fairy Su Jia now? Her world's first-class blade-strengthening gourd was taken back to the sect. Her sword heart and cultivation were both shattered. It was said that there was no news of her at all. How many young chi cultivators who adored her were still grieving? Qin Pingan was silent. He just took off the wine pot and drank, waiting for the ferry to depart to the south. This trip was 200,000 miles south. At the ferry landing, there would be other immortal ferries that would go straight to the old dragon city. From there, they would cross the continent to the inverted mountain and enter the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Therefore, there was no chance for him to travel the Jianghu with his friends. Even if he wanted to drink, he could only drink alone. The ferry was about to set sail. The guests began to board the ferry one after another. Chin Pingan found his own room on the second floor. Compared to the heaven room on the Kuan boat that he boarded at the ferry landing of Wudong Mountain, it was very cramped and narrow. There was only a bed and a small balcony that could only allow 2 people to stand outside. Chin Pingan put down the bag of fruits that cost more than 10 taels of silver. He took off the sword case in the bag and sat on the clean and comfortable bed. For some reason he thought of the wooden bed in his ancestral house at the Mud Bottle Alley. Chin Pingan leaned back and lay down. The poor were afraid of winter while the rich were afraid of summer. However, it seemed that the rich also had many ways to avoid summer heat, not to mention the chi cultivators on the mountain who had great magical powers. Chin Pingan sat up and rolled up his sleeves and trousers. His wrists and ankles revealed the vague appearance of a talisman. His vital chi flowed slowly as if there was an invisible burden. It did not look very eye-catching. Moreover, there was no record of it in the true elixir works that Li Shixing gave him. This was the work of Old Yang. It was called the 8 Tails of Vital Chi Talisman. The old man did not explain it in detail. He only said that it could help pure martial artists to use their vital chi to refine their body when they were sleeping. Moreover, as long as Chin Pingan reached the chi cultivator realm, the 4 talisman would automatically disappear. If he could not break through the bottleneck, Chin Pingan would go to the old dragon city at the southernmost tip of the Aquarius continent. He would go to a dusty medicine shop to find Zheng Dafeng and ask the former gatekeeper of the small town to help him remove the shackles. Chin Pingan rolled up his sleeves and trousers and walked to the balcony of the ferry. According to the local records of the Combe country, the formation of this underground waterway was when the last real dragon in the world was chased by the immortals. It dived into the ground and opened it up with its huge body. Finally, it drilled out of the ground at the entrance of the Combe country and rode the wind to the north of Dali. After the final battle there was the small cave of Dali Pearl. Therefore, this waterway was also commonly known as the Dragon Road. There was a waterway on both sides of the waterway so that the ferries from the north and south could travel between them. In the middle there was an endless fence. Every 10 miles, there would be a fluorescent lantern hanging on the stone wall, illuminating the nearby waterway. But at night, the lantern would be extinguished so that the passengers could rest and sleep without being affected by the light. There were some noises next door on both sides. It seemed that there were many people living there. The restrictions on the second floor of the ferry were relatively lax. At most 5 people could live there. There were no beds to lie on so they could sleep on the floor. After all, it was not a small expense to spend 10 pieces of snow. It was not easy for a chi refinement warrior to cultivate, especially for an itinerant cultivator who had no roots in the mountains. Earning money, especially big money, was extremely risky. If there were no shortcuts and connections, it was no exaggeration to say that one's head was tied to one's belt with one's hard-earned money. It was only human nature that one wished to break every piece of snow into 8 pieces. Chin Pingan's room faced the waterway on the other side of the waterway. The ferry began to move forward. He found that there were already many people holding fishing rods near the railing on the first floor. There was no bait on the hooks, just empty hooks. However, the fishing hooks flashed with fluorescent light and were directly thrown into the underground river. They were actually dragging fishing. From time to time, there were really stupid palm-sized fish being hooked. They were pulled onto the deck and thrown into the fish basket. But if they caught a snow-white, finger-long silver shrimp, the fishermen would be very happy. It turned out that this thing had a great origin. It was a unique thing in this underground river. In Combe country, it was simply called River Dragon. In the south, it was nicknamed Silver. This thing could absorb water essence and reiki. Young shrimp were half an inch long. After more than 10 years, it could grow to the length of a finger. After 100 years, it could only grow to the length of 2 fingers. It was like the jade armor of a general, but it was exquisite and clear. Such a 100-year-old river dragon was full of reiki and extremely delicious. It could be sold at the sky-high price of half a piece of snow in the south. If the passengers on the first floor could catch 6 big silver, it would be a wasted trip. They could make a lot of money and kill time. Why not? However, it was easy to catch a 1-finger-long river dragon, but it still depended on fate and luck to catch a 2-finger-long river dragon. The river at the Combe country's ferry port had been excavated for thousands of years. It was rumored that someone had once caught a 3-foot-long river dragon. Its golden shrimp tentacles shocked everyone. In the end, it was sold to the old Dragon City lord. Unfortunately, no one knew how much the rich immortal of the half-continent offered. Chin Pingan had liked fishing since he was young. It was rare that he did not think about anything. He leaned on the railing and stared at the fishermen for a long time. He thought that there should be fishing rods on the ship, but he did not know if it was expensive. If 1 or 2 pieces of snow could be bought with money, then he could go to the railing to try his luck. Back in the house, Chin Pingan ate fresh fruits that did not have any reiki. He began to think about the matter of practicing martial arts. The journey of 200,000 miles took 2 months. During this time they stopped at the Immortals ferry ports and restocked. In total it took about 4 to 5 days. The speed of this ferry was much slower than that of the Kuan ship. This was normal. The Kuan ship was the cross-continent ferry of the North Continent. It was far from comparable to this ferry. Chin Pingan did a rough calculation. If he did not eat and sleep he would have 4 to 6 hours a day. He would try to practice martial arts for 9 to 20 hours a day. Coupled with the fact that his punches had changed from slow to fast, which was a huge advantage, he could practice the 6-step stance 3,600 times a day. In 2 months, 60 days, he could practice the martial arts for about 200,000 times. It sounded like a very simple calculation, but when it was put into practice, Chin Pingan, who was very skilled in martial arts, knew that it could drive people crazy. Even Chin Pingan, who thought that his strength was good, felt that it was a little difficult. In the past, when he practiced martial arts, whether it was going to the Great Sui dynasty or going south to Shu Shui country, he encountered mountains and rivers along the way, each with its own scenery. But this time he had to face the wall in this Fangzhong area as if he was withered. The most important thing was the stance walking. It was 2 different things compared to the suffering he suffered when he practiced martial arts with the old man in the bamboo house. The latter was more of a test of physical pain and the drifting of the spirit. The former seemed easy and leisurely, punching out one punch after another, but the later it was more like a blunt knife cutting the flesh. It was just like the snowy day when he entered Dali from the ancient plank road in Huangting country. In the end, every breath he took was like swallowing a knife. No wonder the old man said that when a martial artist tempered himself, he not only had to fight with the heaven and earth, but also had to endure the pain of the mountain crushing the body. He also had to fight with his own heart, slowly stewing the word fixed. Chin Pingan took a deep breath. After closing the balcony door, he began the stance walking. His footsteps were light, his punches were fast, and his fist intent was flowing. After that, it was boring day and night. Chin Pingan did not even go to the ferry restaurant to eat. He only ate dry food and wine to fool around with 3 meals a day. Even though the weather in the underground river was cool and refreshing, Chin Pingan was still sweating profusely. He walked out of the house and stopped at the wooden door at the edge of the balcony. After 1 round of punching he turned around and did it again. Over time the floor of the house was covered in sweat. Every time he practiced until he was exhausted he would take a short rest. In this narrow room, unlike when he traveled far away, he always had all kinds of worries. He just calmed down and practiced his martial arts. There were 24 hours a day. Excluding the 4 hours of sleep and several breaks in the middle, the end was a full 18 hours of punching. He was completely oblivious to himself. It seemed that there was only such a small place in the world. There were no mountains or rivers, no surging rivers, no mountain wind, and no snow. It was as if spring, summer, autumn, winter, sickness, and death were all between the abbot. 20 days later, the wooden door of the viewing balcony did not open even once. In the night, Chin Pingan lay on the ground. His clothes were soaked and the floor was wet. He was like a fish that had been pulled ashore, gasping for breath. Chin Pingan grinned. He wanted to laugh but could not. If the master of the Maoyao Tower, who was proficient in assassination, sneakily attacked him at this time, what should he do? He looked down at the sword-cultivating gourd. He could only rely on these 2 little ancestors. In the next 10 days, Chin Pingan had to take off the wine pot at his waist and even the straw sandals on his feet. He rolled up his sleeves and trousers and walked back and forth in the room barefoot to practice his martial arts. From the body-refining realm to the chi-refining realm, Chin Pingan seemed to be only 1 breath away from stepping over the remaining foot. However, that foot seemed to be deep in the mud. No matter how hard he tried, Chin Pingan could not pull it out. After a whole month of practicing his martial arts, his progress was still slow. He could only pull that foot out of the mud a little. In between practicing his martial arts, the world outside was not completely silent. After the neighboring passengers on both sides got used to the ferry life, they were no longer restrained. The room on the left was like a room full of Jianghu heroes. Every day they would drink and eat big bowls of meat and talk about the Jianghu. It was just that during their conversations, they mostly chatted in the official language of other countries. It was rare that a few words of the Baoping continent would pop out. When Chin Pingan practiced to the extreme every day, he would jump out from the mysterious state of selflessness. The slightest movement would be as loud as thunder in spring. Therefore, when he listened to the chatter over there, Chin Pingan only felt a little irritated. On the other hand, the guests on the right next door were like the immortal masters of the small sects on the mountain who were traveling down the mountain. They were relatively quiet. However, they had to practice twice a day. They had to recite the sect's rules in unison. The sound insulation of the wooden boards was not good. These chi cultivators of the lower 5 realms also used their unique breathing techniques. It was also a troublesome matter. If these were still tolerable, then there was something that would happen every few days. Chin Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Those who lived on the 3rd floor of the ferry above his head were all rich people. Probably above Chin Pingan's room was a pair of immortal couples from the mountain. They were unusually affectionate and there were often creaking sounds of the bed that could be heard through the floorboards downstairs. That was not all. The female chi cultivator was probably also someone who could not control her emotions. She would often cry out softly. Obviously, she had been bullied badly by the man. Chin Pingan could not understand. Since the woman was suffering so much, then she should not give in to her man every time. Since they were husband and wife, why not both parties talk about it openly? Chin Pingan could not do anything about this. He could not possibly go upstairs and knock on the door and tell the man that he should take pity on his Tao companion in the future and not ask for a yard after taking an inch. Chin Pingan was an outsider. How could he say such things about other people's bedroom? Moreover, he was not reasonable and would definitely not be reasonable. It was just that Chin Pingan also realized that although he did not like the disturbance upstairs, the Jianghu people on the left were very fond of it. Once there were creaking sounds of the bed and the woman sobbing, they would immediately stop talking and everyone would laugh. Chin Pingan learned the truth from a few sentences that he could understand from the Aquarius continent. They were actually observing a peak battle of the martial arts grandmasters and were discussing it very attentively. And the immortal masters on the mountain on the right also seemed to have telepathy. When the 4 of them encountered such things, they would always tacitly remain silent. However, their breathing was obviously more chaotic than usual. It seemed that they were very angry and also very annoyed. Fortunately, Chin Pingan began to gradually adapt to these worries that hindered the state of mind of the martial arts. There was one day in the middle of the day when the bed above his head shook loudly. The woman was crying incessantly. Chin Pingan just quietly drank his wine and ate his dry food. He only hoped that the floor would not collapse and that the woman in the bed would not fall on top of his head. The ferry stopped at other ferries several times along the way. Chin Pingan did not even open the door before, so he did not experience the local customs of the southern countries. Chin Pingan calculated the time. It was probably the grain of Mang season now. If it was in his hometown, it would be a busy farming season. There was a saying that the grain of Mang seeds were urgently planted. Even some young and strong men who baked porcelain in the dragon kiln would be allowed to go home to help. That year when he was the head of the dragon kiln, although he had a bad temper and liked to scold people, he was very magnanimous in this kind of matter. Other kilns usually only gave 3 days of leave, but Old Man Yao would give 4 to 5 days. It was just that Lu Xianyang and Chin Pingan were pitiful kiln workers who had lost their ancestral land early on. Because the kiln was short of manpower, the fire in the dragon kiln did not care whether you were short of manpower or not. Therefore, in his early years, Chin Pingan was more tired than the people who worked in the fields. Chin Pingan had been practicing martial arts for an entire month. Unknowingly, he had already walked the stance 100,000 times. His greatest interest at the moment was to know if any of the fishermen on the ship had caught a rare river dragon as long as 2 fingers. After another day of practicing until noon, Chin Pingan suddenly found that there was still some wine left in the sword-nourishing gourd, but the dry food was not enough for 3 meals. He had to hang up the wine pot, carry the sword case, wear the straw sandals and open the door for the first time. He was going to a restaurant at the end of the ship to buy some food that was easy to store. It was not far away. Because it was lunchtime, it was the time when the passengers went out. When Chin Pingan went out, the group of Jianghu heroes in the room on the left were also going out to look for food. Chin Pingan slightly slowed down his pace, keeping a distance of 5 or 6 steps, and followed the 5 people. One of them could not help but look back at this strange neighbor whom they had met for the first time. Soon, someone pulled his sleeve, indicating that he should not make trouble. That person quickly withdrew his gaze. The young swordsman carrying the wooden case walked the Jianghu alone. Although he was young, he looked calm and steady. Indeed, it was best not to provoke him. If he was really a 1 in a million swordsman, they could not afford to offend him, even if they were not from bad backgrounds and were from famous sects at the foot of the mountain. On the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, it was better to be safe than sorry. If they took this immortal ferry, it would be 1 in a million. If they were unlucky, they would be stuck in their teeth even if they drank cold water. If they were really unlucky and met a 1 in a million swordsman, what should they do? Arguing with the chi trainers on the mountain? This Jianghu martial artist once had the honor of seeing a swordsman fight with his own eyes. He was quite far away. That young swordsman was only in his 20s, but after his natal flying sword was unsheathed, his sword chi was like a rainbow, sweeping everything before him. In the face of several famous Jianghu bigwigs such as the Jianghu swordsman who spat out sword chi, or the boxing grandmaster who was invulnerable to swords and spears, all of them made a hole in the head of the swordsman on the mountain. Ordinary chi trainers were still fine. After all, there were hundreds of schools of thought, and not all of them were immortal masters on the mountain who were good at attacking. However, to compete with a swordsman on the mountain, especially a swordsman who had cultivated a natal flying sword, was like an old man who had eaten arsenic and was tired of living. Along the way it was peaceful. He bought a few kilograms of dry biscuits from the waiter in a crowded restaurant. After paying, he returned to his house. After closing the door, he opened the wooden door of the balcony and stood on the balcony, eating the dry biscuits and drinking wine with the sword-nourishing gourd in one hand. There were still some fishermen on the railing of the first floor, but Qin Pingan chewed slowly and drank wine slowly. After watching for half an hour, he only caught some ordinary fish. Not even a young silverfish was hooked. Qin Pingan suddenly remembered something. The youth Cui Shi had once practiced the sword furnace stance with him out of boredom at the peak of a large mountain. He said that there was a high-grade blessed land in the world that was extremely special. It was connected to a heavenly abode, and the two were completely different from all the other heavenly abodes. The Shin Ho sect of the Southern Stream Kingdom in the Aquarius continent had a blessed land all to themselves. It was called the Qingtan Blessed Land. The blessed land was somewhat similar to a vassal state, but it was much larger in size and had its own system. It contained the rules of the heavenly Tao and was of different sizes and heights. It was often rich in production and could be continuously seized by the celestial sections. The structure created was that the bigger the sect, the bigger the mountain, the higher the peak. For example, the Black Pearl Cave was one of the 36 small caves in the world. Back then, the pair of Dali double walls who turned the tide and continued the Song family's throne walked out of the Black Pearl Cave. They were the heroes of the Dali dynasty who were close to the water and enjoyed the moonlight first. The world was huge. Qin Pingan had traveled far twice. Even though he had not walked out of the Aquarius continent, he had already experienced it. The small town that old Yang mentioned was unimaginably huge. Qin Pingan had also experienced it. However, during this trip to the south, Qin Pingan missed many places. He did not have time to visit some places and had to take a long detour. For example, Qingxia Island in the Book Slip Lake where Gu Kan and his mother were. Qin Pingan hoped that the mother and son would live well and not be bullied by others. However, he also hoped that Gu Kan would not turn around and bully others after becoming a chi refinement warrior. In the end, she would not become a mountain immortal like the young master of the old dragon city, Funanhua. Some places were not suitable for the time being. For example, Xinjiang Mountain where the mountain-moving ape was, Qingfeng City where the Su family was, and Jinwu Mountain where Ma Kushuan was. If he went there, he would not be able to reason with them and he would not be able to defeat them with his fists. If he was not in the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven, he would only be trampled to death by others without the restrictions of Mr. Qi and Master Yuan. Qin Pingan was still aware of this. Qin Pingan drank his wine. At the restaurant, he learned that the boat would be stopping at Yanfu Ferry for half a day tomorrow. He could get off the boat and enjoy the scenery. Near the ferry was a famous scenic spot called the Tay Lake. At this time of the year, the mountain flowers were blooming. As long as he walked out of the ferry and walked towards the nearest mountain, he would be greeted by the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers along the way. If he was lucky, he could even catch a flower spirit called the Vanilla Lady. They were naturally fragrant and elegant. They were the best living creature-scented sachets and were deeply loved by female chi refinement warriors and wealthy madams. Qin Pingan felt that it was good to go out for a walk. He could relax and take a breather. After staying in seclusion for a whole month, he felt that he was going to rot. After making up his mind, Qin Pingan turned around and left the balcony. He closed the door and continued to practice his boxing. At dawn the next day, the ferry docked at the shore. The karst cave hall was small and exquisite. It was filled with fragrance. Compared to the spacious and spectacular Combe country, it had a different charm. The fairy shook slightly. Chin Pingon, who had slept for less than 4 hours, opened his eyes. He got up and began to pack his luggage. He had to bring everything with him. He did not dare to stay in the room on the boat. Perhaps it was because of the reputation of the Tay Lake that it was indeed a good place. Chin Pingon realized that more than 400 passengers on the boat wanted to get off the boat to enjoy the scenery. Mixed in the crowd, Chin Pingon got off the boat. There was a group of men and women with extraordinary temperaments beside him. The two elders' breaths were especially long, like the slow-flowing river. They walked with light steps. Even if they were not immortals from the mountains of the Middle Five Realms, they were probably not far from it. Chin Pingon was not someone who liked to eavesdrop. It was just that he had been practicing his boxing in the house all this time. He had no choice but to listen. It was rare for him to hear people talking in the language of the Baoping continent. He subconsciously pricked up his ears. They talked about the general situation of the north and south of the continent. They talked about the latest happenings in the mansions of the major immortals. They also talked about some famous people in the dynasties and countries. Most of the conversations were light. The two elders talked the most. The younger generation beside them listened attentively and rarely interrupted. Even when they asked questions, they were respectful. They were very different from some people in Chin Pingon's impression. For example, the sword cultivator Lu Baqiao from the Wind and Thunder Garden, the sword cultivator Chao Jun from the Hassa continent in the Chao family's ancestral house in the Mud Bottle Alley. Recently he even met Zhou Ju from the Lakeview Academy. They did not seem to have such a reserved personality. The last elder with a small black jade seal on his waist spoke about the crash of the Kuan boat in the Dashi Mountain and the heavy casualties. He was very angry. Although he admitted that the Taoist lord of the Julu continent was very powerful and that even the Taoist lord of the Baoping continent, Qi Zhen, might not have a chance of winning, he still disapproved of the Lord of Heaven's domineering way of doing things. The other elder was very worried. He said that although the crash of the Kuan boat was indeed caused by the soaring sword aura and the destruction of the Kuan boat, why would the central dynasty of the Baoping continent, which was full of sword cultivators, want to destroy a fairy from the North continent? What good would it do? At that time, the only power that could gather so much sword aura could only be the imperial court of the great dynasty. However, the emperor had already personally gone to the Divine Grandeur sect and swore that there was no such thing. After that, accompanied by Qi Zhen, he personally met with the Taoist lord of the Julu continent, Xie Shi. The latter only said that the cultivators of the Julu continent would investigate the truth. When he was near the entrance of the cave, Chin Pingon suddenly stopped and then sped up. He cupped his fists towards the two elders and asked, "Immortal masters, may I ask what happened to the passengers on the Kuan boat?" One of the elders turned a deaf ear to this. He did not even look at the young man with a northern accent and carried a sword on his back and continued walking. The elder with the seal stopped and said patiently, "Almost none of the passengers of the lower 5 realms survived. Even many Qi refinement warriors of the upper 5 realms died. At that time, countless sword auras surged from the top of a mountain into the sky. It was no different from an all-out attack by a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms. Think about it, how powerful was that?" The elder looked at the young man's slightly changed expression. He sighed and continued walking. Chin Pingon stood in the same place. His shoulder was bumped a few times by the bustling crowd, but he did not notice. When he finally came to his senses, he realized that almost everyone had walked out of the cave and went to the supreme liquid pool to enjoy the scenery. Chin Pingon slowly walked to the entrance of the cave. The sun was shining brightly outside. Further away, he could see a large mountain with a gentle slope. The sky was filled with gorgeous flowers and grass that were in full bloom. After killing Lady Snake Scorpion in Yanji County, Chin Pingon actually obtained a treasure. However, he did not take it out to sell at Qingfu Square in Shushui country. It was a brush washer. There were 16 words at the bottom of the brush washer. Spring flower and autumn moon, spring wind and autumn tree, spring mountain and autumn stone, spring water and autumn frost. The words were small and flowed slowly like tadpoles. Chin Pingon liked the word spring, and there were a pair of sisters and maidservants on the Kuan boat. Their names matched those words. At that time, Chin Pingon felt that it was a pity that there was only spring water and no autumn fruit. Otherwise, if they were fated to meet again in the future, for example, when they rowed the Kuan boat at Mount Diao at the ferry of Wudong Mountain again, he would definitely take out the brush washer and show it to them so that they would know that there were such interesting coincidences in the world. Chin Pingan stood at the entrance of the cave. There was no sorrow on his face. He was just in a daze as he looked at the beautiful scenery in the distance. Finally, Chin Pingan turned and walked towards the ferry. Behind him, beautiful flowers bloomed. The young man did not look. When he reached the ferry, he returned to his room on the second floor. He closed the door and continued to practice. Another month passed slowly. In 2 days he would have to disembark from the ferry. Late at night, Chin Pingan had unknowingly practiced the fist stance 200,000 times. He changed into a clean set of clothes and opened the wooden door of the balcony barefooted. It was rare for the ferry to be so quiet. Chin Pingan saw that there was no one around and lightly jumped onto the railing. Finally, he sat on the railing and looked at the flowing river next door. He drank without thinking about anything. As he drank, he finally realized that there was no more wine in the wine pot. In the sword-nourishing gourd, there were dozens of pounds of wine brewed by the sword-water manor. Before he boarded the ferry, he only let the bearded man and the young Taoist drink some. Because he had been very restrained in drinking for the past 2 months, he had been drinking until now. Chin Pingan shook the wine gourd with all his strength. There was really no more wine left. However, he did not want to give up. He raised the wine pot high and stretched his neck. Even if there were only a few drops left, it was fine. Not a single drop was left. There was really no more wine left. Therefore, on a 4-story ferry coming from the river next door, a guest who lived in a wing room on the top floor was also sitting on the railing of the balcony. She stared blankly at the youth who was shaking the sword-nourishing gourd with all his strength and wanted to drink. Finally, she put down her arms and hugged the good-looking sword-nourishing gourd with her chin on the mouth of the gourd. She thought that the youth would not have drunk so much that he became stupid. She became playful. She raised the emerald wine pot in one hand and put the other hand to her mouth. She shouted, "Here, here, little drunkard, I have wine here. Take it if you want a drink." Chin Pingan maintained his original position and glanced over when he heard the voice. A young girl wearing a dark green robe, seeing that he did not move, simply threw the wine pot in her hand. The wine pot flew in a beautiful arc and landed 20 feet in front of Chin Pingan's eyes. It flew back to her hand with a whoosh. The young girl was overjoyed and laughed to herself. The two fairies brushed past each other. Chin Pingan was expressionless. There was no ripple in his heart. He just thought that she would not be a fool, right? He put the sword-nourishing gourd back on the balcony and closed the wooden door. Chin Pingan continued to practice boxing. If the wine was gone, he could buy more. If the person was gone? Chin Pingan did not know. Therefore, this was the first time that Chin Pingan stopped practicing boxing and went to the restaurant in the middle of the night to buy wine. The restaurant had already closed and the door was closed. He had to go back to the house and continue practicing boxing. "250. After the Mang Seed, the 200,000 miles of the Dragon Path was nearing its end. The ferry was about to reach the southern end of the Dragon Path. Since he had already practiced the stance for 200,000 times, Chin Pingan was not as tense as before. He was relatively more relaxed. After failing to buy wine that night, he went to the restaurant the next day and bought 3 jars of wine. He filled the blade-strengthening gourd. The price was very expensive, but the taste was not bad. It could not be compared to the aged wine of the Sword-Water Villa. Then Chin Pingan took down the 2 talisman pasted on the wall. They were both made of ordinary green talisman paper. One was the talisman of tranquility. It could help Chin Pingan to concentrate and calm his chi to a certain extent, preventing him from being disturbed by the outside world. The Taoist temples at the foot of the mountain would often put up this talisman every time they ate. The other was the talisman of dispelling filth and cleansing dust. During the scorching summer, the high officials and nobles of the secular dynasties would go to the Taoist temples to ask for this talisman. Not only could it emit a faint spiritual aura, it could also absorb evil spirits and all kinds of filth. Therefore, the study room became clean and clean. Although the 2 talisman were the most basic talisman in the true works of alchemy and their ranks were very low, they were of great help to Chin Pingan. Otherwise, the people on the ferry would definitely fight Chin Pingan to the death. After 2 months of practicing martial arts day and night, Chin Pingan was sweating profusely. Who would dare to live in this room on the 2nd floor? The 2 talisman papers were both one-use alchemy books. Now their spiritual aura was dim and they were almost no different from ordinary books. Chin Pingan was used to being careful and did not want to leave any traces. He did not even throw them into the river. He still kept them in his square-inch object. After all, they were the heroes of his 200,000 years of practice. He could not burn the bridge after crossing the river. It would be good to keep them as souvenirs. Now, Qin Pingan was more or less certain that the stack of talisman papers that Li Shixing gave him, especially the golden material and the pages of the ancient book, must be priceless. He must cherish them even more. The reason was simple. A demon-subduing pagoda talisman made of golden talisman paper could easily defeat the civil and military officials of Yanji County City God Palace who were possessed by demons. As for the talisman paper of a top chi cultivator of Combe Country, the golden armored warrior who invited the gods, the talisman paper from the Taoist talisman sect, not to mention the rank of the talisman paper, just the quality of the talisman paper, might not be comparable to the golden talisman paper given by Li Shixing. Before getting off the boat, Qin Pingan had already tidied up his room, carried his luggage and returned the wooden board to the ferry. He got off the boat with everyone. Not far in front of him, there was a conversation between a man and a woman. The woman's voice was very familiar. Qin Pingan only glanced at her slightly. It was a young woman with a mole at the corner of her mouth. Qin Pingan felt sad. The lady who lived above him had suffered a lot recently. Qin Pingan guessed that the woman and her husband must be sincere in their love. Otherwise they would not be so accommodating. During the process of getting off the boat, Qin Pingan heard a lot of things. For example, someone caught a pair of rare twin flowers at the Supreme Liquid Pond at the Yanfu Ferry. If it was a single flower charm, it would only be worth a dozen pieces of snow. But if it was a pair, the buyer would not have the extravagant hope of getting it at all unless he paid 50 to 60 pieces of snow. During the 2-month journey, the fishermen only caught a few 2-finger-long river dragons in the end. There were no adventures. The ferry went on and off. When many rich chi cultivators finally got off the boat, the poor squires had to carry a lot of parcels of various sizes. They had to be extremely careful when they walked so as not to break them. Most of the parcels were precious. Some of the extravagant items were probably not cheaper than human lives. This ferry was vast and it was still a lively scene with many shops. It was just that the goods that the shops were selling had changed to the local specialties of the nearby countries. Qin Pingan had nothing to do, so he went to the shops one by one. He actually discovered many strange spirits. Most of them were lively and cute plant spirits. There were also little people who looked like children, white-haired old men and women, as well as young girls. They had different figures and faces. But the biggest spirit was only a finger tall. They were either locked in a green bamboo cage or standing on an ink stone. There was also a spinning lady with wings who was working hard behind a pocket-sized spinning wheel. There were all kinds of interesting things. Qin Pingan made use of some customers to bargain with the shopkeepers. He learned that these strange little guys were similar to the ancient cypress potted plant of old Mr. Hong in Qingfu Square and the little boy in green who stood on top of it and said, "Good luck and fortune" in unison. The price was determined by the degree of rarity. The cheap ones only cost 1 piece of snow. The expensive ones cost 34 pieces of snow. Qin Pingan finally came to a conclusion. It seemed that the further south one went, the more common these kinds of spirits were. Qin Pingan visited all the shops and stalls, but he did not buy anything. This time it was not that Qin Pingan was stingy. He thought that after delivering the sword, it would not be too late to buy it on the way back to Dali after returning from the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Walking out of the karst cave, Qin Pingan felt that he could see the light again. He found that the entrance of the cave was still covered with cliff carvings of famous people. Compared to the ferry of Shu Shui country at the end of the north, the carvings were even denser. It was as if they were fighting for position. Some of the cliff carvings seemed to be sulking with their neighbors. Qin Pingan looked at them one by one at the entrance of the cave. Of course they were all good characters. Each had its own charm. But in his heart, he felt that they were not as good as the young man Chui Dong's. Outside the ferry was a valley. The road was flat and wide. The shops on both sides of the road were more luxurious than the shops on the shore of the ferry. People came and went on the street. It was a peaceful and prosperous time. Even the dog lying on the side of the road showed a sense of leisure. The first thing that came into view was a 3-story building on the left. The eaves were high and there was intrigue. The plaque with golden words "E New Ferry" was hanging. Qin Pingan was now familiar with the place. He knew that this was the place to pay for the ferry to Old Dragon City. After entering, he inquired at the counter and learned that the earliest ferry to Old Dragon City would arrive at noon today. The price of the first-class cabin was 20 shui coins, and the medium-class cabin was 10 shui coins. Qin Pingan asked about the price of the last-class cabin. The man explained with a fake smile that the Yangji Hall ferry to Old Dragon City was 10 shui coins for the medium-class cabin. There was no such thing as the last-class cabin. Around the lobby of the building, there were slightly sarcastic eyes and smiles. Qin Pingan did not feel shameful. He took out 20 shui coins and bought a boarding jade pendant. The pendant was engraved with Yangji Hall and 11 of the first-class cabin. Qin Pingan looked at the 11 and remembered the seal left in the bamboo building of Luapa Mountain. He felt that it was a good sign and very auspicious. Qin Pingan walked out of the door with a smile. After calculating the time, he began to shop. He planned to buy 2 sets of clothes. He did not need shoes. He was used to wearing straw sandals for so many years. Moreover, there were 2 pairs of brand new shoes in the Fangsuan item. Although the shops on the street were much more stylish, the things they sold were almost the same as the shops on the shore of the Dragon Road ferry. It was the same kind of flowers and plants, but the price was cheaper. Qin Pingan looked at these little guys who were very festive. He never got tired of looking at them. It was just that he looked at them and did not pay. He was a little disliked. Qin Pingan walked and stopped in each shop. Then he found a particularly rich shop. Qin Pingan stood outside the door and was a little stunned. It turned out that there was a screen placed at the door that was as tall as a person. On it, there was a woman with a long sword on her back and a purple gold gourd hanging on her waist. She stood on the cliff and looked at the sea of clouds. Her dress swayed and she floated in the air. It should be similar to the landscape painting on the Kuan ship, which was made by the magic on the mountain. Several people were pointing in front of the screen. Their words were full of schadenfreude. They talked about the hundreds of years of feud between the Wind Thunder Garden and Jingyang Mountain. They talked about how the fairy Su was very graceful and otherworldly in her early years. The only time she wore clothes that were not from her sect was when she fought side by side with the founder of this shop to kill demons. That was why she made an exception and wore this dress for the first time. More than 10 years ago, this style of dress could be said to be popular all over the Aquarius continent. Whether it was the female cultivators on the mountain or the daughters of rich families, there were hundreds and thousands of people who flocked to it like ducks. A young woman sneered and said, "Now this shop is still unwilling to remove this screen. It is a big joke. I wonder if Su Jia will be so ashamed that she will dig a hole and hide in it after seeing it with her own eyes." A black-faced young Qi refinement warrior held back for a long time. Finally, he angrily spoke up for the fairy he had admired for a long time. No matter how much Fairy Su's realm has fallen, she is still a real fairy who is not stained by the mud. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. If Fairy Su is really standing here, do you dare to fart? A middle-aged man said with a cheeky smile. Before Su Jia's state of mind was completely shattered by Yellow River, the last disciple of Li Tuanjing in the Wind Thunder Garden, I can even lick the bottom of this fairy's shoes. Unfortunately now, I am not bragging. If Su Jia is really standing in front of me, I dare to reach out and pinch her face and touch her waist. Diske, I wonder how it feels to touch. The young cultivator's face turned red. He was so angry that his body trembled. How can there be such a vicious bastard like you? The man laughed and said, how can there be? The answer is very simple. You can go and ask my parents. The young cultivator clenched his fists. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at the bastard. The man clicked his tongue and said, what? Do you want to kill me? Come on, if you kill someone here, not only will the murderer be jailed, but the sect will also be held responsible. Come on, if you don't kill me today, it won't be considered that you really admire Su Jia. If you don't kill me, I will go and touch Fairy Su Jia on the screen later. I want to touch her from head to toe. The middle-aged man tilted his neck and smiled obscenely. The young cultivator turned around dejectedly. The man laughed wantonly and said sarcastically, a little coward who hasn't even grown out his hair yet dares to fight with me. Don't go, I am really going to touch her. Oh, her face is so soft and smooth. What a beautiful little girl. Fairy Su, a little girl whose sword heart has been shattered. Perhaps the next time you two meet it will be in that brothel. The young cultivator quickly left. He was not willing to listen to those filthy words that made people sad and indignant. Qin Pingan directly walked into the shop. He did not care about the quarrel between the two sides. He spent 30 taels of silver and bought 2 sets of the most ordinary clothes. In fact, this shop had a great history. It had a large business in the southern part of the Aquarius continent. Although this was only one of the hundreds of branches, the treasure of the shop was the magic robe. Even if Qin Pingan was a layman, he could tell with a glance that it was not inferior to Chu Hao's deity Qing Lu armor. After Qin Pingan walked out of the shop, the man did not leave. The spectators beside him had changed. There were both men and women. In front of the screen, the men had a regretful expression while the women sneered in dissatisfaction. The atmosphere was subtle. The idle middle-aged man began to flirt again, which made the women very satisfied. Even if they knew that the man was not a good person, after hearing that he was the shopkeeper of the shop next door, they still suggested to their male companions to go in and take a look. How could the latter be willing? They couldn't wait to smash the middle-aged man's face with a punch. It was true that the man's character was inferior, but his eye for business was indeed not bad. He kept making sarcastic remarks about Fairy Sue of Xinjiang Mountain. The more he spoke, the more unbearable he became. Those women were also smart and quick-witted. They never agreed with the man's words. Instead, they would refute him with a few words. The men who came to attract business understood this tacitly and spat even more saliva, which made them feel much better. They looked at their male companions who were traveling with them from the corner of their eyes, as if they were happily telling them, Su Jia, who they fell in love with at first sight, is now reduced to such a state. Can they still admire her? The man danced with joy. When he was done talking, he simply walked to the side of the screen. He stretched out a palm and waved it gently. He kept a distance from the screen and pretended to slap the lifelike Su Jia a few times. He was cursing and scolding. Qin Pingan recalled the scene when Lu Baqiao, the sword cultivator from the Wind Thunder Garden, talked about Su Jia in the small town. At that time, outsiders entered the Lizhu cave heaven to look for opportunities. Only Lu Baqiao, who followed the woman from the Qin family from Yingyin and the young master from the Qin family from Dragontail Commandery, made Qin Pingan feel that there were good people among the immortals on the mountain outside. What moved Qin Pingan the most about Lu Baqiao was not that he was a genius sword cultivator from the Wind Thunder Garden. When he talked about Su Jia, he felt that one day he, Lu Baqiao, would make Su Jia marry him willingly. It was not because of the so-called heroic spirit of a man. On the contrary, when someone asked him what he would do if one day Fairy Sue, whom he longed for, did not like him because of his family background, he was confused. At that time, Lu Baqiao was confused and murmured, "Why would she like me?" When Qin Pingan thought of Lu Baqiao, he could not help but think of himself. Therefore, Qin Pingan took a deep breath and walked to the other side of the screen, looking at the man who was doing business next door. The man was about to take the woman to his shop to buy something when he suddenly found another guy who did not have eyes. He said impatiently, "What are you looking at?" Qin Pingan said, "I'm looking at you." The man stared and said, "Look again if you dare." Qin Pingan nodded and continued to stare at the man. He said slowly, "Okay." Even the young women on the mountain who were prejudiced against Su Jia could not help but laugh. This young man with a sword on his back was quite funny. The sect that they and their companions came from was not far from Xinjiang Mountain, so they often met each other. Everyone in the sect, from the grandmasters to the outer disciples, had a feeling of reverence for Xinjiang Mountain without exception. The men in the sect, regardless of age, could not tolerate any outsiders speaking ill of Fairy Su Jia of Xinjiang Mountain. But now that Su Jia had fallen into the dust and outsiders had disappeared, they slightly restrained themselves. The man who was doing business in the valley said angrily, "Do you want to die?" Qin Pingan shook his head. The man said sternly, "Then why are you standing here like a block of wood? Do you know that I've been doing business here for generations and have met more old immortals than you have?" In the man's eyes, the young man with a hole in his head suddenly said, "Lu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden like Su Jia." The man was stunned and his arrogance dropped. He was skeptical. Qin Pingan said again, "I know Lu Baqiao." The man glanced at the sword case behind the young man and swallowed his saliva. Qin Pingan said, "If I meet Lu Baqiao one day, I'll tell him what happened today." The man said sternly, "Who are you trying to scare? How can you know Lu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden? I also know the leader of the Xinyao sect and the ancestor of the Zhenwu Mountain, but do they know me?" Qin Pingan said again, "I'm not sure if they know you or not. But Lu Baqiao knows me, so I'm sure." The man waved his hand and said, "Get out of here. Don't boast without a draft and hinder my business." Even the dog poop on the roadside knows how to walk by itself. How unlucky. Qin Pingan asked, "There should be a flying sword message at the ferry, right?" Qin Pingan said to himself, "Forget it, I'll find it myself." The man, who was beginning to feel guilty, deliberately ignored the strange young man who spoke with certainty. He took the men and women on the mountain with a playful expression and went to his shop to find something with their eyes. Afterwards, Qin Pingan really went to the courier station on the mountain where the flying sword was used to transmit messages. It was at the end of the street. He spent 10 pieces of snow to write a letter to Lu Baqiao in the Wind Thunder Garden, roughly describing what had happened today. As for Lu Baqiao, after receiving the letter, he disdained it and threw it aside. He still flew into a rage and rushed here on his sword. Qin Pingan didn't care. There were some things that Qin Pingan wouldn't be happy if he didn't do them. But there were some things that he could only endure no matter how unhappy he was. For example, the Kuan boat crashing for no reason. After he finished writing the letter at the relay station and stated the recipient and the address of the mountain gate, the people in the relay station all had strange expressions. It seemed that their tone of speaking to Qin Pingan became gentler. Some people even saw Qin Pingan out of the relay station and asked if he needed to lead the way to the ferry. Qin Pingan smiled and said no and left alone. After leaving the relay station, Qin Pingan's mood improved a little because he found that Lu Baqiao, who didn't show off in Liju Cave Heaven and even joked about calling him brother, was actually quite powerful outside. Even a flying sword relay station here had heard of Lu Baqiao. The ferry of Yangji Hall was located in the air above a towering mountain wall. Someone had carved a winding plank road on the mountain wall. Qin Pingan walked on it and saw many ferries that were already hovering in the air outside the cliff. Below the ferries there were white clouds floating. The style of the ferries was similar to the ferries of Shushui country, but it was strange that they could sail with the wind. Qin Pingan waited to board the ship on the plank road next to the ferry of Yangji Hall. There was a huge cave here and only a few vendors were sitting and selling. Qin Pingan silently sat on a bench made of old tree roots, nibbling on dry biscuits and drinking newly bought wine. He slowly swallowed. At noon, a Yangji Hall ferry glided smoothly from the sea of clouds and docked on time. Qin Pingan followed the crowd and boarded the ship. It would only take about 25 days to take the ferry south to Old Dragon City. Because the Yangji Hall ferry traveled far across the sea, its speed was much faster than the river ferry on the Dragon Road, and there was no need to stop on the way. The ferry only had 2 floors. Qin Pingan lived in a room on the first floor. It was slightly spacious, but there was no viewing balcony. The ferry climbed and passed through a layer of clouds. He opened the window and the view was broad. Above his head was a big sun hanging in the sky, shining brightly. The sea of clouds rolled like a golden mountain range. Qin Pingan wrote a tranquil talisman and a filth-dispelling talisman. He closed the door and continued to practice. During this period there was a thunderstorm night with lightning, a dazzling sunrise and a cloudless emptiness. This time Qin Pingan practiced the 6-step stance from fast to slow. Occasionally he would open the window and look at the scenery outside to practice the sword furnace stance. More than half a day into the journey, a sword immortal came riding on the wind. At that time the ferry had just passed through the thick sea of clouds. The young sword immortal followed closely behind. He was so fast that some of the Qi cultivators of the middle 5 realms were dumbfounded. That person broke through the sea of clouds with his sword and chased after the ferry. His momentum was astonishing. A wide path was opened up behind him in the sea of clouds. It took a long time for it to close up completely. He suddenly stopped in front of the ferry and gently jumped off the flying sword. He landed on the bow of the ferry and elegantly sheathed his sword. Immediately, a Yangji Hall expert came to greet him. As for whether he had offended the Yangji Hall and broke the rule of not allowing anyone to board the ferry, the Yangji Hall elder did not mention a word. Later on, the elder's action was very wise. Because although the young sword immortal had broken the ferry's rule, he was not a domineering person. He smiled and said his name and even took the initiative to pay 20 pieces of snow. Wind Thunder Garden Lu Baqiao. His name resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. The old garden lord, Li Tuanjing, was known as the strongest person in the Aquarius continent's 10 realms. He alone suppressed the entire Xinjiang mountain for hundreds of years. Even though it was rumored that Li Tuanjing had died, at the end of the Great Battle, Li Tuanjing casually broke the Martial Mountains formation restriction with his sword. That was a magnificent feat that everyone witnessed. Moreover, Li Tuanjing's last disciple, Huang He, appeared out of nowhere and displayed a talent in swordsmanship that was not inferior to Li Tuanjing's when he was young. He beat Su Jia of Xinjiang Mountain to the point that he could not fight back. Especially when Huang He stood beside the collapsed Su Jia and stepped on the purple gold sword strengthening gourd with the tip of his foot. That scene left a deep impression in everyone's mind. After Huang He took over as the Garden Lord of the Wind Thunder Garden, Lu Baqiao easily broke through the first realm, and his momentum was swift. It was said that he almost broke through 2 realms consecutively. Lu Baqiao did not let the elder follow him. He went to the 11th room on the first floor alone and gently knocked on the door. Qin Pingan had been concentrating on practicing his fist techniques. Although he vaguely sensed the ripples of qi that tugged at the sea of clouds, he did not stop practicing his fist techniques. It was common for immortals to fly freely on their swords in the sky and brush shoulders with fairies on the clouds. Therefore, even if he sensed the footsteps in the corridor, he did not associate it with the person on the sword. Therefore, when Qin Pingan opened the door and saw the familiar smiling face, he was greatly surprised. Lu Baqiao entered the room. After Qin Pingan closed the door, he sat on the bed and noticed the 2 talismans. He joked, "Qin Pingan, you're rich now." It was because it was Lu Baqiao that Qin Pingan did not let him in after putting away the talisman. Qin Pingan laughed at Lu Baqiao's teasing. He leaned against the windowsill and left the bed to the sword cultivator in the Wind Thunder Garden. Lu Baqiao propped his hands on the bed. "You don't know how hard it was for me to chase you all the way here. When I received your letter from the goddess fairy in the Wind Thunder Garden, I immediately rushed to the fairy." Qin Pingan asked, "You didn't kill anyone, right?" Lu Baqiao rolled his eyes. "Kill who?" When that guy heard that I was Lu Baqiao, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to me. I didn't even have the chance to slap him a few times on the way here, so I could only go to the shop next door and buy that screen. I kept it in my star sphere and then asked around. It wasn't easy to confirm that you were on this Yangji Hall ferry, so here I am. Qin Pingan was puzzled. "Why are you looking for me?" Lu Baqiao asked in return. "Must I have something to ask of you?" Qin Pingan nodded. "Otherwise, can you chase me so far if you have nothing to do?" Lu Baqiao said resentfully, "You're really boring. You haven't changed at all since you were in Liju Grotto Heaven." Qin Pingan thought for a while and decided not to ask about Xinjiang Mountain Sujia. He guessed that Lu Baqiao had been watching the 3 bloody battles on Martial Mountain. He must be feeling terrible. Qin Pingan did not want to rub salt into his wound. He originally wanted to ask if Lu Baqiao had successfully obtained the talisman sword in Dali's capital. However, after thinking about it, it was not appropriate to ask about the secret of the Great Tao. In the end, Qin Pingan could only ask the most boring question. "Are you really fine?" Lu Baqiao said helplessly, "I'm really fine. When I returned to Liju Grotto Heaven, I didn't see you. I heard that you went to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. After that, our Wind Thunder Garden. Anyway, I haven't been idle for a moment. Don't think that I have nothing to do all day. In fact, I just came out of seclusion some time ago. After stabilizing my realm, I was bored out of my wits. I just happened to receive your flying sword message and thought that we should meet up and seal our brotherhood." Qin Pingan could not stand Lu Baqiao's enthusiasm, so he did not respond. Lu Baqiao's eyes were full of resentment. He pointed at Qin Pingan with his orchid fingers and said shyly in a woman's voice, "How can you be so heartless? Back then, under the moonlight and flowers in your hometown, we traveled together." Qin Pingan tiptoed and sat on the windowsill. He crossed his arms and looked expressionless. It was as if he was saying, "You can only disgust yourself and disgust me, Qin Pingan. I want to see who can last until the end." Lu Baqiao was the first to admit defeat and sighed, "I knew that even after visiting you, you would still be like this." "Qin Pingan, do you know all the sword cultivators in the Aquarius continent, who is not shocked by my Lu Baqiao's talent, and does not see me as a candidate for the upper 5 realms?" Qin Pingan smiled. "I also just found out. At the relay station, after they heard that I wrote a letter to you, they immediately became more polite. There were even people who sent me to the gate and asked me if I needed to help lead the way. They were very enthusiastic as if I was some big shot. This is the first time, huh?" Looking at the happy smile on Qin Pingan's face, Lu Baqiao was stunned. What was there to be happy about? Because of Lu Baqiao's fame, it allowed Qin Pingan to bask in the limelight? When Qin Pingan gave Lu Baqiao a thumbs up, the sword cultivator of Wind and Thunder Garden, whose talent was so good that even Li Tuanjing had to look at him in a new light, finally understood the reason. When his friend was powerful, he, Qin Pingan, would be happy. In truth, the reason was simple. It was just that the world was too complicated and there were too many smart people. Especially when they interacted with the people in the mountains, they would not be able to understand the simplest things. Even though he had almost broken through 2 realms, Lu Baqiao was not happy. Thus, he followed the young man sitting on the windowsill and laughed happily. Lu Baqiao could not help but ask himself, "If your friend is better than you, much better than you, to the point that you are unable to catch up in your lifetime, would you feel uncomfortable? Lu Baqiao was very satisfied with the answer. Thus he felt that he and Qin Pingan would definitely be friends and brothers. Lu Baqiao did not continue to stay. In fact, after he had broken through, he had been forced to take up a position in the sect by the new garden master, Huang He. There were still a lot of things that he needed to take care of. Although the so-called taking care of things was for the old men who were good at these things to take care of. Lu Baqiao stood up and asked with a smile, "Do you lack money when you go out? I have a few dozen small coins on me. Can I lend them to you?" A few dozen small coins, he said it like it was a few dozen taels of silver. What a rich man. Qin Pingan jumped down from the windowsill and shook his head. "No need." Lu Baqiao said seriously, "Then I'll go back first. Remember, the next time you return to Pearl Grotto Heaven, you must come to Wind and Thunder Garden to find me. Otherwise Lu Baqiao twirled his fingers again, "will definitely be heartbroken by a heartless man like you." Qin Pingan said seriously, "If you talk like this again, I won't go to Wind and Thunder Garden even if you beat me to death." Lu Baqiao laughed heartily, although there was still a trace of indescribable haggardness between his eyebrows. He bid farewell and left. When he reached the door, he remembered something and turned his head. "I have a very good friend in Old Dragon City. He's trustworthy. If you have any problems and it's too late to send a flying sword message to Wind and Thunder Garden, then you can rest assured and look for him. His name is Sun Jiashu and he's the second richest guy in Old Dragon City. I once mentioned you to him in a letter, so as long as you tell him your name, he'll definitely meet you. Moreover, this guy will definitely get along with you." Qin Pingan said straightforwardly, "Okay. Don't send me off. You're too polite and make us seem distant. We'll have plenty of chances to meet in the future." Lu Baqiao walked out of the house and saw that the guy really didn't send him off. He couldn't help but laugh and scold him. After closing the door, he didn't immediately leave on his flying sword. At the other end of the corridor stood the old Qi refinement warrior who was in charge of this ferry. Lu Baqiao trotted over and chatted with the old man for a while before flying into the sea of clouds and returning north on his flying sword. The day before arriving at Old Dragon City, they encountered an extremely rare scene of flying fish leaping into the sea and flying in the sky. Millions of flying fish with colorful wings swam back and forth in the sea of clouds majestically. The Yangji Hall's ferry specially hovered in the air for this, informing the passengers that it would stay for an hour so that everyone could enjoy the beautiful scenery. They also explained that the reason for this spectacular scene was because this southern sea flying fish called Rainbow Phoenix was celebrating a certain flying fish in a big clan that had successfully grown a pair of veritable rainbow phoenix wings. It was a rare occurrence in 100 years. However, the Yangji Hall also reminded everyone not to try to find and capture that special flying fish. Once they angered the school of flying fish, the ferry would definitely be in trouble. Unless there were immortals of the Jindan and Yuanying realms escorting them, they could only wait for death. At the same time, the Yangji Hall also comforted everyone. The rainbow phoenix flying fish were gentle and not afraid of people. Once they left the sea and flew into the sky, they were more willing to be close to people. Therefore, it was very likely that the ferry would be surrounded by flying fish. There was no need to worry. Even if they took the opportunity to catch a few flying fish for breeding, it wouldn't be a big deal. Just take it as a small benefit that the Yangji Hall gave to the distinguished guests. Even Qin Pingan walked out of the room and came to the stern of the ferry. Looking at the free rainbow phoenix flying fish under the sunlight, they were colorful and beautiful. Qin Pingan took off his wine gourd and leaned on the railing to drink wine. As expected, the school of rainbow phoenix flying fish slowly approached the ferry. They all slowed down their speed at the same time. There were some mischievous and curious flying fish that left by themselves and came to the side of the ferry guests. If someone extended their hand out, they would mostly escape, but there were some that would stick close to the hand and even stay on the palm. Qin Pingan had actually heard of them before. According to legend, the colorful robe nation's largest immortal, the spirit rhinoceros sect, had a magical treasure called the colorful robe. It was woven from the feathers of the colorful swan and flying fish. Wearing it would make one invulnerable to all spells. The most amazing thing was that the person wearing the colorful robe could even make all the flying swords of the middle 5 realm sword cultivators retreat when they got close. Qin Pingan also followed the crowd and extended his hand out of the railing. But not a single flying fish was willing to go near. They could only awkwardly stop. Other than drowning their sorrows in wine, what else could they do? The ferry once again headed south. When it finally landed, it stopped at the Old Dragon City ferry. Unknowingly, Chin Pingon had also arrived at the southernmost point of the Aquarius continent from the northernmost point. Along the way he carried his sword. 251. In the past few thousand years in eastern Bottle continent, there was a flowing emperor in the north, and a strong Fu family in the south. The Fu family of Old Dragon City was very rich, but how rich? Just the treasures that were slightly inferior to immortal weapons, there were 3 of them, and they were all bought with money, and passed down from generation to generation, until it reached the hands of the current family head, Fu Li. It was said that the Fu family had just returned from the Central Plains, and now they had another half-immortal weapon. Not more than 3 times? The Fu family did not care about that. There were many interesting people in the Fu family. For example, they did not write a family tree, and their descendants were named casually. The status of the women in the Fu family was very high, and in history the number of female heroes who were city lords could not be counted with 2 hands. The children of the Fu family could read, buy, and collect books, and all the private libraries had the largest number of rare books in the Aquarius continent. But even the branches of the Fu family that left Old Dragon City did not participate in the imperial examinations, and did not become generals or ministers for any emperor, and only cared about lying in the mountains of gold and silver, eating and waiting for death. The generations of family heads did not have any prejudice against them and raised them. Therefore, the rich Fu family had produced many outstanding disciples who were the best at chess, calligraphy and painting, and were skilled in the zither. There were also descendants of the Fu family who wrote the most classic recipes and published travel books about mountains and rivers that were popular in the continent. They had bought countless mountains in the vast territory of the north, but they were empty and did not build immortal residences, leaving them abandoned. There were too many weird people in the Fu family. But the Fu family had a rule that could not be changed. Only the strongest person in the family could wear the ancestral dragon robe. The Yangji Hall's ferry dock was more than 300 miles away from Old Dragon City. It was not a secluded place with beautiful scenery. Almost 100 different kinds of ferries were docked there. It was noisy and crowded. There were non-living ferries made by the Mahist craftsmen and also living ferries similar to the Kuan boat. They were grotesque and variegated. Chin Pingon saw too much for his eyes to take in as the ferry descended. Before the ferry docked, Chin Pingon heard a saying, that a mortal living in the city would not be able to finish touring Old Dragon City in their lifetime. When Chin Pingon was on the ferry, he tried to see the entire Old Dragon City, but found out that it was covered by a sea of clouds and was regretful. Due to Lu Baqiao's appearance, the old man from the Mutton Fat Hall who was in charge of the ferry took the initiative to come to Chin Pingon's side and explain to him. It turned out that the rolling sea of clouds was one of the Old Dragon City's half-immortal weapons. If one looked up at the sky from the city, they would not see a single cloud. The old man also told Chin Pingon a shocking legend. It was said that 800 years ago, there were close to 1,000 evil cultivators who came to Old Dragon City. Among them, there were 2 Earth Immortals and as many as 10 top Chi cultivators of the Golden Core and Nascent Soul realm. In order to occupy Old Dragon City, they secretly worked together for nearly 100 years and everything was ready. When the army arrived, it happened to be the critical moment when the old city lord passed away and the new family lord was not born yet. The 12 branches of the Fu family in Old Dragon City were already fighting among themselves, and their vitality was greatly damaged. Especially the 2 patriarchs of the Fu family, each holding a half-immortal weapon, fought fiercely. Even though there were layers of spells and restrictions that greatly suppressed the lethality of the half-immortal weapons, half of Old Dragon City was still destroyed. In the end, a female Chi refinement warrior who appeared out of nowhere seemed to be dozing off in the sea of clouds in Old Dragon City. After she appeared, she glanced at Old Dragon City which was engulfed in smoke and then at the gathering of more than 1,000 Chi refinement warriors. After she yawned, she stretched out her hand and grabbed. The sea of clouds that occupied a radius of 1,000 miles was condensed into a bead in her palm. She threw it into her mouth and then sneezed. Hundreds and thousands of wind tornadoes appeared in the South Sea and blew from the sea to the north. The evil Chi cultivators who were determined to occupy Old Dragon City were blown to death by the wind tornadoes, not to mention the Chi cultivators of the lower 5 realms who were just there to make up the numbers and were only responsible for waving the flag and shouting. Almost half of the immortals of the middle 5 realms were blown to death by the wind tornadoes. After that, the evil Chi cultivators who escaped the disaster fled in panic. After that, they were chased by the Fu family who had stabilized the situation for 100 years. Chin Pingon was stunned when he heard that. The old man finally smiled and asked, "Why? You don't believe me?" Chin Pingon shook his head. Of course he did not believe it. Who in the world could blow so many chi cultivators of the middle 5 realms to death with just one divine ability? The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Actually, I don't believe it either. Even if the heavenly Lord Qi Zhen of the Divine Bulletin sect, the Sword Immortals and Saints of the Wind Snow Temple and the Martial Arts Mountain joined forces, they should not have such power. It's just a story made up by the later generations. But then again, this kind of frightening story has to be exaggerated like mine to be interesting." After bidding farewell to the old man, Chin Pingon got off the ferry. There were rows upon rows of tall buildings and the streets were unbelievably wide. However, there were still people walking shoulder to shoulder. Chin Pingon was surrounded by people and felt a headache. He had not even entered Old Dragon City, but it was already so crowded. How was he going to find the dusty medicine shop in Jingdafeng? When he was chatting with the old man of the Yangji Hall, Chin Pingon tried to ask about the inverted mountain. He wanted to know if he could take the cross-continent ferry there. However, the old man was at a loss. He only said that of course he had heard of the inverted mountain. The mountain seal of the second disciple of Taoist ancestor was very domineering. A Taoist master from another world could nail such a big nail in their vast world. He did not take the statues and saints enshrined in the Confucian temple seriously. However, the old man had never heard that there was a ferry at the ferry port of Old Dragon City. The old man did not even know the exact location of the inverted mountain. He only heard that it was close to the South Saw continent. Therefore, after getting off the ferry, Chin Pingon was like a headless fly. He could only take one step at a time. He had to obediently walk the 300 miles and enter Old Dragon City first. Along the way, Chin Pingon asked around. After confirming that the general direction was correct, Chin Pingon discovered that there was no one walking in the middle of the main road. Instead, there were many carriages coming and going like the wind. Some of the carriages exuded a dazzling aura. The fine horses pulling the carriages were each more handsome and peculiar than the other. Some people rode on ferocious tigers, long snakes and big turtle red-crowned cranes. Although everyone was a Qi refinement warrior, the streets were orderly. Old Yang, Old Man Chui, and Wei Pai had all suggested to take the ferry to the inverted mountain after attaining the 4 realms of martial arts. Therefore, Chin Pingon did not insist on rushing. However, when Chin Pingon landed in Old Dragon City, he did not know why he wanted to rush to the inverted mountain as soon as possible. He did not care about the 4 realms of martial arts anymore. Chin Pingon had already traveled from the north to the south of the Aquarius continent. He had traveled for millions of miles. Chin Pingon had never been so eager before. Therefore, he went to a place that looked like a relay station. Chin Pingon was very generous for once. He spent 10 snow coins to hire a carriage. There were 2 snow-white horses pulling the carriage. The coachman was not a young man but a beautiful young lady. She had a natural candid aura and was not shy at all. After Chin Pingon boarded the carriage, she casually suggested that the employer should sit beside her. She would introduce the famous shops on both sides of the street to the guests during the journey. She would introduce the delicious food and priceless antiques and paintings. She grew up at the ferry outside Old Dragon City and was very familiar with it. She was sure that Chin Pingon's choice to take her carriage this time was not a wasted trip. The carriage slowly passed through the crowd. After entering the central area of the street, the young lady suddenly spurred the horse to speed up. Together with the other carriages, they quickly drove towards the west gate of Old Dragon City. Chin Pingon sat behind the young lady who was skillfully driving the carriage. He ate dry biscuits and did not dare to drink. This was because before he got off the boat, he had already put the sword-cultivating gourd into the cotton bag on his back. Wei Pai had warned him that the 10 realms of earth immortals and sages above Jindan and Yuanying could still see through his camouflage and recognize the sword-cultivating gourd. The young lady was very cheerful and outgoing. She talked endlessly to Chin Pingon about the history of the shops and tall buildings. She also introduced the great immortals who lived in the shops and what they had said and done. Chin Pingon had walked through the Jianghu under the mountain where the big monsters of the 5 realms lived. It was not until today that he found a place that was similar to his hometown. It seemed that the immortals of the 5 realms were finally not that valuable. Chin Pingon asked the young lady if she had heard of the dusty medicine shop in the city. The young lady shook her head and said that she did not know much about the situation in Old Dragon City. Because Old Dragon City was too big, and it was separated from the inner city in Fu City. Every time they passed through the city gate, they would have to pay a high fee. As long as they were not from the city, even if they were Jindan or Yuanying immortals, there was no exception. Therefore she had only been to the outer city of Old Dragon City a few times. Every time she went there, the money that she had saved up would definitely be used up. However, if it was the Fu family and the other disciples of the 5 great families, not only would they not have to pay to pass through the city, they could also ride the wind in the inner and outer city. Of course, if they had the ability to buy an old dragon flipping cloud pendant from the Fu family, they could also ride the wind freely. Other than the Fu family's city, which was the most central part of Old Dragon City, they could also ride the wind freely. The young lady driving the carriage asked Qin Pingan if he could guess how much an old dragon flipping cloud pendant would cost. Qin Pingan tried to guess the price as high as the sky. He said that 1,000 pieces of snow would cost him money. It would cost 1,000,000 taels of silver. The young lady laughed heartily and turned to Qin Pingan and stretched out her hand. 5,000. Qin Pingan was afraid that something would happen to the carriage. He did not care about the shock in his heart and quickly said, "Young lady, drive carefully." The young girl snorted and turned around, her back facing Qin Pingan. However, the young girl raised her chin high and proudly said, "Young master, I really don't want to boast. Even if I let go of the reins and close my eyes, the carriage can still run steadily all the way to the western gate. However, in order to prevent the guests from worrying, I pretended to drive seriously." Qin Pingan said softly, "Don't pretend." The young lady laughed out loud, "All right, I'll be serious for young master." Qin Pingan looked at the young lady's back and could not help but laugh. Then he turned his head to look at the bustling scene on the side of the street. A cool breeze brushed his face. It was very strange. All the way to the south there was often wind and sun. However, Qin Pingan's skin was a bit fairer. He was no longer the black coal kiln worker. The young lady seemed to have eyes on the back of her head. She knew that the young man was looking at the street. She secretly turned her head and then quickly turned her head again. It was just a glance. She secretly looked at the side of the young man's face. The young man was not handsome, but he was very pleasing to the eye. The young lady suddenly laughed out loud, "Young master, you look very good." Qin Pingan was probably infected by the young lady's cheerful mood. He joked, "If I let you look at me a few more times, can you charge me less for a piece of snow?" Qin Pingan's change must be caused by Alliance, Su Yuanxia and Lu Baqiao. These fellows were the main culprits. The young lady laughed, "That won't do. From the shop to the city gate, it's a round trip of about 600 miles. I have to make 10 trips to earn a piece of snow." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "It's quite tiring." The young lady who had her back facing Qin Pingan shook her head vigorously, "Young master, what's so tiring about this? I've always liked to run back and forth like this since I was young. Even if I have my own shop in the future and earn a lot of money, I will still personally drive back and forth. I can also get to know many customers just like you, young master." The young lady then became a little worried, "But buying a shop requires a lot of money. I think my life is in danger." The young lady laughed loudly, "It's in danger." In the end, the young lady still ended up happy. Qin Pingan smiled and encouraged her, "Earn slowly. You'll be richer today than yesterday, richer tomorrow, and richer the day after tomorrow." The young lady's fighting spirit was immediately high. She turned her head and smiled brightly at Qin Pingan. Back then, because of Old Dragon City's young master, Fu Nanhua, Qin Pingan actually had a bad impression of Old Dragon City. It was not much better than Jingyang Mountain. However, Qin Pingan liked this young lady from the bottom of his heart. Of course, it was not the kind of love between a man and a woman. Instead, it was the feeling of the young lady who was like a sunflower. Qin Pingan was willing to interact with such people. It was the same for the young Taoist priest and the bearded man who had already parted ways. The young lady continued to introduce the two sides of the streets. Qin Pingan followed her finger and looked at the streets one by one. Time passed by amidst the sound of the horses' hooves. In less than 2 hours, Qin Pingan could already see the outer city walls of Old Dragon City. It was much higher than the walls of any of the passes he had seen before. Before the horses stopped, Qin Pingan asked, "Do you know Sun Jiashu?" The young lady turned her head in surprise. "Who?" Qin Pingan had no choice but to repeat the name, Sun Jiashu. The young lady could not help but laugh. She did not speak for a long time until the horse carriage stopped. The young lady suddenly stood up and pointed at the street behind her. She swung her arm and randomly drew a big circle. "Young master, do you see that?" Qin Pingan nodded. The young lady's eyes narrowed into crescents. "From our city gate to the ferry, the 300 miles of streets and shops are all his." Chin Pingan stood on the horse carriage with the young lady. He was a little confused. They all belonged to Sun Jiashu alone? The young lady nodded vigorously and was especially proud. Yes. They all belonged to young Master Sun. Then the young lady lowered her voice and mysteriously said, I heard from the shopkeeper that young Master Sun is a very good person. Although he is the best at doing business, he has the heart of a bodhisattva. Almost all of the older generation with bad tempers on the streets talk about how good young Master Sun is to their family elders. They say that a long time ago, there was a big fire on the streets that destroyed 2,000 to 3,000 shops of the Sun family. At that time, young Master Sun had just become the head of the family, but not only did he not pursue the matter, he even paid for everyone to rebuild the shops. Moreover, I heard from many women that young Master Sun is especially handsome, so he is the most kind and handsome man in Old Dragon City. 1,000 feet away from the city gate, the road was filled with such carriages. Then, from the stream of people, a young man in plain white hemp clothes walked over. He walked straight to the horse carriage where Chin Pingan and the young lady were standing. The young man was tall and slender, but he didn't give off the invisible pressure of a crane in a flock of chickens. He only had a clean temperament, as if he came from a scholarly family, gentle and refined. Between the gaps of the carriages on both sides of the road, there were many pedestrians hurrying along. Someone accidentally bumped into the young man's shoulder and quickly apologized. The young man smiled and shook his head, saying that it was fine. The young lady turned to look at Old Dragon City and muttered, Young master, how can there be such a good young Master Sun in this world? Chin Pingan was left speechless. The young man who had been standing there for a while finally smiled and looked up at the two of them. He softly said to the young lady, Thank you. The young lady was confused. She looked down and asked doubtfully, Why are you thanking me? The young man smiled and didn't explain the reason. Then he looked at Chin Pingan. You are Chin Pingan, right? I am Lu Baqiao's friend. Not long ago I received his flying sword message, so I came here to wait for you. Chin Pingan jumped off the horse carriage. Standing so high and talking to people, it was too rude. He tentatively asked, You can't be. Chin Pingan finally managed to hold himself back from saying the name that followed. The young man nodded and said, Yes, I am Sun Jiashu. The young lady sighed and said helplessly, Young master, why do you have to have the same name as young Master Sun? It's so unfair. The young man smiled and didn't speak. The young lady said goodbye to Chin Pingan. The horse carriage slowly turned around and finally left. Chin Pingan followed Sun Jiashu to the west gate of Old Dragon City. He couldn't help but ask, Young Master Sun, the whole street is yours? Sun Jiashu didn't pretend to be reserved. He nodded and said with a smile, When my ancestor was at his best, the whole outer city of Old Dragon City belonged to my family. Later on, Old Dragon City became bigger and bigger. Our Sun family lost a few big business deals, so we became not as rich as the Fu family. But now, of course, the Sun family is still very rich. And let's just say that I, Sun Jiashu, am rich. Chin Pingan secretly looked at Sun Jiashu. The young man didn't have any ornaments on him. He didn't even have any rich aura. Sun Jiashu smiled and said, Old Dragon Cloud Pendant? No one in our Sun family has it, and I am no exception. In fact, I want to buy it, but the rigid rules passed down by my ancestors don't allow the descendants to spend money on such small things. I can't change the rules of my ancestors, so I can only endure it. In fact, it's very annoying. Chin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. Sun Jiashu turned his head and said, Why? Do you want to ask if I can return the 20 snow pendants that I spent money on? Of course not. Friends are friends, business is business. Chin Pingan scratched his head and said, I want to ask if Old Dragon City is so big. Do we have to walk all the way to your house? Sun Jiashu didn't say anything. He just smiled and looked at Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan sighed and said frankly, Okay, if you don't want to return it, then don't. Sun Jiashu suddenly said, No wonder Lu Baqiao said that we will hit it off. Chin Pingan asked curiously, You are often scolded as a money grubber? Sun Jiashu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gently shook his head and said, Lu Baqiao said that both of us like to be poor and generous. What and what? Lu Baqiao's words were inexplicable. Let's not talk about being generous or not. Sun Jiashu was poor? Sun Jiashu suddenly said, I have an unorthodox skill. I can see the money that a person passed by but didn't take it. Then he stopped and turned to look at Chin Pingan. The things you gave out are worth more than the entire Old Dragon City. Chin Pingan was stunned. In the inner city of Old Dragon City, in a secluded alley, there was a newly opened pharmacy. It was only the size of a palm, but the shopkeeper's man actually hired 7 or 8 beautiful women and pretty girls. Without exception, they all had a pair of long legs. The man had nothing to do all day and never worried about the pharmacy's business. He was busy flirting with the women and saying some lewd things that he claimed to be romantic. The women looked shy on the surface, but when they turned their heads, they rolled their eyes. Today, the man carried a small stool and sat at the entrance of the alley. He was eating melon seeds and looking at the women passing by on the street. The man's eyes lit up. He thought that the flowers at home were indeed not as fragrant as the flowers in the wild. Then today, another woman walked in front of the man. She was dressed very gorgeously. As for her appearance and figure, the man had already thrown away the melon seeds, picked up the stool and ran away. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.